Nama Bangalore. A very good morning to one and all. Hello and welcome to the second edition of CNBC-TV18 and Moneycontrol Global AI Conclave, India's flagship destination for all things artificial intelligence. Now, before we kickstart this exciting edition, we would like to take a moment to thank our partners, co-powered by Intel AI, associate partners Adobe and Reliance Industries Limited, and event technology partner Town Hall. The hashtag for today is Global AI Conclave. I repeat, hashtag Global AI Conclave. Please use this to share updates and follow our continuous coverage of this event. Gradually and then suddenly is a famous quote from Ernest Hemingway's 1926 novel. The sun also rises. And gradually and then suddenly is perhaps the best way to describe the explosion of generative AI in the last couple of years. In fact, this year, our theme, From Hype to Impact, seeks to explore how artificial intelligence is being applied real-time to a range of industries. We are delighted to share that, as always, we have the best lineup, the finest AI minds to keep you up to speed with what's happening in India and around the world. Without further ado, I would now like to invite Moneycontrol's Managing Editor, Nalin Mehta, to deliver the welcome address. Someone who has had a keen interest in AI and its impact, and his editor's picks that get published every evening is a testament to that. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for Nalin Mehta.
Thanks very much, Shruti. Good morning, and thank you very much for coming in on a lovely Bangalore morning for the second edition of the CNBC-TV18 and Moneycontrol Global AI Conclave. Having just landed in Bangalore from the gas chamber of New Delhi, if there's one thing I would love everybody here to solve is to use artificial intelligence to solve for air quality. And I'm hoping that because this is something that human intelligence hasn't been able to solve for many years now. So I hope we will see ambitious founders emerge here who have the conviction and the audacity to take on this Herculean task of solving pollution with AI. That's Delhiwala speaking here. When we at Network 18 launched the Global AI Conclave, the first edition focused on disruption, security, and sovereignty. Now, a lot of water has flown down the Kaveri since then. That was just 12 months ago. India today has the 5th highest number of AI patents filed worldwide. It's ahead of countries like the UK and Germany. And with the government approving now 10,300 crores earlier this year for the India AI mission to ignite what the Prime Minister calls this idea of double AI, artificial intelligence for aspirational India. With the theme for our Global AI Conclave today is focused on how AI can move beyond the hype to actual real-world impact. Now, be it LLMs being built to account for local languages and diversity, AI being used for healthcare and financial services, to even how the police here in India's IT capital is using AI to mitigate the problem of traffic. We have an exciting lineup here for you today, from global investors to founders, to policymakers, scientists, and chess champions, who will delve into all of these aspects of AI, the multifaceted aspects, risks and rewards, its benefits and limitations, and of course the potential for real-world applications of AI for Bharat. I hope you have a wonderful day, and this exciting set of conversations lined up at the CNBC Moneycontrol Global AI Conclave today is insightful, provocative, and useful to you. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Nalin, for getting this edition rolling. Moving on, truly, AI is no longer just a buzzword, but a powerful force reshaping industries and professions. And to tell us about how artificial intelligence can make India more amazing than it already is. And on this note, we welcome on stage Santosh Vishwanathan, Managing Director and Vice President, India Region Intel. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for Santosh.
Thank you. Thank you, and it is such a pleasure to be here. And what I really like about the Global AI Conclave is the tagline. It says, from hype to impact. And I think that's a very important part of our conversation today. But before we jump into, translating what does hype mean and what does impact translate into, I thought we should start about the word AI, and I love what Prime Minister said, that AI is also about, there's two words to AI. I'm probably adding the third word, which AI is also an amazing India moment. And for those who have heard me speak before, I think I've used this a lot. It's because I truly feel that this is a moment where there is so many pieces that are coming together in this country that it can really leapfrog us across any other thing that we see in the rest of the world. Now, some of the ingredients that makes this a very amazing India moment is, and I'm sure you've heard this before, is the first thing is that the most important element for AI is data. And the best part of data is that we have an abundance of it. There are many other resources that we are short, but one of the best things, because of just the rapid digitization that our society has, is that the data abundance is all around us. And in fact, if you go look at it, majority of our data is still consumer. 80% of the data is video, and it's consumer. We still haven't connected the machines, we haven't connected the industries, we haven't connected the factories. So we're just getting warmed up in the AI revolution. The second piece that I think sets us apart is just the mindset of frugality that we have, right? And that I think is very important, because we're not in the race to go spend the maximum amount of money. I think our middle class mindset, our ways of just trying to go solve problems in the most frugal way really sets us apart. And one of the things that we have done successfully is, I can give you the example of broadband. Most of the Western world followed fixed broadband and laid cables and fiber, and it's still important. We still need fixed broadband. But we leapfrogged internet connection by 4G, and that was the Geo moment that really turned, how connectivity in this country gets done. Skills is the other important part. 16% of the world's AI talent, that number is 16, 20. I think there's multiple numbers that you'll start to see. But we do have abundance of AI talent. But for me, it's just beyond what talent we have today. It's the way in which we have the ability to learn and unlearn, right? Take the time from Y2K. I think we are one of those societies that will rapidly learn something, and then when the next thing comes, we are quick to go learn and unlearn in that same pace. That is a very unique skill as a nation, because our adaptability is what sets us apart. And the last one, I think, which Nalin mentioned as well, which is the will for us to go do things, is very high. We have taken big bets on semiconductor manufacturing, the large big bets, which are multi-year, audacious goals. AI mission was also mentioned, which is to go create capacity that we very much need. I think the will, whether it's the state government, whether it's the central government, all of them have the right intention that this is a moment for us to leapfrog, right? And it is an amazing India moment that we have. But one of the things that I really worry about is that, can this be a truly amazing India moment if you follow the path that the West lays out, okay? And the reason I say this is because if you follow the same formula, we may not be really successful in the journey that we are on. To give you an example, let's talk about large data centers. We produce 20% of the world's data. We have 3% of the world's servers, okay? So we got to go build large data centers. So we are in that pursuit to go build large data centers. Don't get me wrong, I still think we need large data centers. But even tripling our capacity gets us to about 4% of what US has today. So from 1 gigawatt, we're moving to 3 gigawatts in terms of data center capacity. But that just gets us to 4% of what US has today. In fact, one city in the US, which is Northern Virginia, has about 2x the capacity that all of India has today, okay? So as much as it is important for us to go build data center capacity, we have to start to think that, okay, can it really scale for the need and the demands that we have? The second piece is LLM, the whole race to LLMs, right? Very important. I'm not saying that we don't need LLMs in India. We definitely need Indic languages, local cultural context, and I'm so happy that there are many companies that are on that way. But majority of the LLM models that are used, 7 across, are outside of India. We have work to do to get there. And we have to start to think like, how do I make LLMs in the most cost-effective manner and not follow the whole path of high capital investment and infrastructure for us, right? Just to give you an example, like if you look at many of the leading models, they spend about $100 million plus to go train a frontier model. That's the minimum amount of expenses that is required. And the cost is not just, financial cost. The cost is also, the environmental cost, right? 1 megawatt data center, if you go look at it, I think requires about 69,000 liters of water. And if you take 200 megawatts that probably Bangalore has, that can basically go and give water to about 150,000 homes in Bangalore, right? And we all know that we are 18% of the world's population with 4% of the world's water. So we are limited. So the more you go start build power-hungry, capital-intensive, fixed infrastructure, the lesser we have resources to go support that model, okay? And the cost, whether it's environmental or the cost in terms of financial, is extremely high. In fact, if you go and build a GPU accelerator-centric 1 gigawatt data center today, it costs you more than $10 billion today. $10 billion of capital investment that it requires to go build that, right? You can build probably a semiconductor plant in a cost lower than that, okay? So it is something that we have to start to think that by just following the ways that the West goes and lays out and following the ways that the models are built everywhere else, we may not be in the path that we can afford, or that may not be the best path for us to be successful. Now, so what do we do? How do we go tackle this problem? How do we go solve this problem? And I think the best way is for us to reimagine, what AI can be. And it requires all of us to think a little differently. How do we get AI everywhere, right? How do we not think that this AI is just one big processing, one big model, one big, whatever, Jarvis that comes out and solves the big problem for us, right? How do we reimagine that it's going to be everywhere? It needs to be like the way in which many of our scalable technologies have done, that it go use the data where it's generated. So I think that's the first step. Second one, I think we've got to start to think that we need a heterogeneous architecture to go harness AI. It's not just CPU, it's not just GPU, it's not just accelerators. It has to be a combination of infrastructure, a combination of models that will really help us go be successful, right? And I use this word frugai here, which is like, frugal way of going and doing AI. Really important for us, right? And we as a country, we have done this so many times before. And the best example that I came across was, the way ISRO did that. If you go look at Chandrayaan-3, that was done at the 1/4 the cost of what NASA did, right? And in fact, it was lower than the cost of the movie Gravity that they spent $100 million. We did it at $74 million. We actually sent a rover to the moon, right? So it's fascinating that we can go and do the same things, the same objective, in fact, in a better way, at a much lower cost. If you go look at 01.ai, and it's not just us doing, right? Other countries, like China is a good example I can give you. 01.ai, which was, I think it's probably the top 3 best LLMs used in the world. And Kai-Fu Lee, I think for most of you know that, is one of the founders of that company. And they built a large language model at a few $1 million compared to, the hundreds of millions of dollars that the other models are built on. Now, you can go and debate whether, hey, is the model great? Is it better or not? I think that debate is out there. But the fact that constraints on China forced them to go innovate, right? They did not have access to GPUs. They did not have access to all the high-end computing platforms. Therefore, they're going and innovating in the most frugal way that they can do. We have that choice. We have access, but I think our resources and the frugality will help us scale AI much better, right? Now, one of the companies, and one of the fascinating ways we have done it in recent times is just the way Aadhaar, UPI, and some of these key technologies you've seen, right? And you've seen that scale across the country, and you've seen that in the hands of so many, and Nandan's been a key pioneer in helping us on that way. And I'm really excited that, I have someone from Infosys here because they've been They've had that mindset to go build frugality. They've had that mindset of scale. And I'm excited that I have Bali here with us. He is the EVP and the head of automation and AI. And I would love to have a conversation with Bali on this topic. So Bali, please come up on stage. That's your mic. Behind. So Bali, thank you. Pleasure for you to be here, and I'm glad that you're here with us. And you know, as we were speaking about scale, and I know that Infosys is catering to the enterprise audience, and that's the key piece. What is your vision of AI, and how are you starting to see that pan across the enterprise?
Yeah. So just like you talked about AI everywhere, the way that we look at it in enterprise is that AI can be applicable for every role. And now with agentic AI, every business process that you can actually apply AI. But enterprises have multiple challenges, right? They have challenges on really identifying the right use cases. They have challenges, you talked about the data problem. The enterprises have data, but it is not curated data. They don't know how to be able to use it, right? How do you make sure that you're getting the right data, the current data, the right lineage, like security controls, right? They have challenges around that. They have challenges around responsible AI and how they're making sure that the AI they're using is trustworthy, safe, without hallucination, and all of those aspects on responsible AI. But there is also the important factor that most enterprises are realizing now is on the ROI and the cost of actually serving AI use cases, right? And what we have seen is, right, for many of the enterprise use cases, you actually don't need the very large language models. You need smaller models purposefully built for a specific need. And these are, right, small language models, anywhere from 2 to 7 billion parameter models that you can use, train it for your enterprise requirements and use it for a specific task. In fact, Infosys itself, I think a month back, we released 2 small language models, one in the financial space, in the banking space, and one in the IT operations space. And we have built even a 1 billion parameter model that can run out of the laptops for developers to use for things like code completion, etc. Right? All of these things allow you to scale, bring down the cost, and leverage it for, as I said, every role, every business process that enterprise actually does.
Yeah, I mean, this is fascinating that you're saying about how smaller models are being the active source, and it leverages off or rides off the larger models. Now, I think one of the other big conversations that everybody has is the use case, right? That's like, everybody is like, show me a use case, then I will go decide how to deploy AI. How do you see the use case landscape in the enterprise space?
Yeah, the use case is actually growing, right? And there are multiple new use cases we are, discovering every day, so to speak, right? We used to have in the ML space, we used to talk about forecasting, predictive maintenance, and then it came to computer vision, right? Voice translation, right? Now with generative AI, what you can do is to actually get the entire knowledge of the enterprise in the hands of each and every individual, right? So your front-end salesperson can actually have all the content that is actually required to be able to respond to a customer. Your operation person can actually get that, right? Financial analysts can easily come up with putting together content analysis, right? So there are use cases around that. There's also content that you can generate. So we see a lot of use cases in the marketing space, right? To be able to generate sales collateral, marketing content, video content, right? Then the contact center is another big area, right? That we see a lot of use cases, right from automatic responses to helping the agents respond, language neutralization. The customer can speak in one language, the agent can know a different language, and they can still actually converse with the power of AI, providing nudges to the agents, call summarization. So many different use cases in generative AI. And with agentic AI, now you can actually look at business process and how to autonomously run business process. Of course, with a human in the loop, but you can bring a lot of efficiency to that, right? But there are also a lot of use cases in the edge, right? Whether it is autonomous cars, smart cameras for surveillance, right? And then, in industrial space, right? Smart manufacturing, right? Predictive maintenance, right? In smart agriculture, right? Medical devices and now wearable devices that use for medical. A lot of edge use cases also that we are increasingly seeing in different industries.
Yeah, I mean, it is fascinating that you see such a breadth. Thank you so much for being here, Bali. Appreciate the partnership, and thank you for being here. And as you go and look at what Bali said, I think the most important aspect for us is to have technology that really connects everything. Scalable AI only happens if you really have key technology ingredients across. And one of the things I truly believe is like the Xeon, which is our workhorse, that's available in the country, can really be one of those fuels and drivers of AI in India. Now, we definitely need the GPUs, we definitely need the accelerators, and I'm not saying we don't need that, right? But if you just think of scale, we got to scale with what's most abundantly available, and I think we can go make that work. Because as Bali said, 15 to 20 billion parameter models can easily run off that. Most of the models are getting smaller, are getting more accurate. Most of them are becoming kind of like GPU free, less parallel, less energy, less memory. And you have to understand that there's 500,000 units that gets into the Xeon world or the CPU world that's there all around us that we can go innovate on versus the accelerators or GPUs or any of those heavy infrastructure that's in probably tens of thousands that exist, right? So we got to find a way to go make this the workhorse, and I think that's going to be a key element that will help us scale, just like we've done for the other technologies. The second disruption that's happening is when you go look at the edge. I think the window of creativity, your computer is starting to become AI now, right? With an NPU, with processing available there, local data, privacy that can be kept contained. There is a room for founders and startup innovators to go innovate that platform. There is a reinvention happening of that edge device that I think can really go fuel the next level of innovation that we can start to imagine. So there's opportunities for us to innovate even on the client space where we can start to think of how do we go and harness the power of AI with user-generated data. Good example, I can always think about tutoring and kids, right? The amount of tuition that we have with our children and the amount of writing and reading and learning that we do can just go and change. It can be personalized learning. We have a shortage of teachers. How can you augment the teachers' learning with trying and building, ways in which we train our kids in a very different way? So I think there's opportunity there. And the last one, which I think is an exciting one, is like I look at cell phone towers and I start to see that there's 950,000 cell phone towers in India. Each of them have a compute platform, they have a storage platform, they have fiber connectivity. Why can't they combine and start to behave like a data center? Why can't that be a sovereign cloud model that we can go build in India, right? Now, there are challenges. What about security? What about redundancy? What about orchestration layers? There is enough challenges to go solve it, but I think if we come collectively, there would be a path, there would be a way for us to go harness that. Now, all of this, when you start to build scale and when you start to have technology across all of these different platforms, just like what we did with our digitization efforts of UPI and Aadhaar and all of that available at scale, that's when magic happens, right? Everybody starts to innovate. Everybody starts to build application. It's not in the hands of the few, it's in the hands of the many. And one of the key aspects is, like last week I was at the Global AI Festival that we had organized, and there were 44 key winners from thousands of applications that was there. And it was fascinating to see the young minds go and solve problems, right? And I thought it would be best. I know this is an enterprise and a startup audience, but I just wanted probably everyone here to get a sense that what happens when you go build for scale, how innovation scales. And we have two, bright minds here. Rahul's from PES College in Bangalore that is here with us. And I thought I'll welcome them on stage and really talk about what they tried to go and solve. So Rahul, two Rahuls here, nice to see you. And please. Thank you, thanks for being here. And I was really excited seeing your project. Now, can you give the audience a flavor of what is WildSense and what was the project all about?
Right. So I've been a part of Intel Digital Readiness Program since my schooling days back in 2019. I've received various mentorship opportunities and learning experiences. It has empowered students like us to identify and tackle globes one of the most pressing challenges, right? And so one of the problems that we identified was when we saw a video of a tiger getting hit by a car in a sanctuary in Maharashtra. In the video, you could see it in a pathetic state, and it later went on to even lose its life. On further research, we actually found out that over 4 lakh such incidents happen in India every single year. Us both being wildlife enthusiasts, we just couldn't let it slide. And so we decided to do something about it, and that's how WildSense was born. WildSense is an AI-powered tool to help prevent these roadkills. So we use a multitude of array of sensors, cameras to try and detect these animals when they are crossing the road, and we alert drivers nearby. So using WildSense, we aim to prevent the loss of thousands of endangered animal lives.
No, it's amazing what you've done, because and you know, as a pet parent, I still feel it, like when you drive through roads and you see whether it's dogs or whether it's any animals that's run over, it is the most painful feeling. You look at it and you think, how can you solve it? And I'm so glad you've taken the first step to go and solve. Now, how is it possible for you to go and solve this, right? Because this looks like a big problem. AI to go recognize an animal, then give an alert to a driver who's coming on the highway down the line. How easy or how difficult was this to go and solve this?
Yeah, so in today's digital world, it's like anyone with a laptop can make huge impact, because that's how accessible AI has become right now. And AI has become so accessible for everyone that you can solve global problems just with a laptop and with open source tools right now. So while developing WildSense, we just used our laptop and open source tools. And it's crazy how we didn't even spend a single rupee to build our project. So that's how accessible AI has become. So we used an open source model called YOLO V8, and we used Intel's OpenVINO toolkit, which allowed us to run WildSense on any edge device out there. Yeah. So using this, you know, students can, using the accessibility right now, students across the globe can solve problems for AI, and it's become that easy right now.
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you so much. It's fascinating. I love the passion. Please go on and solve a lot more problems for us. Take care. Thanks so much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, it is really important that we take innovation, we take technology and put it in the hands of many. Open source models, multiple architectures, all of that enable this. But there's one other aspect that I think is really important for us, and I kind of love this word that I always keep using. I use this with my team internally. I call this, it's known as grit. Most of you have heard it. And you know, there are 3 key elements in grit, in my opinion. I think passion and perseverance are the 2 pillars of grit. And you know, we need that for any big goal, right? Whether it's semiconductor manufacturing, whether it's the big goals that we have laid out as a country, you've got to have the passion, you've got to persevere through the ups and downs. But there's also one word that I've added there, which is the jugaad, and I know it's like a negative thinking that we have, but I think it's a big strength that we have. We can go innovate in the most frugal, in the most practical, in the most nimble and agile way that I think we can go start to make a difference. So grit is a key mindset that we all need to be there to be successful in this AI world. But grit also means one thing. It also means that get ready. It is India's time. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Santosh. It is truly India's time, and thank you for that interesting take in such an engaging and insightful session. Moving on, for the next session, I would like to first invite Chandra R. Srikanth, the Deputy Executive Editor, Moneycontrol, on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for Chandra. Our next speaker wears many hats: a politician, a former union minister, a technologist, an entrepreneur, and an investor. Someone who perhaps needs an AI assistant the most. He's also an ardent believer in putting India first always. Please welcome on stage Bengaluru's very own Rajiv Chandrasekhar, former Union Minister of State for Electronics and Information Technology, Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, and Jal Shakti. With that, Chandra, it's over to you.
Thank you for that. Bangalore, we need more energy because there are people from Silicon Valley and UAE, and they're going to be underwhelmed if you don't clap louder. I hope you all had your Hatti Kapi, filter coffee and so on. But sir, thank you so much. Santosh, I don't know if you, knew this, or perhaps you did. But so you actually worked at Intel for 3 years between 1988 and 1991.
87 to 1991, yes, 4 years. Many, many years, of course, and that was the time of the 486 and the Pentium. So a little dated, and it also reveals how old I am. I tell people that. It was certainly much before any conversation of AI had ever started. So yes, I've been there, but before Santosh and many other people before, like him.
I believe you also have a photo frame of the Intel Pentium chip
Yes,
that you
I do.
still have in your
Of course, of course. I have both the 486, the layouts for both the 486 and the Pentium that were gifted to the design team by the then head of the MPG, the microprocessor products group. So it's proudly hung up on my wall to remind me where I came from.
Great. So it's been, a few months since you transitioned from the ministry, and you've been busy with other things. Tell us about that. Are you an active VC today? What occupies a lot of your time?
No, first of all, I have to tell you that this global AI enclave was part of my unfinished agenda as minister, and I just ran out of time. We had launched the India AI policy, and we were going to do a global AI conclave that was going to lay out the vision of the government of India on AI. And I couldn't do it, so thank you for doing it. So you're, in some sense, completing an unfinished part of my own agenda. Now, look, after I've exited government, thanks to the voters of Tirunelveli, I am still very much active in politics. I spend a lot of time in Kerala. That is certainly my political karma bhumi, if you want to call it that. I am not an active venture capitalist. I don't want to go back there just yet, unless somebody tells me in Delhi that that's where I should go. I am very much in politics and public life, and I hope to continue to do what I did before I was a minister, which is to shape the policies of the government of India, to continue to catalyze and expand the innovation ecosystem in India. And those are things that I'm deeply passionate about, and I hope to continue to contribute to that.
Right. In fact, the whole India AI mission was launched when you were at the helm. How far have we come so far? It started off with an ambitious outlay of over 10,000 crore. What's the progress been so far, and what more should we do?
No, so I certainly have no inside knowledge about how far it has progressed, but what the Prime Minister has certainly laid out as his vision is that after 8 years of success of the India DPI, the Digital Public Infrastructure, which has really transformed government and governance in our country, that he believes that the next wave or the next phase of reimagining governance will come from AI. And so he has very clearly in his vision, which is what catalyzed the India AI policy, a future where governments would harness the transformative power of the DPI as we know it, but with AI embedded in it. So a much smarter, a much more reimagined form of governance is what I believe is the end game for our Prime Minister. Where we are specifically, I think that question should be addressed to the Minister right now. I don't have any inside view, but I think his mission is very clear, and that continues to be the mission.
Right. I think Santosh spoke about frugal LLMs, in his welcome note. And there's a huge debate around LLMs and what India's approach should be. For instance, the likes of Nandan Nilekani and Narayan Murthy believe that, let the big boys in the valley fight over LLMs. India should, focus on applications and use cases. And this is a sentiment echoed by the Mary Secretary as well. He said, we're not convinced if we should expend resources in building an LLM. But the other side of the debate is, why is India not focusing on foundational tech? Why do we have a services mindset always? Where do you stand in this? What should our approach be?
Look, as far as the government is concerned, in the GPay summit in New Delhi, where the Honorable Prime Minister spoke and laid out the vision of AI for India, he said that we are not necessarily focused only on research and broad innovation, but we are laser focused on the fact that AI must transform people's lives. As was the case with DPI, we believe the same for AI. And so therefore use cases and building And I certainly don't want to get drawn into this zero-sum argument about small language models, large language models. Should we leave it to the West to do this, and should we leave it to the West to somebody else to do that? I believe it's with great respect to the people who push that argument, it's a little bit of a waste of time. We are focused, and we must focus on real use cases being solved with AI. And within government, government has identified a number of areas which are very rapidly digitalizing or already have significantly digitized, where there are huge amounts of data sets that are just ready to be used to train models that will help the government deliver public services better and vector them sharper. So the government of India's view on AI within government is very use case focused. And the odds that the government is going to intervene and say, we want a large language model or a small language model for this type of research and innovation, I think will not be arising from the government. It will be a private sector initiative, and they could come back and ask the government for support.
Right.
Financial, AI, compute infrastructure access, and so on and so forth. So that is really for the innovation ecosystem to take care of. But the government, just to summarize again, is very, very laser focused on harnessing the power of AI to improve its own governance vis-a-vis public services.
Yeah, in fact, my follow-up question was on that. You know, the theme of the conclave this time is from hype to impact. Has it moved to impact? At least in the private sector, we are seeing some use cases. But in terms of governance, you know, how else can we use this? Because we already have the rails, we have DPI. What can we do on top of that?
Yeah, and I think that's one of the things, at the risk of sounding like a little bit of a wet blanket. I think there is this hyperbole and there is the hype and which is fine. I think any new technology, certainly there's a lot of excitement. There's a lot of people who get behind it for the transformative power that it represents. And I spend a lot of time every month traveling around the world, being invited by governments that are absolutely non-intuitive in the sense that these are governments you don't expect to be excited by AI. I'm traveling in December to visit 3 countries in Africa to talk about how AI can transform their governance. So everybody certainly is today excited about what AI represents. What I continuously tell any audience that I get an opportunity to speak to is that while there is this broader AI movement and you know, as it was 30 years ago with the internet, what we should be focusing on, at least for people who are really serious about using this technology to impact, create some impact, is on use cases. And that discipline, the rigor about identifying the use cases, building an architecture and strategy to create an AI application for the use cases, really is where a lot of the effort should be. You can have a lot of the rah-rahing and the cheerleading continuing, but in the next 2 to 3 years, India must be able to demonstrate, as it has demonstrated with the DPI, how AI has been harnessed and the transformative power as experienced by the common man and the citizen. Then AI will be successful. Otherwise, it will be like, you know, many companies and enterprises talking about AI. And I'll explain to you in the Indian context why it's important for the government to be successful, Chandra. If you go back to fintech, and what was the trigger and the catalyst for the fintech ecosystem in India? It is Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji in 2014 saying, I want to solve the problem of how to send money from the government to 1 billion Indians without intermediation. So Jan Dhan Yojana, DBT, evolved into UPI, and now you have this multi-billion-dollar fintech ecosystem. If the government of India and its governance embeds AI successfully around 5, 6, 7 use cases, I can assure you the innovation ecosystem in India is the one that will benefit from it, because the applications, the models will be built, designed, architected by the ecosystem.
Right. In terms of regulation, do you think our existing laws are enough to tackle deep fakes?
Yeah. No, I think this is a very powerful, important question for anybody, any nation, any country, including India, that is hoping to build an AI ecosystem. We cannot build one without guardrails. We can't build one without the do's and don'ts being very explicitly clear to those who are building platforms, whether it's the private sector or it's the government. And I think we have done one part of that jurisprudential framework, which is the DPDP bill. The rules are yet to be notified. But there are certainly gaps in our legislative and judicial framework, jurisprudential framework, about non-personal data and monetizing of it. Scraping the internet and monetizing of publicly available data, publicly available information, but without the counterparty who has produced that information or owns information benefiting from it. So there are some gaps, but those are gaps that we understand as a government. I mean, I shouldn't keep pointing to myself as a government, but to the government. And I think it's a safe assumption that those gaps will be plugged in by either amending existing legislation or new legislation. But certainly I recommend, and this is the wrong audience to be saying this, but I recommend to governments and of course to the government of India when I was a minister, that we need to create the rules of the playground very clearly so that while innovation gallops forward, makes the positive impact, the negative impact, the misuse, the deep fakes, the misinformation, that there are rules and, let us say, punitive consequences for those who indulge in that.
Right. You know, in 2023, I think you brought up the issue of how big tech should fairly compensate media houses, and we've seen that issue being raked up again, and of course we have a vested interest in this. But Canada, Australia, you know, they already have regulations to tackle this issue. So what do you think we should do?
No, this is the point I made, that I think if a television broadcaster broadcasts something on a free-to-air channel, does that mean I can just appropriate that content and use it to train my model? The answer is no. So when somebody does that on the internet and somebody then uses that publicly available information, transforms it into data sets and trains a model without really compensating who created that, whether it's a micro-influencer or money control or a larger corporation, that is certainly wrong. But is there anything in place that causes the model trainer or those who are using it to train the model to compensate for that publicly scraped information? Currently, no. That is the gap that I referred to, that we need to plug that gap. Otherwise, what you have is what you saw on the social media phenomenon. Yeah. You know, today social media gives all media companies a heartache and headache. I mean, because they control 67% of all advertising rupees that are spent in India. So you certainly don't want a situation where the big LLMs scrape the internet 10 times over and have created such critical mass. Then they don't care about whether you go protest to any court about your content or not. You don't want that situation to arise. That is certainly not, that is too much of a concentration of power in one or two platforms, and that is not a desirable outcome for any democratic society, any rule-bound society. And I think that is a gap that needs to be discussed. It should not be one way. The Australian government did it, in my opinion, slightly unilaterally. Yeah. But I think in India we can have a discussion around that for a couple of months. I know there'll be some people who will kick and scream about it. But keeping in mind the rights of micro-influencers, influencers, individuals, small organizations, the big guys like Money Control, CNBC, everybody, there has to be some model where those who scrape the internet and train their models using information that has been created by somebody have an obligation to the original producer of the content.
Right. Final couple of questions, sir. What AI tools do you use on an everyday basis and for what purpose?
No, I spend a lot of money on, I believe it's becoming a little bit of a pain spending 5,000 rupees a month on open chat GPT, but I use chat GPT, Perplexity, and pretty much everything that I get my hands on. And I love to prove them wrong. I love to see sometimes when they get it wrong. It just proves that this belief of AI, almost like a religion, is dangerous. They are effectively trained by what they scrape, and so if it's garbage in, it's garbage out. If it's good stuff in, it's good stuff out. So it's early days. So this I had a chance to meet Sam Altman in Delhi, and he was evangelizing very effectively to a group of people in government. And I think to start believing that it's all perfect is a little too premature. We have to be naturally skeptical, question, and at the same time as government, like I said, focus on use cases and really get this stuff to make impact.
Right. Finally, here's a question that perhaps an AI tool can't answer. What's your prediction for Maharashtra?
No, I don't need an AI tool for that at all. I think I go with something even more, less predictable, which is exit polls. And
not just in India.
They are even worse trained by data sets. I don't know if they have data sets, but they certainly have very questionable models. No, look, I think it's very clear. Nobody wants to go into the chaos. Karnataka, the state I see, is like a beacon of chaos for the rest of the people of the country to say, we don't want to go down that road. So people of Maharashtra are certainly going to say, we don't want to be like Karnataka, and we want to go with the Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the BJP.
Great. On that note, thank you very much,
thank you.
Sir, as always.
Thank you, Chanda.
Great. Thank you so much, sir. And we heard views from someone who worked closely with the government and clearly has a very strong point of view when it comes to the India AI mission. But we're going to hop, skip and jump from India to Silicon Valley because we have a speaker who's come for the Global AI Conclave all the way from Silicon Valley. He's one of the world's top investors, someone who spotted Snap and Stripe early and is now getting to deploy a whopping $8 billion from his latest fund. To moderate this session is one of the most popular faces from the world of business news, CNBC-TV18's managing editor, Shireen Ban. Now join me in welcoming the speaker, the CEO and MD of General Catalyst, Hemant Taneja. Louder, Bangalore.
Thank you very much, Chandra. I've always maintained this. I think Bangalore or Bengaluru is the best place to do an event because I've never seen a much more engaged audience or more participative audience. So once again, thank you to each one of you for being here this morning. I know it's an early start, but we truly appreciate all of you taking time out on a working day to be with us here at the CNBC-TV18 Moneycontrol Global Conclave. Hemant, what an absolute pleasure to have you join us here at the Conclave. Thank you very much for your time. I know it's been a busy schedule for you as well, so we appreciate you being here this morning. Let's start by talking to you about India, Hemant, and where you see India at this point in time in the context of the kind of investments you're making. As Chandra pointed out, you've got a war chest of $8 billion that you're putting to use, so let's start with the bet on India.
Yeah, look, we're extremely bullish on the opportunity here. One of the main reasons is around this whole thesis we have called global resilience. And if you think about what the world's gone through over the last few years with pandemic, wars, energy crises, all the polarization, every country is thinking about how to make their core industries resilient. And to us, those industries are defense, healthcare, financial services, energy, industrials. These are the same industries we focus on in the US with that same lens as well. And, with the growth market here and the decoupling that's happening between the West and China, India has got an amazing opportunity to be a leader in that. And so the timing is fantastic in that regard. And the other thing I would say is, last few years, some of the IPOs that have happened, I think that's aspirational for the entrepreneurial community here to go do more of that. And so entrepreneurs feel ready, the geopolitics of it is ready, and the country itself is in a high growth phase. So from our standpoint, it's quite interesting.
You talked about IPOs, and let's talk about the big one, which has just happened, and that's Swiggy. And I'll start by talking to you about quick commerce, because that's a bet that you're doubling down on here in India. You've invested in Zepto, which is, of course, now moved to Bengaluru as well. What's the bet on quick commerce? Why is it that quick commerce as a business model has worked here in India? It's being now touted as the big Make in India for the world story, perhaps, at least to start with, Make in India for India story. In fact, Aditya Lalit Palicha calling it the next big UPI-like moment for India. Why do you believe quick commerce is uniquely working in India and your bet on it?
Well, look, first of all, it's a great consumer experience. So when I talk to folks everywhere I travel in India and wherever the service is available, I generally hear very delighted customers. And I think the reason it's interesting for us is not only because quick commerce itself is a good experience, but the infrastructure that's getting built as a result of it, to your point about UPI, is quite profound. And that team, I'm a student of founders that build category-defining companies. I just think Adit and team are incredible, and their aspirations are to think much more beyond quick commerce in terms of what they're trying to build. And we're excited to be part of it.
Let's talk about AI now. And most people that we've been speaking to, companies that are in the midst of driving their own AI capabilities and capacities, as well as people who are on the outside looking at where things stand. And the consensus view is that we're at the infancy of an AI supercycle. How do you see things playing out from here?
Yeah, I think it depends on how you look at it. You would actually say a lot of this started in 2007 when you had iPhone, Facebook Connect, and Amazon Web Services all getting put together, and you went down this digitization of society. That's sort of when it started. And that led to a lot of aggregation of data in the cloud. You started activating AI capabilities that have been around for decades. And you went to, it was big data, then it was machine learning, and then with enough data and compute, you were able to activate the transformers. So one way you could say is actually a continuum.
Yeah.
On the other side, you would say the activation of the language models is an interesting discontinuous moment, and it has some pretty profound implications. And we kind of look at every industry, every business function, and how is it fundamentally going to transform with applied AI, sort of leveraging these tools. And some of the progress we're making in the U.S. with our companies, it's stunning how fast.
Give me examples.
So we do a lot of work in healthcare. It's about 20% of what we do. Over the last year, we have deployed the Scribe tools, and it's in the middle of being deployed in the largest health system in the country, HCA, through a company that I started several years ago called Commure. And we also have a company called Hippocratic AI that's building an agentic nurse. And nurses in the US used to cost $90 an hour, and Hippocratic actually gives you a fully automated, empathetic, agentic nurse at $9 an hour. Transforms how health systems actually think about care models for their team. These are all being deployed enterprise-wide. Most of AI in the enterprise is stuck in pilots. And there's reasons for that, but there are some examples like this that give me a lot of hope that I think as we figure out the deployment models, this stuff's going to impact the adoption of AI quite fast.
So where are we, going from the pilot to actual deployment? Are we closer to that breakout point, the breakout moment?
It depends. So here's the way I think about the problem. At the base level, you have foundational models. There's a lot of capital going in. You've got 6 or 7 folks, and we can debate if India should have its own or not, but there's a lot of capital sort of creating that. Then you have small models being built on top that are industry specific. So Hippocratic was an example of a healthcare model. We're actually doing it in media because that industry wants a clean model. You got biology, sort of every industry. Then you have to think about, do you have the data infrastructure that can deploy these models into the enterprise? And then you say, well, if all that is true, you're essentially introducing an AI workforce, a set of agents sitting next to a set of humans, metaphorically. And if that's what's happening, what is the workflow going to look like in a company? What does a culture look like? Those are complex topics. Yeah. So everybody's doing POCs, but there's a reason why this stuff hasn't been deeply penetrated, except where a few of us are going and sort of taking a system-wide view. But over the next few years, this is where I think progress is going to get made.
You preempted my question, so let me ask you that. The comment that you just made, should India work on having its own LLM? What kind should we actually focus on?
Yeah, so I had this really interesting conversation with one of the business leaders here in India, and he said, rupee was 35 rupees to a dollar in 1990, and today it's mid-80s. Yeah. And that's for the simple reason that we don't have our own energy here. And I think if you take the long view and you said you're not going to have your own intelligence infrastructure or compute infrastructure, that problem is going to keep perpetuating. So if you take the long view, I do think India needs to think about its own infrastructure all the way from semiconductors to foundation models. Now, it's not ready to do all of that today. So I think this has to be a long game, and you know, the right industry and the government itself needs to be thinking about how do you really get there, because otherwise there will be a disadvantage as you know, this technology really starts to power more and more of the economy.
We're probably sitting here in the midst of a lot of startups as well, and this takes me back to, I think, a piece that you and Fareed did for HBR, where you talk about whether startups can actually thrive in an AI era. So let me toss that across to you. Given the fact that at this point in time, the power is being leveraged by big tech, and big tech is really driving the AI game, I mean, what room do startups have to play with?
Yeah, so we wrote that piece because of the observation that when ChatGPT happened, one of the most valuable use cases was actually code generation. And who, from a market share perspective, owns that today? Microsoft with GitHub Copilot. Obviously, there's a bunch of startups we're investing as well. But the value accrued to a big company, not a little company, on a new technological shift. Yeah. So in Silicon Valley, one way to look at our business is we basically fund engineers in different clusters called startups. And the advantage of sort of getting there from an innovation standpoint on infrastructure, if that's accruing to the big companies, well, what are these startups going to do? But on the other side, actually, I'm pretty bullish that AI is not a distribution advantage, it's a transformation advantage, right? Going and transforming labor, workforce, these businesses like I talked about a few minutes ago. So I think the opportunity is changing for what the entrepreneurs need to be doing. It needs to be much more about working with industry and transforming it, as opposed to trying to build tooling infrastructure only, because I do think there the big companies will fundamentally have advantage, because they have the compute, they have the customers, they have the data, they have the capital. So it's the startup advantage in that dimension actually erodes, but in this other dimension, there's a lot to do, and that's a lot of where we're focused, and we call that the applied AI category.
So how's that weighing on the kind of investments that you're making, not just here in India, specific to, of course, the AI bets that you're making, but globally as well?
I want to go back to that matrix that I mentioned, which is what are the language models that we need that are industry specific to transform those industries, and how should work itself get transformed in the enterprise? What is a modern AI marketing department? What does a modern call center look like? What does a modern legal department look like?
Does it have any people?
Well, I think it depends. Some of these are going to be fully automated, and some will have, you know, a human interaction with the agents. And our view is that these AI native enterprises are going to become a thing. These are massive ideas. Like the Hippocratic example I gave, the market opportunity for that in the US is bigger than all of SaaS software combined. All SaaS companies, because you're talking about literally all of labor that's, you know, serving the healthcare industry. So these are massive opportunities. I think they're going to create concentrated winners. But you know, we're heavily bullish that that's a place where startups can have an important role. And everywhere in the last 40 years, labor was offshored. And I think the IT services industry, the call center industry, everybody has to think about this. AI is going to onshore that back in terms of productivity to the Western nations. And that is the opportunity these companies have in front of them.
Well, that's the opportunity, but that also presents by way of challenges to the existing business models that play out. You brought up the onshore-offshore example as just one of them. But Hemant, let's talk about what happens to jobs now in the context of, you know, AI agents and so on and so forth. And at this point in time, industry is saying, look, we're not going to do away with jobs. Jobs are going to be replaced. They're going to be repositioned. They're going to be reimagined. But for somebody who's coming out of an engineering college today as a coder, you know, what should they prepare themselves for? What should we brace ourselves for in terms of what the job market is going to look like over the next 5 to 10 years?
So this is a very complicated question, because it's always clear in the short term, it's somewhat clear in the medium term, and then human imagination can't really figure that in the long term.
Let's start with the short term, because in the long term, we don't know where we're going to be.
Yeah, exactly. So short term, there's a shortage of engineers that know how to do this. I actually think a 10x AI engineer will look different from a 10x traditional software engineer in the way you sort of use these technologies to build products. So there's a whole new category of workers that needs to emerge. In the medium term, a lot of our core industries, if you think about physicians, nurses, teachers, there's a huge shortage of talent to serve them. If you think about taking care of our elderly folks, we don't have a workforce for that. In the US, we think a lot about how do you create that. Mental health, you know, we don't have a workforce that really focuses on that. So I think jobs are going to evolve. And you'll say where it's about productivity, you use AI. Where it's about empathy and human interaction, you're going to end up creating more sort of human jobs. So there's a transformational workforce that's going to happen in the next 15, 20, 25 years. In long term, who knows? We'll see where else our human ingenuity takes us that these machines maybe can't.
Okay, that's short term. Medium to long term, what should be the bets that policymakers, that governments, that academic institutions make to sort of reimagine what this potential future could look like?
I think you have to assume that a lot of the middle class that got created because of offshoring labor is going to go away. Just economics and market forces are such that that's going to get impacted. So the question is, how do you upskill, as a nation to make them be technologically more advanced? I think the current course and speed, otherwise you just have better ways to do these things and much cheaper ways to do things because, compute costs go to zero over time. So I think there is a real important focus there. We have a company that is serving automating call centers. We're actually buying call centers and then AI enabling them, and that leads to a lot of job loss in those markets. Think about countries like Philippines and others. And we are concerned about that. We actually want to work with those governments saying, well, what are you going to do with these people? Because if we don't do it, somebody else will. Market forces are such that these jobs are going to be onshored with AI productivity. So then what are we actually going to do to upskill these folks to create more local opportunity? And I do think the government and business needs to work together in thinking through that.
Yeah, and I think, as you rightly pointed out, this is going to be a complex issue that we need to work through. You talked about the nursing example as one of the use cases as far as AI is concerned. And I know that your ambition at General Catalyst is to try and attempt to solve large, ambitious problems with the use of technology and specifically AI. But in the context of drug discovery, breakthroughs for cancer, and so on and so forth. I mean, those are really the large world-scale problems that we're talking about. Where are we in being able to leverage the power of AI to actually get something going on the ground?
Yeah, so look, we describe ourselves as a global investment and transformation company rather than a venture capital firm. And the whole idea is work with the most ambitious founders, create enduring companies, catalyze ecosystems, and transform industries. And that's sort of the way we think about our work. And, there's industries where AI can be heavily used immediately. So in the services part of it, it's actually pretty applicable already. When you take something like drug discovery, AI can help you maybe identify potential targets, but then you do have to put it in the FDA machine to actually make that work. So some of the way things get done isn't ready for AI to have its full benefit either. So I do think those things are actually going to be slower than people think in how they manifest themselves into a fundamentally different supply chain. And then there's some, like as I said, like different use cases and services where the models are good enough, the economics are strong, the experiences for the end users are going to be great, and you can actually do that stuff today.
I want to address the issue that we were just talking to Rajiv Chandrasekhar about as well, and which is innovation has traditionally always outpaced regulation, and we're seeing this play out even in the context of AI. And whether it's the US or here in India, what should you regulate? How should you regulate? Who should regulate? Who puts in the guardrails? I think all of those are open questions at this point in time. How do you look at the regulatory challenge? How do you also look at the fact that as we enter this AI era, there needs to also be a harmonization as far as regulation is concerned?
So I always think about it at a global level, country level, and then as a company level. At the global level, I think with AI, we just want to make sure we're not developing these technologies in a way that they can be harmful, and all the imagination of the sci-fi companies sort of, you guys can all think about that. At a country level, I think every country needs to think about the fact that if it's going to be a source of competitive advantage, and you regulate progress at the infrastructure layer, you will be disadvantaged. And Europe's the biggest victim of that. We're actually working with different countries and in Brussels on how to think about it in a more forward-thinking, innovative, innovation-friendly way. US is all about, let's have a level playing field and let's make sure we win the infrastructure race. We even created tariffs on technologies to create that advantage.
Export controls.
Everybody's doing that, right? So I think every nation needs to think about, from a development of technology perspective, are they creating a source of competitive advantage and sovereignty around the intelligence layer? At a company level, I sort of look at it as, we can have a responsible innovation mindset around, unintended consequences and try to be forward-leaning about, hey, let's make choices that help minimize those. And those tend to be where technology hits human beings and society as opposed to the infrastructure itself, because infrastructure is neutral. but how we're applying it in healthcare or education. Like, can we make sure we're not leaving people behind? So healthcare should be proactive, affordable, accessible. Are we really building the AI systems in a way that that's what the world's going to look like or not? So I think sort of thinking through these societal systems in the way we build companies and having a responsible AI protocol around that, that's something we also do advocate for.
And do you believe that this needs to be done at the core, at the very design level, as founders look at building out their companies? And I'll ask you this in the context of Snap, for instance, because I just had a conversation with Evan, and he said, look, we were always mindful and conscious of the fact that we wanted this to be a space, a safer space, and hence our problems are very different from the Metas and the TikToks of the world. So at the design stage, as an investor in Snap, do you believe that that's something that founders need to focus much more on?
Yeah, I mean, I spent time with Evan and Bobby. They were on campus at Stanford, and I don't know if folks remember when the app actually started. It was the original place we were getting a lot of traction was sexting. And so we spent a lot of time with them saying, are they creating that, or is technology kind of just going in that direction, and then they have a path to navigate the community into the right directions? And they were very well-intentioned. So I think the mindset and the mechanisms of the company matter. Technology is always neutral. You can see it go in, think about nuclear. You can build bombs, or you can have, clean power. So that digital infrastructure is the same way in a lot of ways. And so to us, it comes down to the mindset of the entrepreneurs and what are they trying to do.
So let's talk about what's happening in the US. You've got a Trump administration that will take office in January. You've also got Elon Musk playing a very crucial role in what government does or doesn't do. What do you make of this Vivek Ramaswamy, Elon Musk combination to unleash the innovation spirit and innovation quotient in America?
Look, it's not a surprise. It goes back to my global resilience comment. Just like every other country needs to think about what's best for them, so the United States is doing the same thing. My personal view is there's some good and some bad in that. I think if you want to build American companies that are uniquely advantaged in the American market, this behavior will serve well. But American companies have actually typically been global companies. And so if we lose followership in the world, we're going to lose that opportunity as well. So I do think sort of being careful about long-term goals of how we build these companies, and prioritize them just as much as how do we make sure the market opportunity in the U.S. is protected for U.S. companies, which is where a lot of that sort of focus is today. I do think that's going to be important, and I'm hopeful that rational behavior will prevail there from a business leadership perspective. So what, the behavior
currently is not rational?
No, I'm not saying it's not irrational. I'm just saying that in the end, I think the CEOs and the founders are going to make the right choices to build companies that truly can be market leaders globally.
We're getting a perspective from you on what's happening in the Valley, and it's been a fairly polarized state of play, to put it mildly. The kind of friction that we're seeing play itself out today, what could the implications be on the way that technology shapes from here on, how technology goes global? Because many of the people that we're talking about are the cast of characters who are probably going to have influence and say in the way that the US determines its policy.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is really the first time politics has really infiltrated the Valley. We've generally stayed away from that. And as a firm, we had made a sort of resolution. We passed a resolution at our board level that we will not take any positions and stay nonpartisan and focus on working with any administration that comes in and be good partners to them from a business standpoint. And I really do believe that is the right way to engage. But some folks are very heated about what they think is a loss of opportunity and what, frankly, this election represents. You do have to respect the democracy and say there's enough people in the country that are being left behind that it needs to be addressed. So I'm not judging it, but I do believe that administrations come and go. As business leaders, we should be thinking about on a much more longer-term horizon than not. And Valley, to me, hasn't been so mature in this area because it's not something we really dealt with before. So I do think it's a new muscle in the Valley.
How are you dealing with it, or how are you going to learn to deal with it since it hasn't been something which has been part of the behavior set so far?
Listen, we engaged a lot with the last administration. I actually did the Responsible AI protocol with Gina Raimondo, Secretary of Commerce, and we're going to engage with the new administration. Our team in DC is actively working with them and making sure we can provide our business perspective in how these industries really ought to be transformed, because that really is what this is about. It's about a transformation of the country's economic systems, and we want to have a voice in it, and we want to bring the entrepreneurs that we work with that can make a difference there.
You're talking about entrepreneurs, and I want to ask you this in the context of what you're seeing happen here in India. Of course, the IPO market is one of the big changes that we've seen. Exit options are real now. But what do you see as the big difference between founders and the way that they're thinking about running their businesses today, building their businesses today, versus maybe 10 years ago?
Well, I think the business has changed fundamentally, because before it was the role of technology company was to be an efficiency enabler in different industries and for consumers. Now the ambition and the opportunity for entrepreneurs is far greater, right? We actually have gone from selling software to doctors to building healthcare institutions, selling insurance solutions to actually building insurance companies. So I think that ambition is greater, and the duration it takes to build those companies is greater. So the very best entrepreneurs are just taking on bigger and bigger problems, and that's actually one of the places where we're trying to actively innovate. I don't think the traditional venture capital product that we had as an offering for founders is enough for those founders to build companies that are going to take 20, 30, 40 years and can play a role in these transformations. So we're also innovating to say, what else do they need? And can we actually create the financial apparatus as well as an ecosystem apparatus for them to be successful at that?
You talked about the change in mindset as well as ambition and aspiration of Indian founders, the aspiration to build companies here in India and to take them global. We've seen that play out successfully as far as the SaaS story is concerned. Where do you see that next big wave, so to speak?
Look, I think when you look at how India is going to transform its own core sectors, every one of those, and you're seeing this in the financial services sector already, is an opportunity to leapfrog the world. And if you can make it work here, you're making it work at scale, and you're making it work with a significant cost effectiveness by definition. Well, that gives you the opportunity to be globally competitive. And so I think the work that gets done in thinking about the healthcare infrastructure here, the work in advanced manufacturing, the supply chain that's getting created, every one of these industries that I referenced earlier, you theoretically should be able to create companies that become massive in India, but then have the opportunity to keep compounding because they should have a global opportunity.
So how much of that war chest is actually going to be deployed and put to use here in India?
Said approximately about 10-ish%. I mean, I think that's a number that generally feels right in the context of how much capital is generally getting deployed here. But I do think over time, if we're right about the opportunity here, that number is also going to grow, as we think about the next few years.
I was watching the podcast that you did where you talk about some of the lessons learned over the past 20 years of being an investor, and you said humility is one of the big ones that you had to not just sort of learn, but also nurture as an attribute that you value. Why is that?
Well, none of us have a view into the future, and the problem is as you become part of more and more companies that have gone and changed the world, it creates a lot of bias in your mind.
Is there an AI bias today?
Yeah, well, we'll see what happens with these companies. But I do think, I actually went to one of my partners who runs our healthcare fund 2 years ago, and I said, I've done so much in healthcare that everywhere I look, I see problems. But that's because I've lost my ability to be first principled about innovating. 10 years ago, that was not the case. I was like, I need to take a break, because I'm just going to make mistakes otherwise. And I just think the problem, the curse of being an investor is the more you know, the less likely you're going to bet on the most interesting ideas, because your own thinking gets in the way. It's the opposite of being an operator. The more you know it, the more sort of successful you are at operating, because you can build teams and execute. So I think keeping a nimble mind gets harder and harder the longer you do it. And so it gets hard to sustain great returns over time.
Let me ask you this in the context of AI and consumers. We're now talking about AI PCs, we're talking about wearables and so on and so forth. In terms of form factors, and how AI is actually going to touch the lives of regular people like you and me, what should we expect? I mean, what does the future look like? What is exciting at this point in time?
I couldn't tell you. I think, did we know in 06 it was going to be the iPhone was going to be the phone metaphor? And we see a lot of technology. People are innovating with earpieces because voice is interesting. There's so much interface technology that's being developed. It's kind of interesting. AR, VR is maturing. It's going to have a life of its own as well. I think it's going to be interesting to see how do we interface with it. With the intelligence, that's getting built. I have a better idea of how to anticipate what that could be than like how are we going to use this, because consumer ideas are very hard to foresee. You know.
So,
And I do think consumer is going to become a very interesting area now to unleash the power of AI and how we consume it.
over the next few years, 5 years, or is it still going to be a longer horizon?
I think next few years. We're already seeing more and more entrepreneurial energy around consumer.
So what do we've talked about the opportunities at this point in time, and the headroom for growth seems immense given everything that we know today. But what do you foresee as the big challenges? What do you see as the big risks? What could be the speed bumps?
So in India, it's a culturally a different place than investing in the U.S. And the reason is because the incumbent businesses are extremely entrepreneurial themselves. And so I think when you think about industries transforming, how much of that's going to be done by the larger conglomerates because they themselves are so entrepreneurial?
Do monopolies worry you?
I won't use that word, but like versus new startups. And so our view has been collaborating around the emerging entrepreneurs and the existing entrepreneurs and innovating sort of together. It's sort of an interest. It's a theory that I have that might be able to build new companies that can endure and be interesting. I think traditional venture capital by itself, is that going to lead to what percentage of transformation of the country is going to be done by that? Probably less than what some of the bigger companies are going to do themselves because they are very ambitious.
Since we're talking about risk, let me ask you about a potential risk specific to India, and I'm sure it plays out different ways in different jurisdictions, but ownership. Indian ownership versus foreign ownership, and a large part of the venture funding has come in on account of foreign capital at this point in time. So a large number of the Indian startups are technically foreign owned. Perhaps a change in the regulatory environment in India, is that a concern potentially as a foreign investor?
That concerns me less. The dynamics of the regulatory environment concerns me more. I think what you want is stability to say, here's the framework. And obviously, India is on this growth path, so it itself is figuring out what those frameworks should be. So there's like a lot of innovation in policy itself. And that induces risk in, well, what policies are you building the companies towards, like what happened in fintech here. So for me, part of the collaboration, I think, that can happen between the entrepreneurial and the business community and the government is around just stabilizing what those frameworks are, because then you know what your guardrails are in which you have to operate. And whatever those ratios are is fine, because the opportunity is so large. I think entrepreneurs will figure out how to adapt to that.
So you're reviewing the bet on fintech in India, considering what we've seen happen in the last few months?
We have companies here in fintech, and there's been such amazing innovation done thanks to Nandan and others that there's a lot that can be done here, but kind of depends on what is that regulatory regime going to be.
So Hemant, let me end by asking you, how much of AI are you using on a daily basis? I mean, and how much of social are you using today? I mean, are you actively on X, or given the polarization that we're currently seeing play out, I mean, do you see yourself staying on the platform, exiting the platform? What's the point of view?
So on AI, we use products like Glean. We're actually thinking a lot about how do we transform ourselves with AI, and there's a whole initiative in the firm to execute that over the next couple of years. I think on social, I've generally stayed away from it. I think over-engaging with social forces you to go to the fringe. If you're actually playing the game of being relevant and viral on these things, then I'd like to keep my sanity. So.
Likely to keep your sanity, so stay off social, that's the message. So what does that mean in terms of investing in those companies in the future?
I think that we absolutely look at investing in those companies. We did Snap, we did Discord. We'll look at what the next set of companies are, but we always think about, again, the mindset of the founders. What are they trying to cultivate? And we've learned a lot from this last generation of social and what worked well, what didn't. And I do think new innovation will happen there.
Let me end by asking you a quick question on valuations and where you see valuations at this point in time. We've seen a lot of the froth coming off. Do you believe that we're done with the correction, or is there still more room?
Well, markets in the U.S. are extremely buoyant right now.
But we haven't seen any new IPOs.
But I think IPO market is going to open up second half of next year once the new administration settled in. There's a lot of companies that should be public, but no one was going to go in uncertainty around what their administration is going to look like. So I do think that's going to open up. And with the excitement in the public markets, it probably takes 6 to 9 months before it starts impacting the private markets. So Let's see how long this momentum sustains around the excitement in the markets. But long term, I do think the IPO market is going to open up, and we're excited about that over the next 6 to 12 months.
Hemant, it's been an absolute pleasure. Many, many thanks for joining us here at the CNBC-TV18 Moneycontrol Global AI Conclave. Appreciate your time, and thanks very much for being here with us. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Hemant Taneja.
Thank you for those insights, Hemant and Shireen. And I'm sure founders were taking notes and are now perfecting their pitches. Moving on from Silicon Valley to the Middle East, this, ladies and gentlemen, is truly a global AI conclave. Our next speaker is from the UAE, which is emerging as one of the hottest AI hubs. UAE is G42, which is planning to build supercomputers, AI-ready data centers in India, and much more. So to find out more on how UAE is collaborating with India, I would first like to call on stage Chandra Shrikant. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause. Also, put your hands together for our next speaker, Ashish Pekoshi, COO, Inception AI. Chandra, over to you.
First of all, I have to thank Ashish because he just flew in from Abu Dhabi at what time?
4 a.m.
You got your coffee and everything?
Yeah, if my answers are slightly convoluted, it's because of overdose of caffeine. Yeah.
Great. So Ashish said that, he would like questions from the audience. So I'm just going to take 5-10 minutes of his time, and then let's make it interactive, because he said otherwise I might just doze off on stage, and we don't want him to do that. But, Ashish, first take us through G42 and Inception. So, G42 is UAE's big bet when it comes to AI. You count Mubadala as an investor. But take us through their ambitions, what you've done in UAE, and what you plan to do in India, because you've already built a supercomputer. I think it's the Condor Galaxy. You also have the JACE, which is an Arabic LLM. And you have plans for a Hindi LLM in India as well. So take us through those plans.
First of all, good afternoon, and thank you for having me, Chandra. So it's a pleasure to join this group, truly global AI conclave. I know when you expected someone from Middle East, it was not me. It was a different look, but just to give you some...
But I think Malayalis have sort of taken over the Middle East, so it's fine.
I'm close to the former union minister's district where he just mentioned. And nevertheless, I'd like to introduce G42. It's actually, I've been with the G42 ecosystem since inception. I was one of the first 10 employees there when it started off in 2018 as a startup. The G42 it's not rocket science, it just stands for the word Group 42. We had a debate on how to name the organization, but since we were building a supercomputer and we were a bunch of geeks, there's a book called The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy where a supercomputer was built and a question was asked on what is the answer to the universe, life, and everything, and after millions of years, an answer came 42. And since we're sort of in the same space, we thought to just make it more simpler, we'll just call ourselves Group 42. So back to your question. So yes, G42 is a technology holding company now. It wasn't a couple of years back. So we started off with building data centers, and I think as the previous speaker mentioned, I think it's essential you have a long-term view, and we were fortunate to be in the UAE with a large vision. We started off with data centers. On top of that, we built infra and GPUs. I was previously, prior to 60 days back, the CEO of G42 Healthcare and the Group Chief Operating Officer for an enterprise called M42, which is the healthcare wing. We grew that organization from 1 employee to 20,000 employees, all leveraging AI. So similar to that, we have a number of enterprises on verticals, M42 on the healthcare. We've got Presight on fintech, smart cities, Space 42 in geospatial. So collectively, we are known as sort of an intelligence grid, where we sort of equate AI to electricity, where we combine these two all together and provide power. So how G42 works to support the ambitions there. We've done similar to the previous speakers. So we focused on use cases. What are those use cases that we can make maximum impact? And I do want to touch upon, again, healthcare, because the previous host also mentioned drug discovery and healthcare. In the UAE, we've done a program called the Genome Program, where we have sequenced all the citizens there. And now using AI and tech, at a click of a button, you can identify people who are at risk, be it on breast cancer, colorectal cancer. And this is all not possible if you don't have a data center, you don't have computing, you don't have AI models built on that. So that's the space that G42 operates. And to your question specifically, yes, we worked on and built the first Arabic large language model. Is called JACE. Our nomenclature is named after the largest mountains worldwide. JACE is the largest mountain in the UAE. We also
Galaxy and mountains, getting inspiration from.
And following suit, when the leadership of the UAE visited India, there was a MOU that was signed between the Ministry of Investment in the UAE and also with the Ministry of Electronics and IT, where G42 was nominated as the partner to execute 3 main missions with India in partnership with local entities. One was on building digital infrastructure, built AI models, and also on supercomputing. We announced another mountain peak called Nanda, which was the Hindi large language bilingual model. It's now open source and it's available on Hugging Face. So that's in a nutshell what G42 does. Happy to take any more questions around that.
Just to follow up on that, you mentioned the MOU, and I think it was a very expansive plan that you set out, right? From data centers in India to helping with a Hindi LLM. As far as execution is concerned, where is G42 in India today? What other plans do you have?
So the MOU was expansive, focused predominantly on building data centers, supercomputers, AI models. We have an execution arm now in India. Manu, he was supposed to join us on stage. He's the CEO of G42 India. And their mission is to take the solutions that we have there in India, in the UAE, and deploy it here in India. So absolutely, we are ready, and the plan is in motion, and you should hear more updates on that soon.
Right. What do you make of where India is currently as far as AI is concerned? We have some very prominent AI investors here from Axel, Peak, Lightspeed, Premji Invest. But in terms of the groundswell that you see here, where do you see the action happening? Is it foundational layer? You have companies like Sarvam and Kritrim, or are you seeing more happening at the use case level?
I think it's on both cases. Now, India offers something that I might be biased considering my background. The quality of engineering talent, the entrepreneurial spirit, the sort of digital canvas, and the ability to scale software, that's what India has. And I think India will, I'm pretty confident, to sort of ride the AI wave. And what G42 wants to do is, what we've done since 2018 is a playbook of deployment all the way on data centers to infra to GPUs to commercial AI solutions from different verticals of healthcare all the way to fintech. How do we partner with companies in India and find the right use cases that can create maximum impact? And that's the mission what G42 is focused on.
Do you have an investment outlay when it comes to India that you will invest, say, X amount in a year or 2 years or 3 years?
So as part of Inception, I don't, but G42 has partnered with another sovereign fund who is an investor in G42. It's called Mubadala, and they formed an investment arm called MGX. They are currently investing on pure AI, and they're working across multiple portfolios, not just on large foundation model building companies, but also commercially possible use cases. So whichever company that can potentially partner with the UAE ecosystem, obviously you stand up on the sheet for potential investment there.
Right. In terms of the applications that you're seeing, you mentioned, healthcare, drug discovery, it was discussed.
Sure.
But where else do you see scope, for a market like India?
So immediately, I would say on the current use cases, some of the Inception solutions that we are currently working on, we are industry agnostic. Inception is the new entity within the G42 universe focused pure on AI native solutions. I was asked to move from the healthcare space to build this from scratch, and our focus is predominantly fine-tuning models and building custom models as a service for any partner. We have an AI platform, and I think the initial speaker, along with the, I think it was at Intel, where they talked about an agentic AI platform. We have an AI platform that can be deployed right now on multiple corporate use cases. So I would sort of change the question on what's short-term, mid-term, and long-term. Short-term, I think everyone is using AI for productivity improvement, cost optimization, efficiency improvement. We have current solutions deployed at multiple corporates in the UAE. It could be on just a procurement navigator of just ensuring you can find cost optimization across the procurement cycle. We have an investment AI piece where all the way from deal sourcing to sort of come up and agnostically not vote emotionally to a particular deal and come up with conclusion whether this is
I think this should worry analysts working in VC firms.
No, I think it's just sort of validating, and our portfolio has always re-emphasized. AI is not, I don't think it's all about replacing jobs, but augmenting this decision-making process. So that's the space now Inception is currently playing on a corporate AI piece, whether it be from procurement, investment. We've got a board navigator piece, which is now currently deployed in our board meetings. So that's an immediate decision-making process. But second, I think focused into the niche data centers. I think we just announced a partnership with AIQ on deploying something called an energy AI piece, where we are working with the largest oil company in Abu Dhabi to understand their seismic data sets and coming up and with upstream, downstream use cases. So that's where the role, I think, huge impact where AI can play immediately itself.
Right. You know, we had different points of view in the previous two sessions, right? You had the former minister Rajiv Chandrasekhar advocating that, you know, we should have a use case based approach, which is what the government of India is also doing. But you also had Hemant Taneja of General Catalyst saying that, you know, we must also invest in the infra, in AI infra and, you know, semiconductors and so on, because otherwise India will lose out. You know, is there a middle path? Can we do both? Or is it not an either-or situation? What do you make of it?
I think it should be a hybrid approach based on the decision makers. Now, if it were me, I think I would follow the approach that I believe infrastructure is the key to the next digital economy. If you don't do it now, you would always be doing catch-up and will be dependent on another country to provide you that sort of service. That decision needs to be made now, but it's easy for me to say because the investment required in a country like India is not straightforward. But the right approach, I guess, would be hybrid. Ensure AI is applied on the right use cases that create impact while not losing focus on the North Star that you would need a digital infrastructure connected in a distributed manner that crosses regions, industries, and eventually, hopefully, globally. And that's where actually AI can play a true role. If it's connected globally, and especially with the size of India, I mean, the cost of inference and training would come down immediately, and you would have immediate commercial use cases there.
But what role should the government play here? Because, you know, you have the UAE government's blessing, you have huge money from Mubadala, and this requires a lot of investments. So and India, I think, has an overall outlay of over 10,000 crore for its India AI mission, and it's split across different things. It's not just GPUs, there's a training angle to it, there's a skilling angle to it. What role should the government play?
I think the government should play an enabling role. The UAE, I can talk about on behalf of the UAE government, back in 2017, or was it 2018, I'm not sure, they announced the world's first minister of AI, when at that time AI was a buzzword. And we had a ministry of AI but to set regulations on how to deploy AI across, and they had identified which were the sectors, and healthcare was nominated as the first sector where to apply. That could be a start where you start
Set up a ministry of AI, another ministry?
There is a ministry.
When we are talking about the US cutting down on
I can talk about UAE, and hence, yes, it helped a lot because it was sort of an incubation arm for the government to turbocharge a lot of startups in the UAE, and at that time G42 was a startup, and I think that sort of forward vision is essential. And again, talking about the UAE, it was one of the first countries to actually deploy a university of artificial intelligence. It's called MBZ UAI. And that's the reason I said, let's maybe suggest a hybrid model, focus on infrastructure, focus on the education, and most importantly, awareness. I sometimes wear a sales hat and I walk into enterprises saying, why don't you apply AI? And immediately it's all about, is this guy going to take my job? No, it's about, if you don't adopt it, eventually yes. But that awareness and the education, and remove the fluff from all the fiction of what are the true use cases of AI and how can it be applied right now, and how we can invest in partnership to focus on that North Star.
Right, we have, I think, 5 minutes. So, sure. Ashish, very quickly, in terms of, the investment opportunities that you will look at in India, data centers is one piece, LLM is one piece. Will you also look at co-investing with funds here? Is that something you're already doing? What kind of pipeline do you see, deal pipeline for G42?
From G42 ecosystem, I do believe we are uniquely positioned because we are one of the few companies in the world that has data centers, it has infra, GPU, Microsoft has invested in us. We have
full stack.
Yeah, we have the full stack. So it's easy for us to choose each portfolio and work on. If it's a healthcare enterprise, we have an actual hospital which is deployed right now there. If it is within fintech and smart city, we have a geospatial, and there's a company called Space42. So it's the entire ecosystem where we are currently looking for partners. And our success as a startup in 2018 within 6 years to where we are is because we identified strong partners and who we took along during this journey. And that's our mission in India. How do we find that partner who can not only turbocharge our growth, but also eventually it's mutually beneficial here?
Right. Apart from founders, investors, technologists, we also have students in the room. What would your advice be to a 21-year-old today, 20-year-old today, who's grappling with all these changes on a daily basis, weekly basis?
That's a tough question. Now, I would say be adaptable. I think that's essential in this time and universe. Don't be an expert in one field, but be adaptable to pivot, because technology is changing by the second. Every day we see something new coming out. The ability to adapt. When I was a student, I can say I was not. I was just, as they saw, the previous speaker had mentioned, jugaad. There was a lot of jugaads. There was a lot of mugging happening. But I think the essential part is just adapt. And in this time and world where you can actually, literally plagiarize stuff and push it across, focus on what you want to be and ensure that you can adapt to learning different languages and ensuring that is applied to actual use cases that creates impact.
Great. On that note, thank you very much, Ashish. Great talking to you. Thank you all. Thank you very much. And a huge round of applause. Thank you so much again for flying in all the way this morning for our event.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ashish, for that engaging conversation. We'll definitely look forward to your India AI plans. And thank you, Chandra. Time now for our next session. Silicon Valley is investing in artificial intelligence, and so is the UAE. But where are venture capitalists in India putting their money in? Let's find out from India's top VCs. Setting the stage for discussion is Tushar Goenka from Moneycontrol. And ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our panelists. Joining him on the stage are Shailesh Lakhani, Managing Director, Peak 15 Partners. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause. Hemant Mohapatra, Partner, Lightspeed India. Prayank Swaroop, the Partner at Axel. Manjot Pava, Head of Early Stage Technology Investments, Premji Invest. Tushar, over to you.
Okay, guys, thank you so much for braving the traffic and coming here today, this morning. This is truly a power-packed panel. I mean, every founder here wants to either pitch to you or stay away from you guys. So I'm fortunate enough to be sitting with you. Perfect. I want to kick open this panel and asking each of you. First, I want to get a sense of what the AI ecosystem is right now and how hot it is in India. So, Priyank, I'll start with you, please, from Excel. Just talk to me about how many applications do you get in a day or in a week, however you want to, whatever time frame you want to do on AI, and how many do you filter out? What's the, filter rate like? Just give me a sense of that, please.
Okay. First of all, thank you for having me here, and congratulations for Moneycontrol on 10 crore plus viewers.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, we launched, a short data point, we launched Axel Atoms like 2 months back. We've got now over 1,100 applications for the program. So just tells you the number of startups, and it's a good view of the market as to how many startups are doing what in different spaces. I think in terms of selection, I think that's a much harder question to answer.
That's what we want to know.
I think to give you some sense, we'll end up with probably 4 or 5 companies in the whole program itself. But from Axel perspective, we do a lot more than just Axel Atoms, right? So I think we have already invested in the last 2 months in maybe 5, 6 AI startups as well. So yeah, I mean, that's a good, every other week we're investing in an AI company.
Perfect. Right, so 1,100 applications, 4 to 5 investments. Yeah. Hemant, you please from Lightspeed.
Yeah, we focus quite a lot on seed and Series A. In any given year, maybe we would see about 500 companies in enterprise and about the same, maybe a little bit more on the consumer side. Right now, we are tracking about 300 very actively in the India, Southeast Asia market. I would say maybe about 50% of them have AI native use cases, and then the remaining will have AI somewhere embedded in the workflow or the way they produce content or the way they service customers. So, look, we are at a point in time where a new wave is going to get permeated across every single category. So we don't think of it as an AI investment or not an AI investment, the same way people would not say this is an internet investment or not. It is going to play a role in every single part of the knowledge economy and all industries.
Perfect. Shailesh, you from Peak, please. How many applications? What's the filter rate like, please?
Yeah, we have our search program, and we get lots of applications. I don't remember the exact number. It's not that meaningful.
A ballpark, but
it's in the thousands for sure. Mm-hmm. I think that though, with respect to AI, there's still not enough going on in India. It's great that you guys are organizing this event and trying to bring this more to the forefront. But there's so many potential use cases, as Hemant just described, that it should be impacting many more things than it is. And I don't think that enough people are sort of leveraging its potential or trying and playing with it as much as they should.
Perfect. Manjot, I'll come to you. Priyank said 1,100, Hemant said 500, Shailesh said in the thousands. And Premji has a beautiful portfolio, right? Poolside, Galileo, Canva, all of it. You tell me, how is it happening? How much is it? Do you see enough? Do you also not see enough action? How is it happening?
Continuing on that thread of a different lens, we also invest in the US, we invest in India, and we go all the way from Series A to pre-IPO. So my perspective on the number of startups, I think we're finally seeing a lot of activity. It's again going back to Shailesh's point, maybe not enough. In the US, it's a flood. It's a flood where you see nothing but AI. I can even say maybe we're going through the 3rd generation of AI startups in the US, whereas in India, I think the 1st generation is yet to sort of settle in. The indicators are there. Even if you look at the YC applications, again, I don't have specific numbers on hand, but the number of AI startups coming from India, again, exploded massively. But the number that actually make it through are small. So this is a good sort of nutshell view of what's happening. I think, we're finally seeing founders trying to start companies, but when they'll actually be able to compete at a global scale, that remains to be seen.
Okay, perfect. The other day I actually heard someone say that, I'm building with AI is the new Tu Janta Hai Mera Baap Kaun Hai. So, but we still have a lot to do. Manjot, stay with me here, please, and just tell me, talk to me about the top 3 metrics that you, kind of evaluate when you get an AI pitch that makes the cut and reaches you, please. And I'll come over to you later.
I think that's a very nuanced question. a very nuanced answer to that question. It really, really depends. If you're building an LLM from scratch, for sure the research capabilities of the team matter a lot. What kind of companies and projects they've done, those kind of things matter a lot. If you're building an application, let's say building a vertical application in healthcare, your experience selling to that target segment matters a lot, your understanding of the problem statement. So it really varies. If you're building consumer, your consumer knows matters a lot. it's less about the technology specifically, but more about the application. So I don't think there's one answer to the metrics or threshold.
Perfect. Shailesh, would you have any specific metrics?
I mean, the one metric we look at for every type of business, whether you're selling sneakers or personal care goods or you're selling software, is retention.
All right.
Is how much do customers who've used your product come back and like it? I think that is something that is super important, that you can, if that is good, usually the lifetime value of a customer is enough, and you can spend money to acquire customers, but the customer should fundamentally like the product.
Perfect. Retention is a more overarching theme across businesses, so nothing specific for AI?
Again, AI is an enabling technology. It will help businesses to do new things that they probably couldn't do before. And it will still have the same characteristics of any sort of business. It will need to get customers. It will need for those customers to like what they do. The customers need to come back. So don't look at it very differently.
Okay, perfect. Priyank, I'll come to you, please. Would you have any metrics, specific metrics that you track?
I don't think there's a metric, but there's a framework for me, or some standing out. Like one is definitely innovation, right? So a lot of companies today, if they have to compete in the AI world, they need to have a differentiated tech. It could be algorithms, it could be, I mean, just to give you an example, like we are looking at companies which are working on graph transformers, merging two different technology patterns together, intersection of robotics and AI. So these are interdisciplinary systems. So the team needs to have interdisciplinary systems. I don't think pure software by itself is going to change industry. So you need to have different sciences come together. So that's what excites me a lot. And I think second is data. Right? So, I mean, what kind of proprietary data the company has access to, be it through customers, be it through some models they are using. I think those are the things which I try to look for. What is the edge? What's the moat for the company? And typically these two tend to be the moats, like the team and the data.
Perfect. And Hemant, you?
I mean, look, I'll push back on the question. I think this goes back to Manjot's earlier point. Like in the US, we are seeing people building third-generation companies, and here we are sitting at first generation. I think we need to zoom out and think about the big picture a lot more often across the venture industry and the founder that are building into this wave. It's almost like somebody has discovered oil and people are building engines, and we're asking how many spokes does your wheel have? Like, who cares? What is important is you're building a car, right? So when we think about these new opportunities, we do really care about what is it that you are building today that was just impossible to build a year ago. So we are seeing companies that are reducing 10-step processes to 0-step processes.
All right.
10 hours to 10 seconds, not 1 hour, but 10 seconds. That's the bar right now. So I would really encourage founders to not focus on 1 or 2 metrics that have been given, because every VC who's making investments here knows that you give me a number for revenue, and you tell the founders that, hey, 1 million and come back. They will build a 1 million business and come back to you, but you still may not make an investment because, well, it's a single customer company. Who cares about 1 million? It may churn out tomorrow. So again, a single metric is not important. What is important is, do you have the vision? Do you have the capability? And are you really solving a core problem using AI in interesting ways that allows you to build a company that was just not possible, because that's the only wedge you have today as a new startup. So that's what I think we should be talking more about.
Perfect. I want to extend that point. I mean, Manjot did shed light on the US ecosystem. In India, there's always this debate about LLMs versus applications, right? We had Hemant Taneja from General Catalyst earlier. He said in the long term, India should have their own its own LLMs, right? From semiconductors to applications. What's your view, please, Hemant?
So we do see global markets. We are investors in Servam in India. We invest in Mistral in Europe. We investors in Anthropic, XAI, Stability in the US. I mean, look, right now the world is being dominated by two laws. One is a law of teraflops per watt, and the other one is a law which is called the scaling laws. In India, if you sort of unpack these 2 laws, there is a bunch of work that is happening in the data center ecosystem, in the chip ecosystem, that I think is interesting. And there's a relationship between these 2 laws. The scaling laws are about algorithm improvements, data, and compute.
All right.
India has the talent to build new ASICs for AI. 25% of Intel sits out of India, 25% of AMD sits out of India. So I think India does have the talent to build the next ASIC. But it is not going to be easy. It is going to be capital intensive. It will require not just design talent, but marketing, business, positioning talent, manufacturing, and packaging talent. So I think it's a tough It's a tough ask, but we have the talent to do it. And we are in the talent business, so we are looking for companies there. Data, I would say, it's much more interesting for us. Who do you think has the largest audio data in the world? It's T-Series. The next Suno of the world should be coming out of India. Who do you think has the largest call center data in the world for customer complaints, both textual and audio? It's India. Who do you think has the largest video corpus in the world? That's Bollywood. We should be building foundation models for these sort of use cases. So we have a data advantage. Who do you think has the largest biological data in the world, population scale? It is India. So we should be building these models and coming out of this part of the world. But that's back to Shailesh's question. We are not seeing enough of this happening. The third is the third is algorithms. That's a much harder problem. It requires almost like an R&D ecosystem that needs to have been built 20 years ago. China made that effort, and now they are really ahead. US has had that for decades. India is just picking up there. So I don't really think that we have the talent today existing in the market. We can pull it from other markets to build a new foundation model.
Okay.
So my advice to founders is play the wars you are capable of winning today.
All right.
If you are amazing at raising billions of dollars, go raise that money and build a new foundation model. But if you're not, that's a big boys game.
All right. Solid advice there from Hemant. Shailesh, I'll come to you. What's your view on the LLMs versus applications, please?
Building on what Hemant said, there are so many new things possible today with AI in applications. For most founders, that seems like the most straightforward place to start. And even the global race for models may only be won by hyperscalers who have large free cash flow machines and other businesses that let them invest. Like if scaling laws are truly holding and you need a $100 billion cluster, that just may not be available in the private markets for a smaller or for a startup company. And applications, there's just so many ideas from grading vegetables or to processing an insurance claim faster or to being able to analyze a pattern in a company's data. There's just a zillion problems to solve. And we should have way more people trying to do those things today.
All right. Manjot, you've backed a lot of application companies. That's why I'm asking you. Premji.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, building on what Hemant again said, definitely there's a lot of places where eventually, hopefully, we'll have many more outcomes coming out of India. But the most obvious thing to start with is by far applications. In fact, there was an explosion of infrastructure startups. So, I agree with the picks and shovels theory, but there are too many picks and shovels and barely any applicants to be using those picks and shovels. So I think the next generation of companies that I'm really excited about is by far just the application layer. There are a lot of revenue pools and a lot of efficiencies that can be gained with just the sensible application of AI, where it completely alters the delivery of the software, where it completely maybe even complements it with services, which again is a very, very, very strong strength that we have. So I think we should learn how to also leverage some of the strengths that we do have and continue building out things that are easily sort of winnable in the short term as well.
Perfect. Priyank, you, Axel is team LLM or team applications, please.
See, I actually reject the whole premise of using LLMs versus applications simply because I think if you're trying to fight like Hemant said, right, LLM what is already done in a way, right? So we are all talking about AI today. I think OpenAI formed 7 years back. So what is it happening today which people are discovering the truth right now, which will happen 7 years, which will be in 4-7 years later is the search. Is all of us what we try to do. And I think finding the new, like for example, LLMs, the transformer model itself is changing. Now you have graph transformers, vision transformers. People have said the transformer model itself is old now, so you have something new which is supposed to come up. So at least the way I think about this is folks who are finding what is going to happen 7 years from now and trying to invest in that is what I would try to find, whether it be LLMs, apps, or actually I think it's completely new technology, and that's what we are searching for. Otherwise, we are just playing second fiddle to Silicon Valley all the time.
So. Understood. Perfect. And Priyank, I'm going to put you on the spot and ask you if I were to draw comparisons between the Indian ecosystem and the US or Europe for that instance, what are the sweet spots? What are the gaps, especially with AI startups here? Would you have a view on that, please?
I think just adoption of AI by customers is just very low. Today, let's say, if you take consumer, for example, like how many of us actually have taken a ChatGPT subscription in India, $20 per month, we won't, right? But it is highly useful. Like, how many of us use Perplexity? Yes, it is popular tool, but in India, it might not be as popular. Similarly, in businesses side, we are all building for apps, investing for applications, but our businesses don't use AI applications. So typically, I think that's the biggest gap. The user feedback for improving solutions exists more in the Western world than in India. So a typical Indian founder has to just quickly build the product and get feedback from the US. That's my view. I find a lot more Indian founders sitting in the US, building for US market, and then coming to India.
All right.
They might not even come to India
So
at
they can
all.
fine-tune the model by then.
I mean, just building better applications, right?
Okay.
So, and I think that's a big difference.
Right. Hemant, would you have similar views?
Yes, I mean, look, globally we are seeing like a very bimodal nature of the category. On the extreme left are companies. I mean, on the extreme left are the big categories: the ASICs, the data centers, energy. That's what we see, and I think there is a lot of clarity that those are going to be very big categories, and they attract a lot of dollars, but they're also, going to become more commodity. And what wins in commodity is not product differentiation; it's more about price. And then you can, if you raise a lot of capital, you can price it down. And those are the winners that we are starting to see a lot. On the extreme right is the consulting firms, the PricewaterhouseCoopers, the Accenture. Accenture apparently has $1.5 billion in AI revenue alone. Those are two very clear dimensions in this bimodal nature of the category. Everything in the middle is a toss-up. Anybody who says that they know how that's going to play out is basically fooling themselves, I think. But these are interesting places where startups can actually play. So we are looking at, across the world, we are looking at foundational model companies that I talked about. We're looking at middleware. I think middleware, personally for me, has been the hardest category to figure out because the foundation models may absorb that layer, can build into it, and they are themselves not very static in the way they evolve. And on the other side of the middleware layer is the application layer. And we only have one single application, as Priyank mentioned, one or two perhaps, that have reached 100 million plus user scale. So people don't know what applications will scale and what would they want from the middleware layer. So it's the hardest part. But then, yeah, we are looking at across the board. That's the job we've got. And when we find interesting founders with interesting technologies and approaches, we go on a journey with them.
Understood. Shailesh, you? The sweet spots versus the gaps, India and the Western world.
Yeah, I think, as Hemant said, we should just use our strengths. The data that we have in India to solve different types of problems is a huge advantage that we're not using enough. I think we've been used as a back office by lots of global model companies for a long time. And we need to start leading in some of these areas versus just being a back-end partner. I think the creation of a new model also will be something that comes out of that. Once we start on applications, I think, look, the first generation of application companies will just do something a little bit better and faster with AI. But that will be quickly caught up in a couple of years. You will use your data advantage to roll your own model, which will give you some more fundamental advantage. And that's something, a game that I think we can do very, very well at.
Perfect. Understood. Manjot, you?
I think I like this point around how the LLM itself will come out from within maybe some of these applications that they try to build and, maybe let's say improve accuracy or improve some of the other aspects of that the generic models are not giving to them through data or through other means. So I think the gap between the India and US, going back to my earlier point of just leveraging strengths, I think the fact that we have services is a strength. The fact that now finally people are realizing maybe the way to make software even more sticky is by complementing it with services, and that services model that we do have. Secondly, the fact that services themselves can really sort of fundamentally change in nature and not be be closer to the efficiencies of a software product with the transformational powers of just an AI model, AI solution. So I think that may be one of the strengths to leverage for sure. The other things as, back office operations go, the fact that we do have data to maybe train those models faster, quicker, more accurate, and control that end-to-end, supply chain of giving a solution to customers, giving the AI product as the lead, and then circling back with the services component. I think those are some of the ideas where there are gaps still, which I think Indian startups can sort of attack.
Understood. Even our earlier session said, I think Hemant from General Catalyst said that, they're buying out call centers and automating a lot of the work. So that, perfect. My last question, Priyanka, I'll start with you. Do you have any favorite applications or applications that you're most excited about?
Well, I mean, I'm most excited about is the intersection of robotics and AI, to be honest. And I think it's a very 5-6 months ago, a small aha moment. I think I kept it said it many times. A Bangalore-based startup pitched to me. They had a plushie toy for kids, and they had LLM inside it.
Oh, wow.
And the plushie toy could basically learn the personality of the child, talk to them about jokes, could chirp them up, could build confidence. It could also send them down the rabbit hole of being a fashionista and doing more materialistic things. So for me, it was like a double-edged sword. It was a very interesting use case.
It started with an interesting note, then I got scared for a bit.
It was, so all technology has both sides, right? But it was like, wow, like if this companion, AI companion is with a person all the time, right? And we talk about mental health, building confidence in kids, like having a tutor at hand all the time. And I particularly liked it because it did not have a screen and it could just talk, right? And it could remember the kids' friends' birthdays and say, hey, so it could make them a better person by giving them motivation. I think that was fairly interesting. Now, whether that is VC investable or not, I don't know. But it gives you some sense of, I was like, that is pretty exciting because day to day, the biggest change AI can bring is in a human being, right? All the application stuff we talk about is great. It's efficiencies. But can humanity itself alter because we have all these companions? It's like awesome. So
super interesting anecdote. Hemant, you?
Yeah, I mean, look, I kind of plus one of Priyank's. We all have our favorite apps, and I think that's probably not the most interesting part of this conversation. I mean, sure, I use Suno for my audio and I use Perplexity. I think going back to the point I made earlier, there are things that are possible today that are only possible because AI is at a point in its development as it is today.
Sure.
We met a company a month or two ago, 17-year-old kids coming out of school, I think college, they dropped out. They are building an AI companion. It's like a pendant with a camera inside and a speakerphone in their ears. And they use blind people to navigate their environment. Why? Because the AI is now at a point where real-time compute can happen using your camera inputs to look at the environment around you, and it allows blind people to walk around without a stake, and it can go to a doorstep and know where the bell is, and it'll tell you in your ear, go 5 feet left and then 5 inches down. They can press a bell, they can enter the room, and they can navigate. That is only possible today because AI is at a point where it can actually do real-time compute at the inference, at the edge. I mean, that's amazing. Whether it'll be a company or not, we don't know. But that's what I guess my nudge to the group here is that, look, if you're a founder, dream big. Don't do incremental stuff. And I think investors need to also not invest with their tail between their legs. When they find a founder who's compelling and is going after a big vision, and we believe that they can go execute, we should go and make investments and dream along with them.
Super interesting anecdotes. Shailesh, do you have any?
I think the greatest applications will be in healthcare. That there's been health records with lots of data for a long period of time. There's lots of information on via image models on what food and the environment that you're in. I think you'll be able to solve lots of diseases and conditions now, and that will be the greatest application that comes out in the next few years.
Lovely. Manjot, you?
I think the biggest applications, honestly, I think it's very hard to predict because any sort of estimation of, oh, this is going to be a great application or that is going to be, it will only be an underestimation.
Now you're speaking like a VC, but personally, I was trying to understand what is exciting you the most.
Personally, I have a very boring life. I use ChatGPT. I use Claude. Claude is actually a phenomenally good app. I still code, and I think that is actually a really good engine to do that. And other than that, meeting recorders, circling back, those type of things. So my use cases are very simple.
I can imagine. Perfect. But on that note, guys, thank you so much for your time. I would love to throw the floor open for questions, but you can catch them later. We're out of time. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prayank, Manjot, Hemant, and Shailesh, and of course, Tushar, for sharing your perspectives and delving into this important aspect. As India is carving its own path in the global AI race, it is also getting ready to build AI for all, leveraging this technology for economic, military growth, and for social inclusion. To discuss this and more, I would like to first call on stage CNBC-TV18's Ritu Singh. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause. Also join me in welcoming our speakers. Let the applause continue, ladies and gentlemen. Let's welcome our speaker, Samir Furkan, Director and Head Customer and Partner Engineering, Intel India. We've got Subram Natarajan, Director Customer Engineering, Google Cloud, and Anup Balakrishnan, Head AI Product Management, Big Basket. With that, Ritu, it's over to you.
Thank you, Shruti. Well, thank you all. We're talking about bringing the best-in-class AI to every last citizen of India. I know the people in this room probably want AI to solve the problem of traffic. People in Bombay probably want to solve for the problem of infrastructure. People in Delhi probably that of pollution. But the idea is to solve for 1.4 billion people in this country. And Somer, if I could kick things off with you about how we can ensure that the AI being built in India is relevant for every last person, irrespective of where they are in Kashmir or in Kanyakumari, in a big city, no matter what language they speak, what location they're at. How do we ensure it is inclusive?
I think we need to great start to the discussion and follow on from the previous one. I think if you look at it as 1.4 billion people, India is a country with multiple dialects, multiple languages. So making sure that we have data sets and intelligent data available for each of those local languages, I think is the key one to work with it. The second thing that we will talk about is it has to be indigenous. I mean, the problems that we deal with today, like a traffic conversation or ordering something, is very different from the US. So you need Indic models that rely on the local data, and that probably will make it more pervasive from a broader citizenship perspective. Last but not the least, I think skilling is important. Doesn't matter how easy you make it, how far it goes. End of the day, at different levels of skills, getting the citizens to understand how easily they can use the intelligence out of AI, that is what is going to make it pervasive for the citizens of the country. Well,
Since you brought up languages, Subram, let me toss it to you, because at Google Cloud, tell us, for instance, if we speak about languages, every 100 kilometers here, the dialect changes. And I think in that way, India is a very unique country. It is both a strength and also a challenge for building digital tools. Tell us how the non-English speaking population, when you're solving for them, what sort of technologies are you building to solve for that? How is Google's Gemini going to play a role in it?
Yeah, first of all, thank you so much for having me here. So we have been working on languages specifically in addressing many of the differences in India in a fundamental way. So to build models and to train models on different data sets that represents just not only the language diversity, but also the gender, ethnicity, as well as the socio-economic strata that we have in India, became a uber problem for us, right? Really actually have that represented in not only Gemini models, across all properties of Google was the main issue. So even before the generative AI became a big thing for us about 10 years ago, even before that, we were kind of working on developing solutions specifically addressing that, right? To make sure, to your point on inclusivity, this was a very important element for us. This is how you target the next billion people. Then came Gen AI, where there is a notion of how, as you were mentioning about the inclusivity brought about by data sets. That's precisely what we did. Because Google is a very consumer-facing set of applications, there are 9 different products of Google that touches more than 1 billion people each.
Yeah.
And that kind of gives you an idea of how easy for us to get the necessary data. And that data became sort of the input into training many of our models, including Gemini. So today, when we talk about Hindi or English or Hinglish or mixing multiple languages with emotions and stuff like that, out of the box, the accuracy levels are just mind-boggling. The moment you start training them further to your domain or to your own respective enterprise data, the accuracy levels improves dramatically. And that's how the, when we talk about agents that we released some time ago, which are like the customer service agents for the call center or data agents, etc., the ability for the models to interact with people with the same kind of emotions, same different languages mixing in the way that the customers are speaking, has become sort of uncanny for us. So it's more on training and the models that has the data sets access that gave us that.
So would you say India's diversity, especially linguistic, is more of a challenge or an opportunity at this point?
Great opportunity. You solve for India, you solve for the world.
Well, it is a large market and the most populous one at that to solve for. But Anup, let me quickly bring you in because at Big Basket, you're serving millions of customers, not just here in Bengaluru. I know many of them here, but to large parts of India in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. How are you using the AI tools to ensure that the products or the services that you're delivering are, sort of universal across a person sitting here in Bengaluru or perhaps sitting in Bikaner?
Yeah, so thanks for having me here. So when you talk about inclusive AI, so not about just a linguistic thing, like it's more about how people can access your platform. So when you talk about AI, we are trying to integrate AI in multiple aspects in our system. So starting from the customer service or optimizing our supply chain or inventory and all those things. So one specific thing like which I would like to speak about impact for India, which we tried long before this AI hype, is that we tried building self-checkout stores specifically for India. So if you look about self-checkout stores, the most of the tech out there in the market is quite expensive. You need multiple hardwares in the store which will track the human and the object, and then you do the checkout. So instead, we tried a similar frugal model where we build a simple self-checkout system that works on computer vision and which we train products on it. So we have trained around 10,000 FMCG SKUs and around 250 fruits and vegetables. So a typical store where customers can walk in and do their checkout by themselves. But the whole product we approach in a way of more Indian, like we took the inspiration from an ATM machine, how a checkout counter, the interface and everything looks like an ATM machine. And the AI helped us to track the products, what customer is purchasing. And the whole experience is seamless where we try to integrate. This is way before what we're talking about the AI thing. So we have a lot of emphasis of using AI in multiple. And this kind of stores we're going to expand to smaller cities, Tier 3, Tier 4 cities, where customers can easily come in and purchase things by themselves. Yeah.
So are you setting up these self-checkout stores in Tier 3, Tier 4 cities? I mean, do you plan on doing that?
Yeah,
and
yeah.
You think people are open to or trusting of these kind of systems yet?
No, if you look at our data, things are surprising. We feel that as a country like India, the element of trust is, we feel like there's some issue around it, but if you look at the data, it's not that the case. Like people are not here for steal everything. You will find some cases, but still self-checkout stuff will work in India for sure. But the thing is that it should be optimized for your ROA. Like you cannot invest a lot for that because that's where, like when you're talking about AI for India, the ROA piece is quite important.
Well, the element of trust is very important when we talk about AI. And as people that are building this technology, how do you build in safety and security features to ensure that that trust is not broken? Because it's difficult to regain that. Because, even this day and age, when, something like a UPI is so common. This morning, our Uber driver said that, it's something he's not very comfortable using. He'd still, have to go to an ATM to withdraw cash. It was surprising to hear that in Bangalore. So I'm sure it's not a one-off problem. How do you solve for that problem of trust, and how do you ensure privacy and security of data?
So I think Intel being Intel, right? So I think the first thing we talk about in privacy and security, we try to build technologies within the platform, because the general rule of thumb is the closer it is to hardware, the better it is. So we build things like what is called software-guarded extensions or trusted execution technology. Those are technologies we build in, and they're pervasive right from your hand, the PC device, right to the data center. But that's like level one, okay? I think as you talk about data or privacy, it's an individual level conversation. Yeah. To make that real, right, you have to make sure that the capabilities available are closer to the end user, to you or to me or to Anup for that matter, right, for anybody there. So what we really need to do is build this AI-centric capabilities closer and closer to a device. We as Intel right now believe it is a PC, which is why we're introducing some of the capabilities there. We call it an AI PC, but I'm sure at some time it may come to the phone, what have you, right? So building a system-level capabilities is number two you really need to think about, right? Now, the third thing that all of us should be aware of is, we need to play to India's strengths, okay? There's a reason why, in general, when you talk about telco networks or you talk about operating systems, things like Linux and common purpose servers have been long-lasting. So I think as Intel, and I think in general, India has one of the largest contributors to open source ecosystem. So we should be embracing open because that's what is citizen scale. You can't really work on citizen scale with closed systems. So being open, being contributing, leverage from one another. As I said, Linux is a great example of how a secure OS is, right? Number three. Last but not least, when you talk citizen scale, people say it's 1% error or 2% error. 1% is huge, right? What is our strength? Our strength are the people. We really need to bring up a human, in the loop when you do this flow. So it is very good learning for us because we work also in the use cases. When you're working with some of the media houses, I will not take the names because I don't want to make it public as yet, but you talk to media houses when you went with that. And our previous panel talked about the amount of data sets that they have, right? Getting a human into the flow is not hard, and it still uses AI. But you can get up to 99 whatever 5.9 SLAs or 6.9 SLAs. Building that strength, I think, is an important piece. So capabilities, systems closer to the user, open source, and human in the loop. That, I think, is what's required for India to make sure we can really do citizen scale at a cost that's affordable.
So, Brim, you wanted to add on?
Yeah, I wanted to kind of add on. These are great points. There is a level of, controls that we want to bring in on top of the hardware itself at the platform layer. Yeah. So if you think about privacy and security, they have been growing or evolving sort of symbiotically as well as the LLMs themselves, GenAI. Particularly because, when we talk about platforms, we talk about data encryption, access control, threat management, all of that very, very well. But the moment you go to generative AI, how do you make sure that the data that is used in these models are fairly safe? Right? That is where the DLP comes in, redaction of personal data, and creating what we call as a data clean rooms, which allows people to use their data sets in a GenAI context in a manner that PII data is completely avoided. And that is on one side in terms of the controls. And then on top of it, you got to have models that are explaining themselves how they made the decisions. This is where the explainability comes in, right? And transparency of what this is all about. Today, when you talk about well-behaved models, they come with a specification. We call it as model card. You might have heard about it, right? The model tells what this is supposed to be, what data it was trained on, what are the guardrails, and what is the limitations of it, etc. Allowing, if you are a developer or a consumer of that application, of that model, allows you to kind of selectively choose based on your security thresholds. So both security and privacy need to be taken, together, along with the platform platform level controls that we have in place. You need to have the hardware as well.
Well, security is one obviously very important aspect of it, but the other equally important is sustainability. Even something as simple as using perhaps ChatGPT to make an itinerary for a vacation you may or may not even take. All these data centers that house these AI servers, they use gallons of water, they use rare minerals, there's a lot of electronic waste they produce. So, how do you approach that aspect of sustainability from the get-go, from the start of business, building your models?
Well, there is a fair bit. This is a great point because with the level of changes that is happening at the hardware level, hardware layer, you could definitely see you break the power envelope at all levels easily, right? Level of compute demand is such. Since 2008, we have been carbon neutral. So in other words, we have been consuming as much electricity as we generate. And there are aspirations to get carbon zero within the next 10 years and so on. And the idea is that while you look at Google for what it is in terms of the Google Play or Google Chromebook or Google Cloud, etc., or generative AI, Gemini, etc., there is a vast set of research that is going on primarily to tackle the problem that you just mentioned. How do you minimize the carbon footprint? How do you minimize the power consumption and make use of more sustainable resources, right? So today, if you are a consumer of Google Cloud, particularly in the generative AI, in the console itself, you have the capability to really assess how much energy you are consuming for your workload and optionally choose alternative hardware platforms with a little bit of compromise on either latency or performance, etc. So depending on your sustainability thresholds, you should be in a position to choose the right kind of platform, right? This is the starting point.
Yeah.
To even measure where you are, what you are consuming, etc. And then you start to get to how you can really bring back the sustainability.
Well, go on.
I think we play this sustainability conversation very softly, if I may say so. I personally equate it to the credit card crisis. Because when in US people are using credit, nobody realized what it would land into in 2008. To me, sustainability is a very similar problem. We are very underplaying it a lot, but I think we need to look at it very differently. I mean, since we come from the silicon world, the way the silicon designs are happening or system designs are happening, very soon we are hitting power envelopes that are non-sustainable. So I think fundamentally, I mean, we can talk about frugal AI or what have you. Fundamentally, data center design, liquid cooling technology or whatever technologies we need to do to cool. But more importantly, users need to be aware of this conversation that in a country like India, where population is still exploding and usage is going to explode, it needs a fundamental rethink from a government policy perspective. What does sustainability mean? Because we are underplaying it a lot right now.
Well, I hope you at Big Basket, Anup, are not underplaying it, because the food sector, a third of the global greenhouse gases. Just tell us how you're using some of the AI tools available to you to ensure, whether that is product expiry, the movement of goods, etc. How are you ensuring sustainable practices into your everyday business?
Yeah, I think as an organization, we do multiple initiatives towards sustainability, like the way we generate, way you generate the solar power or the electric vehicle fleets for deliveries. But one aspect which has a lot of AI impact into it is the way we have our predictive system for our demand. So we have a AI system which predicts the demand in certain areas, like on around a dark store, and it can auto indent orders to the warehouses. So after moving to this model, the food wastage drastically reduced. Like there are issues when especially FMCG and perishable goods get spoiled if it's over ordered. So these kind of techniques have actually saved a lot of food wastage in our system. So it's working really well.
Well, Samir, I'll jump from sustainability to the other big issue when we talk about AI, and that is ethical AI. Often it faces this criticism of biases and, the sort of decision making. How do you go about, for the people in this room that are perhaps building on some of these models, how do you ensure that the data is trained for India, it is fair, and it is reflective of our diversity?
So I think a couple of parts to it, Ritu. I think the first part is, if you want to do accuracy, you really need to be able to have the fastest path to get to the most accurate data in this ocean of data we have, right? The answer to that question, we believe, the roadmap to that is getting it closer and closer to user and have that human loop, as I talked about, because that's the best way of kind of ensuring that conversation, number one. The second thing is, the previous panel touched upon it, right? When you want to train models and you want to, get fairly accurate, you really want the models to have specialized data, so that you're really working with a data set that I think the Google team also talked about it, because as they call about a model card, because if you do that, you can't guarantee it, but you get closer and closer to a situation of saying, yes, it's fairly accurate to the extent that citizen scale is possible. So getting it closer to the user, getting the human loop, and talking about pre-trained the pre-validated data at the starting point are probably some of the things that would help us get closer to what we are talking about here.
Well, Subram, if you'd want to add to that, and also as we scale for a population as large as that we have in India, how do you solve for the problem of not just it being effective and inclusive, but also affordable at scale?
Yeah, so I'll answer. I mean, I wanted to kind of add on to what was mentioned earlier. There is an element of how you remove or reduce bias by improving the accuracy, even after you really get to a point where the inferences are done. This is all grounding principles, right? So you can either ground the data on internet or you can ground it based on your enterprise data. The ability for the model to really constrain itself to the data set that it is really working on allows you to define the level of accuracy. So today, when you are using Gemini, for example, it cites where it got the data from. So there is no reason for you to really wonder, hey, is it hallucinating or is there a bias, etc. As long as the data sources are fairly accurate in nature, you can ground it based on your enterprise data. That is the reason why we are seeing, if I were to really look back at our journey of generative AI in, phase 2, for the past 3 years that is, this year particularly the enterprise adoption of generative AI solutions in the form of solutions has been just dramatic. It's day and night. And this is one of the main reasons. People are able to place much more trust. The answer to your second question is about the cost
affordability and scalability.
Yeah, the cost aspect of it, right? And it gets built in multiple levels. A part of that comes from platform providers, hardware platform providers like Intel, where you have affordable processors that is being created, etc. And the selective nature of how you can use the workload to write platform plays a big role. For example, training would require certain type of hardware. Inference would require a different type of hardware at a much lower cost. The ability for a platform such that of, say, Vertex AI in Google, which allows you to choose the right platform for the right task, is very critical in really achieving the right ROI. The second is about building the flexibility to choose the right models. Not all problems need to be solved by one big Gemini, one big cloud, etc. There are a lot of smaller models as well.
Yeah.
So the ability to build that flexibility is brought about by many of the software frameworks like JAX or XLA or PyTorch, TensorFlow. There is many of them that is open, which masks the heterogeneity that is there inherently in the system and provides a level of agnosticity, so to say, and gives that flexibility. That also drives a tremendous amount of cost benefit.
All right, since we have the last couple of minutes to just take a longer term view, Somer, if I could start with you. In the next 3 to 5 years, what would you like to see from a public point of view, from a policy point of view, and from the private companies to ensure AI truly emerges as this tool for empowerment for every last Indian?
I think essentially we all talked about the importance of data, right? I think we need to be able to utilize the data that we have, and we talked about across the panels today, monetize the data, keep it private secure, so it makes it useful for the citizen scale that we're talking about. That's kind of one thing we have. The second thing we really need to be able to talk about is when you use data, I think Google, my Shubham touched upon it, right? You could have different models for different data sets. The reality of the conversation when you talk about cost is these models work with different impedances, okay? Where's the data engineering solution that would lie on top of it to make it, really a cost-effective solution? I'll give you a very specific example. We have been working with Bhashini, and we published this in the Honorable Prime Minister's speech was real-time translated in Malayalam for the broadcasting, right? It has a speech-to-text, a text-to-text, and a text-to-speech. 3 different models. Now, the question was not about whether these models work or not work. The question was about saying, how do you make a solution engineering to put this 3 together so that the end user, with everything doesn't need to lie on your accelerator. How do you make it to the end user so that they get a right outcome and correct, accurate translation? And you can extend this. Think about it. What is Bhashini useful for? One of the most use cases I'm very passionate about is, can I take it to the most remotest classroom? for a student, a primary year student, to have not be impeded by language requirement but get the best education. To me, it means that you need to have a very small device, accessible remotely, real time, that somebody in IIT can be sending that message for.
Yeah.
How does it work? You have to have a cost-effective platform, as he talks about. But talking about the use cases, talking about the platform, generating the right TCO, but focusing on monetizing and scaling for the data, I think are the elements that we as the government of India, and that's what policy should be about.
Yeah.
Government should focus on, if I want to do citizen scale, what does it mean? Right? How can I take it to remote places? That's what I would request the government to have and all of us to think about.
Well, on that note, Anup, last 30 seconds, your closing thoughts.
No, I think it's all about everyone talking about large language model for everything. But in my opinion, like for smaller tasks, we should focus on smaller models, which is much more cost effective. Like a country like India, like we focus on ROA. So if you focus on the combination of small models and then try to solve problems, it will be much more sustainable.
All right. On that note, yes.
The last 30 seconds, on public, private, as well as citizens. From public, it's about defining the right kind of policy, guidelines, etc., promoting the SMB and the incubation as well as the innovation centers. From the private sector, focus more on security and privacy and making sure industry-specific applications. And from citizens, be lifelong learners.
Well, I know the audience had some questions, but we'll leave that for an offline conversation later. Subram, Sameer and Anup, all three of you, thank you very much for candidly answering all of our questions here. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Sameer, Subram and Anup. Let's hear it once more for our panelists. Thank you so much, Ritu. Now, we heard some incredible insights from our panelists. I hope you all found it as thought-provoking as I did. And if you would please share your views and comments on social media using the hashtag Global AI Conclave. It's time to break for lunch. Please make the most of this opportunity, and we shall resume again in 45 minutes, which is sharp 2 p.m. because we have lots more action-packed sessions ahead. Picture abhi baki hai, as they say. Thank you so much. back, everyone. We're probably entering into a new golden age for Indian chess with players like Gukesh, Praganadha, Vaishali, Harika and Divya who made India proud at the 2024 Chess Olympiad. But what role does AI have from training to strategy? Let's please invite on stage Sameer Pathak, the CEO of Tech Mahindra Global Chess League, who will moderate this session. Joining him are Harika Dronavalli, Indian Chess Grandmaster. We've got Srinath Narayanan, Grandmaster and India Chess Team Coach. We also have Prachura PP, founder of Prachura Group and former international chess player. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for our panelists.
Good afternoon, everyone. I just don't know if you realized we just raised the IQ level of this room by several percentage points by having 3 top chess players. Please, round of applause. Quickly, Harika, as the announcer mentioned, did India proud and has been doing India proud for over 2 decades now. She was part of the iconic team that won the gold at 2024 Chess Olympiad. Srinath, I don't know if you know how much work goes behind, but Srinath has been the coach of the team, the open team that comprised of Prag, Gukesh and others who won the gold again at the open section. So we've got a player who won the gold and we have a coach as well who won the gold. So welcome, Srinath. And he's been a coach of note with Arjun Erigassi's coach, who's now India's #1. And also Nihal Sareen, the guy who's next in line after the Fab Four that we have on the top. Finally, Prachura, an old friend now. He is one of the rare people who have made transition from being a chess player to being a businessman who does work with chess. He owns one of, he's played several and won several tournaments, and he told me once, and I'm sorry I'm revealing a personal conversation, but he did tell me that he paid his entire college fees in US by winning chess tournaments. So and from there now to owning a team which has Nakamura, Hikaru Nakamura as a player who plays for him. It's been a long, long journey. So, all right. Probably chess is a game that is closest to getting influenced by AI. I've been tracking the technological developments, but all 3 of you represent a very different side of chess: a player, a coach, a businessman who's linked to chess. Any volunteers to talk about the engines of chess? Chess that has, engines has been part of this chess for a very long time now. A decade and a half is a long time in world of sports. Any volunteers to pick up and educate the audience on what engine is and what it does?
Sure, yeah.
Go ahead, Srinath.
I mean, when we talk about the influence of AI in chess, and chess is a game of perfect information. So there are set rules, 64 squares, 32 pieces, and the field is ripe for a computer or an algorithm to, make a large difference. There are not a lot of uncertainties involved, not a lot of variables, weather conditions, pitch conditions. These things don't exist in chess. So, talking about the influence of chess, AI in chess, and Mr. Sameer mentioned chess engines. Even before the chess engine started, I believe one of the first differences that AI made was the evolution of databases. And I think this goes back all the way to the 80s, around 1984 or 85. Gary Kasparov is a name which I think a lot of us will be familiar with, a legendary former world champion from Russia. And back in those times, information was stored and written on paper. It was like with everything else. So chess notation was also stored in papers. And if you had to see the games of your opponent, let's say you have to see the 500 games that your opponent has played in their lifetime, you had to work very hard just to collate and store that information. And chess databases, which began sometime in the second half of the 80s, made a massive difference in that in 10 minutes you could check your opponent's games, which used to take 10 days in the past. So it began with that. And then very soon there started coming chess programs, which are basically algorithms, where a chess program simply calculates every single possibility on the chessboard. Let's say there are 50 different legal moves. How a human mind thinks is that we choose quality over quantity. About 2 to 3 moves make sense for us. We go to that move, we consider it, then we consider the 2, 3 moves of our opponents. And this is how the human mind works. We filter it out with quality based on our understanding of chess, and we make the next move. But chess engines, they had a completely different approach. Because of the calculation speed, because of the algorithm, which is impossible for a human to attain, they could calculate every single possibility, every single legal move in that particular move, and also the every single legal possibility that the opponent has. And like this, they could go very deep in calculation. And initially, we tried to fiddle around a lot with how the computers thought about chess. We were teaching computers chess. We were teaching different ways of evaluation. And then at some point, someone just ran the engine, let the engines let loose. And the results were transformatively different. The engines were able to, at some point, calculate so much better, especially with the improvement in technology, improvement in speed, and everything. The engines were able to calculate so much better than humans at astonishing speeds that it was able to generate moves of different output. So this is basically chess engines. Imagine a Google Maps versus a taxi driver. And at one point, it was important for a taxi driver to know all the different routes within the city. And they were able to do it better than any technology. But after Google Maps came in, the maps almost always calculates better than a human. It's able to see how much traffic is there at which route. It knows all the different routes that a human will take years to understand. And it can simply calculate better. So like how Google Maps calculates the traffic and the routes better, similarly chess engines calculate the moves and all the possibilities at an astonishing speed that humans simply cannot imagine.
Wow. Thanks, Srinath. I think that's a great explanation of how chess always had, at least for the last few decades now. I'll fast forward this, Harika, a little bit forward. Imagine chess players being trained on these engines, and the engines anyway are becoming smarter and more games are being fed in. Do you see, let me play a contrarian point of view. Do you see two elite drone chess players playing each other because they are now trained by just engines? Do you see that happening and chess becoming more dull, or there is still going to be a scope of novelty as we speak, or we'll see these drones as Srinath is training them to be?
So I think already this generation, they are like heavily trained with engines and the moves. They generate a lot of opening moves. Earlier, maybe the novelties which were happening at like 9th move or 10th move are now happening at like 30, 35 moves and like, already. And like before the game, we also have to remember like many moves in thousands of moves. So definitely already the World Championship which is going to come up, you will see. There is a lot of, this generated, like computer generated moves that we have to remember. But then even after that, once you are out of your, preparation, there are a lot of human emotions that come in. And that's what matters the most in chess. So though it helps or, it makes our task difficult, the AI, but still I think finally the game, when it comes on the board, it also depends on the human emotions, and that's the beauty of chess. So I believe that it's making our life harder and better, but it can't take away the game at any point of time, because finally the human values and human emotions make the difference in the sport and in the game.
Glad to hear that. Glad to hear that. Now, Prachura, let me just change a little bit of tact. Chess, as per the last FIDE study, had more than 600 million players is what they quoted, who either know chess, have played chess, and so on. That's a huge number. Now, somebody else who's now invested in chess, somebody who watches fans. Now, how do you see chess being expanded beyond that horizon, or what do you see the impact of AI on chess to bring in more fans or make fans more engaged? How do you see that happening? For the common audience, people like most of us here and not these two champions. What does chess help us do, and how does chess help us engage?
First of all, thanks for that introduction and letting my secret out to the world. Anyway, addressing his question, I think AI is making things more simpler in a way where, let's say, for example, you're a fan or you are someone who wants to follow chess or follow chess players. You have WhatsApp bot these days, which talks about which tournament is happening, where you can follow a certain player. You have talking bots which can actually give you analysis of a certain game. I mean, I'm someone who's also a fan, right? So when I see elite players playing, I want to know why a particular move is played or not played. These AI bots are now telling me why a certain move is played and why it's not played. And this is we're just scratching the surface. Let's say this AI bot can talk in any language. So we're talking about this bot can interact with anyone in the world. So at any given time, 24/7, we have this, AI interacting with fans at any place, language, whatever you say, and it has it all. So AI is like changing the game here. I mean, even the way that we are looking to engage fans and get more people on board, it reduces manpower for us, cost saving as well in when you talk about business. But yeah, it's just changing the entire landscape.
Interesting you mentioned that, because the more you demystify chess at the higher level, like a Harika versus a Koneru game, the more you demystify it and bring it down, I think a lot of sports have been able to do that. And I think chess, the more you demystify it for people and get say a 10-year-old to understand that game who's starting out in chess, I think they'll appreciate that more. And I think AI makes it easier, and some of the experiments that you spoke
it's
of.
basically more important for the common man to like understand what's happening in the game. That is the most important way to sort of grow chess and get more fans involved in chess, because the general notion is chess is a very difficult sport or / game to understand, right? So when we simplify that for people, that's when like you get more fans on
AI
board.
is the magic
And
bullet
there is I wanted to add another point. There's apparently like a board now where if you don't like to play digitally and you want to play like a physical game of chess and you don't have an opponent, you can just make a move, and that is an AI generated response which makes the move on its own. So you can like ghost anyone. Like it can be like Srinath, me and Srinath playing when he's sitting in Chennai and I'm sitting in Bangalore on a physical board. So just imagine the brand play that we can generate with that and the implications of that.
You're saying something?
Yeah.
I have that board, by the way. It's very spooky. It looks like you're playing against, you're actually right, you're playing against a ghost. I don't know if you've seen this board. It's actually a physical board. You make a move, and the other person, there is nobody sitting in front of you, but the pieces move by themselves, because there is an AI engine sitting in the back making the pieces move. So it's actually playing against a ghost. It's quite freaky, but it's quite fun at the same time. So I think it's from the brand Square Off. But I'm sorry, you wanted to
No,
comment.
I just wanted to add, I think he's right. It made life easier for the fans, for the people who follow the game, and made it difficult for the players. Because now everyone, after seeing the game, they come with the evaluation and they say, why you didn't make the move? It's so easy. How come you didn't win this position? So yeah, I think, yes, it has evolved and made life easier for many and most difficult for the players.
I'm glad chess is moving in that direction where you have armchair critics now. Cricket has suffered from it. I know that with today what happened in the Australia-India BGT series, there are a lot of armchair critics here. But more of those will only help. But I do have a question for both of you, an important one. Now, you spoke about the importance of emotions and you spoke about preparation. What is the right combination? You've trained world number 2 now, Arjun Eragasi. You've worked with, and you are yourself a champion. You've worked with Olympiad gold medalists. Tell me, what is the right combination? If somebody here wanted to either for themselves or for their children or for the cousin of theirs, what is the right combination of bringing in human emotion, playing with humans or learning from humans, playing with engines and learning from engines. What is, and both of you can take it one by one from player perspective and one from a coach perspective. What is the right ratio, if there is a right ratio? Or it depends on classical or short format? Just what would be the right combination thereof? Human versus AI learning.
I mean, if I had to put it in simple numbers, not based on any research or any precision, but to give an approximate idea, I would say still around 80% of input still has to be from a human, and only 20% from AI, I would say. The human input is very important because we live in a world with other human beings, and human beings bring a lot of relevancy to everything which we interact with other humans, which AI still does not.
So to elaborate this emotions part, I think most important is like when you are under pressure, when you say like you might know, you might be the best player in the world, you might know everything, you can calculate the best, but still under pressure or in a circumstances where you might be winning something really big, you could make mistakes and you can't find reasons for it. It's just the emotion that takes over than then moves and calculation. And that's where when how much ever the computers help you to go to reach certain place, and you can still go there and play the best or play like really bad. It depends on how the human is that day is under stress or in a better mode to win, or how it works. Like if you see the last World Championship match against Nepo versus Ding, there were a lot of human emotions that were going through in all the interviews of Ding Leren. So yes, though computers can change a lot more, but when it comes to the sport and when it's on the board, there is a lot more difference than what others can see. It's not just the moves that goes around. There is something inside. It's always, which I also experienced. Maybe not many people understand this from chess, that it's just like sitting and playing, but how many emotions you have to go through and keep it behind in your brain and also think. So you have to do both ways. And that's the most difficult, I think, this mental part of our chess. Because you can't get your brain to go all over the places. You have to make sure that it's, you should calm it down and also at the same time think with the same thing and do your best on the board. So I think, I just always think that even if you see the online chess now, people are loving it, people are enjoying it, there is much more. But then there is no human side to it, because when you don't see your opponent, when you are not in a circumstances of tournament, like the pressure and everything, then the reality will not come. Maybe you can even play better because your emotions are not taking over and you're just at home and just relaxed and playing. And for me, I think definitely it helped. I can just enjoy, I can play my best chess. Yeah, so I think it can never reach there, how much ever the technology develops. It makes it easier for people to understand, to get best conditions and circumstances. It makes it better in many ways, but I think finally the sport, the value of it will remain the same because we all have this human touch to it.
I think that's brilliantly put. We have almost run out of time, but in summary is that AI, chess engines, and there's a lot more development happening behind the scenes. I know that now, if you take all of Ding Liren's or Magnus Carlsen's or even Gukesh's games, you can actually play against Gukesh now because all his games that he has ever played can be codified into a large language model, and you can create a bot out of it. And what Gukesh would ideally have played, he would have played, and you can play against Gukesh now. So things are moving in that direction. But I think while AI does add a lot more and it helps in expand the popularity, it helps in preparing better, it helps you in getting better, the human side will continue to remain important as we go along. And I don't see drone player versus drone player is not happening, right, anytime soon. So that's great. Last question, and I've run out of time now. I can't let you guys go before. I'm sure all of you or most of you are aware by now that our own Gukesh is playing against Ding Liren in World Championship from 25th onwards. I'm going to take one guess from each of you. Who's going to win before I let you go? So let's see. I think it's going to be 3-0. what they're going to respond, but let's quickly give them an opportunity and hear from the people who actually track and meet these players and play with them often. So who do you think, Gukesh versus Ding?
No, I mean, of course, I want Gukesh to win. He's a good friend of mine as well. But I don't want to jinx him, so I'm going to say Ding, and I'm going to jinx Ding.
All right. Sir?
I think Gukesh is a clear favorite.
Clear favorite?
Definitely, I think Gukesh, I think we all have to root for him, and being the youngest challenger from India, it also changes the people perception, and the kids will get inspired from him. I think this is going to be a moment, like how after Olympiad things changed, I'm sure after this World Championship things will change in much bigger way for chess. So definitely it should be, and it will be Gukesh.
India seeing another world champion in chess is what we are all looking forward to. Raise your hand if you want Gukesh to win. There you go. I shouldn't have even asked, but thank you very much. Thank you very much, all the three panelists, for adding your views here on a very interesting and future-forward subject of AI and chess, and wish you all the best for your future careers as well. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. Huge round of applause. It's very rare to get three chess champions on stage. And we hope we'll get Gukesh soon after he wins. Now, moving on, it's time to hear directly from someone who oversees India's ambitions when it comes to AI. I would like to request Shireen, CNBC-TV18's managing editor, to moderate the next session. And please invite on stage S. Krishnan, the Secretary for the Ministry of Electronics and IT, who's flown in all the way from New Delhi. Thank you very much, sir. So we are calling this Inside the India AI Mission. Thank you, Shireen.
Thank you very much, Chandra. Mr. Krishnan, welcome to Bangalore. I'm not going to bore you with any more traffic and AI jokes because we've done those to death. But I'm glad that you managed to just about get here in time. You know, we were having this fascinating conversation on what AI could potentially do as far as the chess world is concerned and sport in general. Let me start by asking you about how AI can transform government and government decision making and where things currently stand. We've gone from an era of the Nadaiwala file now to an AI era. What does it mean as far as the government's own working is concerned?
You know, quite honestly, there's one area clearly where it can help. A lot of what government does is based on precedent and finding the right precedent. And I think that's certainly something that AI can do for us, and probably with greater accuracy than human memory.
So is it something that you are considering at this point in time as part of the larger aspect and ambition and aspiration of the AI mission?
We have started small pilots, definitely. And definitely in my own ministry, there are a couple of smart young scientists who have started out some of the work that we do. For instance, answering parliament questions and so on, to figure out what has happened in the past, because many questions come up again and again, just to make sure that we are consistent. So we are using it.
You know, we were having a conversation this morning where there were parallels being drawn on what is happening, for instance, in the UAE. And there's actually a Ministry of AI and a Minister of AI there. And the government has decided to focus on healthcare as the primary sector where they intend to focus on the transformative impact as far as AI is concerned. Do you believe that that is something that we could possibly or we should possibly consider here as well?
About a Ministry of AI, not my brief, it's above my pay grade, so I'm not going there. But on focus areas and areas that would make a significant difference, healthcare is certainly amongst the 3 or 4 critical areas that we would look at. Healthcare, education, agriculture, climate change related work, and how we can support manufacturing. These would be the 4 or 5 areas which we think are critical where AI can be used and ought to be used in India, and we need to be developing that. And in terms of government's own functioning, the complexity of India, and in terms of enabling more people to actually access government services, using voice-based services which can operate in multiple languages. We have Bhashini right now, we have other efforts going on. I think you have a session later today. I see Professor Ganesh in the audience. So that would be another area which is critical and important in order to make AI work for the people of India.
Well, speaking of making AI work for the people of India, I want you to give us a status check, and I'm sure everyone here in the audience, as well as those watching us on TV and online, are curious to know where do things currently stand now as far as the AI mission is concerned. We do have a capital plan and a capital allocation of a little over 10,000 crores, and I know that you've told me previously that capital is not an issue. If more money needs to be put on the table, the government will put more money on the table. But where do we stand now in terms of operationalizing the mission? What has been achieved?
As you're aware, there are 7 major pillars, and the work is going on apace on all of them. The largest pillar is the compute pillar, which is 4,500 plus crores. And on the compute pillar, end of this month is when we open the bids. 28th of November is when we open the bids for the first round of AI compute. We've had very, very good response. We've had a number of rounds of pre-bid consultations and meetings with all the stakeholders, and we are very hopeful that it should lead to very good outcomes. And that is fundamentally based on the principle that there would be bids as to at what rate different kinds of services relating to AI would be offered, and we hope that by buying in bulk and by assuring a market, we would be able to get reasonable prices. If for certain specific needs like research or innovation or something, we need to subsidize this or government needs to pay for that, that is something we can certainly do. So that is the big chunk which work is already on, and we should be able to push and go forward. The other element is the skilling element, where there's been considerable response. We have almost about 350 projects at the BTech and MTech level, which we have picked up, and we are examining right now for funding, and more are coming in as we speak. Likewise, there have been about 14 institutions which have come up with proposals for funding PhD scholars in the AI space. So the skilling piece there is really falling into place.
And what's the capital allocation as far as the skilling piece is concerned?
Skilling piece is about, overall for the 5 years, it's about 1,900.
Okay.
So it's a fairly big chunk. And the third area where there's a lot of interest is on AI applications. We finished one call for proposals. There have been, again, overwhelming response on the number of people who have responded. We are opening up the second call in December, and we expect that more would come up, and in the meantime, these calls and these responses are being evaluated by a committee of experts. Likewise, for safe and trusted AI, there's been a lot of action on that front, and we've found a number of people, almost 1,000 responses for various kinds of applications which would enable us to make AI more safe and trusted. So practically on every pillar, there's considerable progress. The 2 pillars which we are yet to fully operationalize, one is the AI application, the AI, the new multimodal model which we want to create.
Okay.
We are thinking through that aspect. And the last one, of course, is on how we support innovators and startups. But that, again, we will start in the coming months.
Okay, so a couple of things that you spoke to us about. Let me pick up on something that you said there, that you hope that the government will be able to extract reasonable pricing. Do you believe that given the demand that you hope to be able to generate, that you will be able to exercise pricing power there and drive down prices?
I don't think we are seriously looking to drive down prices to cause losses to anybody. I think this is more about offering a level playing field. A government program to subsidize this can operate in a number of ways. If we get into actually trying to establish it ourselves, there is one issue. There are efficiency issues, the speed with which you can do it. If you want to subsidize the private sector to do it, we could have done it. We could have done a viability gap fund and allowed somebody to do it. The only issue there was that people had already started establishing, and some people had already established GPU capacity. Then they would be excluded. And really the capacity which we can actually bring into use the earliest will be excluded from the scheme, which is why we prefer to go with this option to begin with, saying let us give a wide option, whether you've already established it or you intend to establish it in the near future. Here's some visibility on the kind of demand that we can offer you, and here's some way in which you can bid for this. So I think that is why we picked this as our first foray. It still doesn't mean that we can't do a viability gap fund
if needed
basis if needed. And equally, a sovereign option is always there under the National Supercomputing Mission. We are already converting the latest stages of that program into AI-based compute in addition to just high-performance compute. So we have both those options built in. And there is on the anvil an NSM2 will have to come in because we have to go to exascale computing. So that is down the line. So we can always use those levers to actually increase or expand the scope of AI compute in the country.
You know, that's interesting, and let me ask you this. We've got the AI mission, we've got the semiconductor mission, we've got the compute mission, all three underway parallelly. How much of integration is actually going on in the manner in which these three are being architectured as well as being executed? Because I would imagine that there's a fair degree of overlap as well.
There is certainly some overlap. I wouldn't say that there is considerable overlap. I think the semiconductor mission is really looking at two parts. One part is commercial ready technology which can be implemented. So that is a fairly uncomplicated thing. It is people who have technology who will come and establish commercial scale production facilities with a government subsidy. It's a fairly straightforward ask. There's another part to the supercomputing mission which relates to the design-linked incentive, where we are actually subsidizing startups and other companies also now. We will also add domestic companies to that list for their designing new chips and chip designs and so on. We provide a subsidy. Now, that portion in some senses has some overlap with what happens with AI. Some of those chips could be AI-based chips. Some of it could be differently architectured. So there is some potential there. But we don't have a similar vertical in the AI mission. Now, likewise, in the AI mission, the fundamental push is on making sure that the compute is made available for people to use, to develop applications, to even develop a large multimodal model, all of that. So it is not so much oriented towards the hardware side of things. The National Supercomputing Mission, on the other hand, is purely an exercise in developing domestic capacity, where we first develop the technology in CDAC, in Indian Institute of Science, in the IITs, and once that technology is developed, we partner with the private sector to actually build out. And there are companies who are building today servers, high-performance servers in the country based on technology that has been done by CDAC. You have in Karnataka itself Keynes Technologies, you have NetWeb, you have VVDN, all of them are making servers, Rudra servers as they are called, Rudra Shavak servers, and very soon they will even be in the market and people would be buying them.
Let me pick up on that last point that you spoke of. Do you believe that we're on the cusp of seeing a renewed breakout as far as hardware is concerned? I mean, you gave us some examples of what is happening, for instance, on the server side. We've, of course, seen what the PLI has done on the mobile, etc. side. We've now got a scheme for laptops. Do you believe that we're probably on the cusp of a revival of the hardware story?
Absolutely. I think this has been part of the objective of the national policy on electronics ever since 2012, and it's got a new impetus now to make sure that with very meaningful and muscular schemes which will help us bring in electronics manufacture within the country. We are all aware of the success of the mobiles PLI, which has actually meant that from a country which imported 75% of its mobile phone requirement in 2014-15, today we export, and 99.2% of what we need in the country we make in the country. That's one part of the story. Equally, we believe that value chain has to be deepened, which is why we are working currently, which the minister has already mentioned, on the component scheme, which is being discussed right now and should be out shortly, and that will deepen the value chain further.
Is the component scheme likely to be announced ahead of the budget or alongside the budget?
It depends on, how much time various things take, so I wouldn't hazard a guess there, but we will try and get it out as quickly as possible. So that will deepen the value chain on the electronic side, and the PLI for IT hardware, which has already been announced and has taken off with a fair amount of participation by a number of companies, both multinational companies and domestic companies, 27 of them in all. And there is a requirement of progressively indigenizing the value chain, and the domestic value add has to increase. We don't have a domestic value add condition in the mobile phones PLI, but we do have it in the IT hardware PLI, and the companies have assured us that they will be able to achieve it, and we will move forward on that basis. So yes, as they say in Hindi, aapke muh mein ghee shakkar, because if we are able to revive the hardware story.
How confident do you feel about that?
I think I never felt better about a possible industrial gamble, and this I think will work. I think more than anything else, more than the government schemes and the money which are there, what I see is confidence. What I see through a number of events and number of other occurrences, you definitely see confidence. One of the most notable events that way was the India Semicon event in September in Greater Noida. What we saw from the CEOs who attended, everyone doesn't want to miss out on the India story. They want to make sure that they are here, and they want to make sure that they make in India. So I think we are quite confident that this time it should happen.
You feel confident that this time it should in fact happen, and I'll ask you what bolsters that confidence. What we are seeing, of course, is also the geopolitical changes which have pushed people to look at supply chain diversification. You could call it supply chain resilience, what have you, but that is a reality, and that's a factor that India can potentially and is potentially benefiting from. What more do you believe we can do to make good of the current opportunity that is on the table, and potentially the opportunity that opens up now with the Trump administration in play, as well as the possibility of more export controls, tariffs, and so on and so forth?
I think you've outlined all the important factors. The most important factor that everyone is looking at is a resilient supply chain. And that is in everyone's interest in a longer term perspective. So that is what fundamentally underlies this, saying that you don't necessarily go only to the cheapest source of manufacture at all times. You want to preserve the resilience. You want to make sure that you have alternatives that you can pick up and go with. So that is something which I think in the long term is what is going to sustain us, and especially since we are such a large market and it's a growing market. The demand for electronics goods and products is going to keep going up, and this is a market into which many people will want to sell. So that is clearly what the longer term looks like. But even in the short term, the pandemic taught us that you can't rely on a single source, and you should be prepared to pay a slight additional cost, which brings us to various other mechanisms. And if you're going to replace a country the size of China with an alternate destination where you can manufacture, you have to find another country which is somewhere similar in size.
Well, certainly similar, but not quite in the vicinity of being the same. But let me also ask
I
you,
said size.
I agree with you. But even in size of the market, it's a very, very different comparison. But Mr. Krishnan, let me also ask you potentially about where we stand as far as the new development on the semiconductor side, the India-US collaboration, with the Prime Minister having visited the US in September, and this new agreement that the two sides have decided to ink. How close are we to actually getting things off the ground on that one?
I think there are two key elements here. As far as the semiconductor ecosystem manufacture is concerned, I mean, the lead was actually taken by a US company. Micron is fundamentally a US company, and they are the ones who got in first. So that is very, very significant and important. We have other US-based companies who are part of the semiconductor ecosystem, not necessarily chip makers, but other parts of the ecosystem, who are also very keen on entering the India market and expanding, more than entering, I think expanding their presence here. And all of this is part of that conversation. But I think what is most significant is the trust element and the way the trust element is built up. The two examples which came out of, or which were mentioned specifically in the briefing note after the President Biden and Prime Minister Modi meetings, were, one of them actually relates to manufacturing for the defense sector.
Yes.
In both India and the US. And I think that's a significant psychological milestone which has been crossed. And that would make a significant difference in the way that we look at each other in this particular sector. And I see many, many opportunities opening up there.
Well, let me ask you about the larger regulatory environment. And we've gone through an era of countries across the world looking at data sovereignty. In India, we brought in the data localization norms in order for us to be able to protect data. And now we're talking about AI regulations. And the world over, this is something that people are grappling with. What do you foresee, what do you envisage as an AI regulatory regime that would be relevant to India, that would be relevant to India's needs in the future as well?
You know, quite honestly, I think we have to think through this thing very carefully. You know, some of the problems or some of the issues that people talk about in the context of AI, especially deep fakes and so on, is not so much a regulatory issue as much as a technology issue and a timeliness issue. At best, it may need some tweaks to make sure that the response is faster, as opposed to a requirement to change the law fundamentally itself.
So you're saying the law has enough teeth to deal with deep fakes and misinformation and hate speech and disinformation and all of that, and make the platforms more accountable?
Making the platforms more accountable and getting them online in terms of, well, in the sense that they're realizing and acting faster. I mean, I think that is what is seriously required. The law has provisions which can enable that to be done. At best, we may need some minor tweaks. So I'm not very concerned that we don't have a law which will address that aspect. The aspect which many people worry about, and you know, some of the California law which also got finally vetoed and things, is one extreme existential end. I don't think we have gone there yet. And I don't think we should be legislating at that scale right now, because I think we are still at an innovation stage, and we need to recognize that we need to promote innovation. The other experience that we have found, a positive experience in working with large social media intermediaries and others, is that there's a fair amount of voluntary compliance to a number of aspects. If you look at data which shows, you know, how many takedowns have been there, and you know, a couple of years ago everyone was after the government saying that you're forcing this and there's freedom of speech and things. Now nobody talks about those issues anymore. People realize that there are risks and dangers to the community. And if you look at the number of takedowns, what government actually requires to be taken down is an absolute minuscule fraction. I think it is less than 0.1% of the total number. The reports by the social media intermediaries themselves will show that they take down a much larger number based on their own community guidelines and their own issues. So I think we see that kind of cooperation. And the second thing is that invariably it's an interactive process where we point out something where they've not taken it down themselves. They come back to us and there's a discussion, and almost in every case the compliance is practically instantaneous. I mean, it's a discussed process. It is it's not some very adversarial process in that sense. So I think looking at the track record of that kind of voluntary compliance and the willingness to recognize the risks, I would believe that, and the minister has already mentioned this, that we will look for a voluntary compliance track to begin with, and thereafter see whether there is a regulation which is required or legislation which is required. Because for government to legislate, it is the sovereign power of the government. We can legislate when we need to. But
you don't want to stifle innovation is what you're saying. But, in the context of AI specifically, and I think, you talked about precedents, and precedents is what the government looks at, and we could have an interesting precedent playing out with the courts taking up the matter of ANI versus OpenAI, where essentially, the broadcaster or news agency is saying that you're using my content to train your models on. Is this something, an area that the government, by way of regulation, will get into?
That's a slightly different issue. I think that is a copyright issue.
Yes, it is a copyright issue.
I mean, and as members of the media, I think all of you should think about, where your copyright
absolutely
works. And so, the copyright aspect is a separate aspect. It is two private rights which stand against each other. Now, do we extinguish one private right, or do we extinguish the other? I think that is something which has to be decided judicially. And I think even in the United States, that's an issue which is being dealt with judicially.
Yeah.
So I think we should be clear that we can always regulate, we can always legislate. But this is an area where there's existing legislation. We have IPR legislation in this country. We have copyright legislation in this country. There are empowered courts who need to decide on those issues.
So let the courts decide as far as on this issue of copyright violation. Let me get into the...
And there is law already.
Yeah, there is law. Yeah, there is law. Let me get into the discussion and debate on whether India should invest its capital as well as its bandwidth on creating large language models and what we need to do in order to build out the AI infrastructure, or should we really focus on the application side, because that is our strength and that is where we ought to focus our energies on today. And it's a divided house. There are both points of view being expressed at this point in time. Where do you stand?
I stand on the wall, I stand literally on the fence on this, but no. I mean, on a more serious note, you have to recognize that there's a very carefully thought out pillar in the India AI mission which deals with large multimodal models, not necessarily large language models.
Yeah.
And because we believe that there's a lot of oral stuff, there's a lot of visual stuff, there are pictures, there are videos, there are recordings, and all of that which need to be taken in order to generate a model which will really work for India and which will capture the diversity. So that is something which we have not ruled out at all. The money is set apart for that. We have to look at a good proposal which will sort of do what needs to be done.
Good proposal from the private sector?
Not necessarily, from academia also. I mean, there are proposals which academia is already working on. They are already working on some of this already, and as it needs to be scaled up, if it needs
But
funding,
nothing's come for approval as of now?
Not to us, but that is something which has been funded partly by DST, and we can always sort of increase the funding if need be and take it forward. So I think that option is not closed off at all.
Okay.
That option is very much open. But the point there is that there is some available material which we can use and support existing applications. And that's another separate pillar of the India AI mission. So when I say that, there are 7 pillars, and some pillars are firing faster, some pillars are taking their time, I think we are prepared for both.
So what would tip you over the fence on this one? Evidence of proposals that come to you, or
not just evidence of proposals that come to us? We can always think. I mean, you have to realize that across the world, in many of the AI models which have been developing, which are developing right now, there are many people, many Indians, many people who have gone from here who are helping to develop many of those models. Now, what turns them to come back, or what turns somebody of that same brilliance or understanding and skill sets wanting to do it here, we are happy to support. So I mean, it's an open offer. So that's something which we are prepared to support at any time that a good proposal comes together for something which we can work on. So that will really tip us. So it's open, the pillar is there, we can fund it. It is not something which is closed off at all. And we also have to realize, I mean, you were asking, what is the interplay between what happens in ISM and what happens in the AI mission. When you look at the India Semiconductor Mission, you see there are 2 Tata projects.
Yeah.
One project is the fab in Dholera, in which they have a technical partner who's working with them. The other one is the ATMP in Assam, where they're doing it themselves. And what have they done? They've simply hired a large number of engineers and others, technologists who have worked with leading companies across the world, hired them and got them to develop the technology for themselves, and they're doing it. And their technology, I mean, the initial proving ground, or the pilot project is just outside Bengaluru. It's in Vemagal. So there's no reason why it can't be done.
Yeah, one of the things that I think is being celebrated is the fact that India continues to be the talent hub for the world, and we're seeing large MNCs operate their largest tech centers globally here in India, adding value and wealth. But does it concern you that the IPR is not necessarily benefiting India?
Yes, certainly it does. I think which is why the design-linked incentive is sort of focused on making sure that the IPR stays in India. There are a number of, this is the hotbed of new startups, including in chip design. Some of them grow, some of them want to stay Indian, some get sold, and or they just design for companies. I mean, it is a commercial decision that many of the owners take, and I don't think you should be judging them on the basis of the decision that they take. When it starts making economic and other sense for them to do it for the country, I'm sure they'll do it. And I think that's something which, when Indian talent is being used, and 20% of the workforce which works on design is Indian.
In India,
and Bangalore, Hyderabad, these are the big centers, Pune, these are the big centers where this is getting done. And I'm sure one day or the other, as that, as GCCs grow, as more people work on engineering R&D, as more people work on design, there will be these offshoots, there will be companies which will be established and which will grow, and, we are creating the ecosystem. So I'm not, let me say that I'm not disappointed. I'm happy for the way that the ecosystem is growing.
Yeah.
I think it's only a matter of time before it happens for India as well. And we will have something which will support people who will develop the design in India and keep the IPR in
Mr. Krishnan, I want to link back to the hardware story that we were talking about, and you said that you feel very confident that this could in fact be the breakout moment or revival, so to speak. But I want to link this to what we're seeing happen within the region as well. And the China opportunity is not just coming to India, it's coming to places like Vietnam and other countries in the region as well. Is there an assessment today of where things currently stand as far as costs are concerned, as far as ease of doing business is concerned, to ensure that a lot of that FDI that may be finding its way into other regions, moves to India?
Look, I mean, of course, there are higher costs, especially when a new industry comes in. There are likely to be higher friction costs and other costs which are there. And, infrastructure may not be what it needs to be to begin with. So all of those added costs will be there, but I think they do get overcome in course of time. I think these two states between Karnataka and Tamil Nadu have proved what it takes to bring in electronic manufacturing into the state and how you can actually do it. The proof is really in actually seeing it happen. Foxconn is building a huge center again outside of Bangalore in Tumkur. They already have one huge center in Sri Perumbudur in Tamil Nadu. So this is proof for you that it can actually be done. I think it's no longer a question of can we do it. Yeah. We have done it. Now how do you scale it up, and how do you spread the story wider in the rest of the country? And how do you prepare for it?
Have you been able to spread the story wider on the back of some of the examples that you just cited? And do you have clarity or visibility on further incremental or new FDI coming in?
There is a lot of interest, and I'm confident that more of it will come in. It's a little more complicated. The electronic sector is a little more complicated than, say, the automobile sector, where the number of manufacturers is significantly larger. Today, if you look at something like the mobile phone brands, there are probably only 5 or 6 big brands. Likewise, in any particular element of consumer electronics or anything else, the leading brands and those who dominate most of the market are limited in number. So it is a bit of a challenge, but I think the good thing is that many of the brands and many of their facilities are already in India. And it's a question of scaling up. If you take the mobile story, it's no longer about manufacturing for the country. It's about exports. It's about, how much can you make here and export. So that is the way we are looking at it, because otherwise, the two biggest brands are both here and manufacturing. And one is exporting, the other will also hopefully start exporting. And even the Chinese brands which are here will hopefully start exporting.
Is the Apple story really the story that is marketing the Make in India movement at this point in time?
I think it's a very important example. I mean, if you show that it can be done, that makes a big difference. And I think what the Apple story really shows you is that it can be done. There's a very similar story in a related field. If you look at, athletic footwear, the Nike story, for instance, in terms of what is happening with non-leather footwear being made in India and the number of companies which are again coming up in this region. So I think these stories are illustrations that it can be done, and it just takes a little bit more work to sort of put it all together.
How much of technology is a part of your life today? I mean, do you have an AI assistant that's helping you go between your meetings and prepare your notes for you and so on and so forth?
I'm a slightly older world person, but I have people in my ministry and who help me who are
real people
who tell me, I asked AI and they told me this and this is the way it is. But I think sometimes, even if you have to think about technology and even if you have to think about these issues, I mean, I'm not a technologist myself, I'm a policy person. But when I think about policy, it's, I think, important to understand the real world impact of this and what it can do for a variety of things. So sometimes it's easier to think with this.
So, yes, I would imagine so. So let me end by asking you, what to your mind is the role and the purpose of technology in the Indian context for our future as you see it evolve?
I think it is the most significant element. That is what is going to really take us into the next level of discontinuous growth. Technology in the way that it has evolved, and particularly the application of AI and various elements of it, will probably be the next industrial revolution. And the opportunity that the West had and Europe had with the first industrial revolution is the kind of opportunity that presents itself now. And if we ride that wave and use technology appropriately, then probably India by 2047 will be a rich country and not just an old country.
A rich and an old country with young people. But Mr. Krishnan, always a pleasure. Many, many thanks for joining us here to give us a status check of where things currently stand with the India AI mission and much more. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for the MeitY Secretary. Thank you so much for your time, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Krishnan and Shireen, for that wonderful session. Mr. Krishnan, in fact, at our event today, we have 3 people working on Indic LLM, Sarvam, we have Mitesh Khapra as well as Ganesh. So all the best AI brains in India here, but thank you very much for making the trek from Delhi to Bengaluru, sir. Moving on, as generative AI takes the world by storm, how is this driving digital transformation? How are companies adapting to the disruption? Please join me in welcoming Shruti Mishra of CNBC-TV18 and Girish Balachandran, Senior Director and Head of Digital Media Business, India South Asia for Adobe, for our next session. Please come on stage, sir. Huge round of applause for both of them.
Thank you, Chandra.
Thank you.
So, tools for our creatives and videos. So thank you, thanks a lot for that.
So happy to hear that. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us today at the Global AI Conclave. Welcome, Girish. Let's just straight away dive in.
Thank you.
You know, as we move further into the era of generative AI-driven solutions, how do you envision the future of digital technology transforming, evolving? What major trends do you feel, will shape the way businesses leverage technology in the coming years?
Okay. Before we start, Shruti, I'd just like to say that it's a tough act to follow. Secretary Krishnan and Shireen, that was an amazing conversation. But anyway, so let's dive in and see what we can do with this. So look, generative AI in general and generative AI in particular is a reality now, right? And your tagline says it best, from hype to impact. And this is reflected in the conversations that we have with our customers and partners globally. The conversations have moved from potential to performance, from playground to production, if you will, right? And the pace and volume of AI-led innovations are just skyrocketing. due to radical breakthroughs in chip technology. We heard
Yes.
that in some of those conversations. In cloud computing, interfaces have changed, and the way in which we interact with applications and search engines have changed forever, right? So all of this is actually playing a big role. Now, if you look at it from a generative AI standpoint, what it also does in the Indian context is that there is this huge, the rapidly rising middle class in India is driving a huge surge in consumption, right? Which is actually reflecting in an unprecedented demand, increase in demand for digital content, where again, there's a huge play for generative AI. Now, the full value or the true potential of generative AI or AI will be realized only when it starts getting deeply embedded within the business workflows, right? Enhancing processes like content creation, marketing, customer service, or data analysis, thereby enhancing what we call creativity and productivity, right? So businesses that integrate AI into their core applications actually can automate these manually intensive, repetitive tasks, drive quicker insights.
And how do you see that happening? How soon?
So we see that happening now. We see that happening now. Like I said, it's no more a conversation about potential benefits. It's all about conversation about performance. It's about conversation on production. So we see that happening right now as we speak across industries, across various company sizes, across India.
All right. So you've taken us through the major trends that you see evolving and how businesses are going to leverage technology in the future. Girish, tell us, how does Adobe's unique approach to generative AI caters to the diverse needs of businesses across industries, and what sets it apart?
Sure. So look, the way we see it, Adobe is designed for every business, everywhere in digital India, from whether you are a small business owner to India's largest enterprises, across industries, from healthcare and life sciences to manufacturing to financial services or to entertainment, right? Adobe's Creative Cloud, Document Cloud solutions help unleash creativity, boost productivity, and help drive digital success. Now, Adobe's unique approach to Gen AI actually blends something very interesting. We call this innovation with integrity. Right? And it's based on 4 key pillars, which is all around data, models, interfaces, and all 3 underpinned by a huge focus on ethics. Right? Now, data, any AI model or any AI system or generative AI model, the output is only as good as the input you feed it. Right? The output is only as good as the data that you train it on. So from an Adobe standpoint, our unique approach is that our generative AI models, family of generative AI models called Firefly, is trained on Adobe's stock images, where contributors are paid for their work, right? It's Adobe's content, 350 million plus images, or openly licensed content, or publicly available content where copyright is expired. I just go back to the previous discussion between Secretary Krishnan and Shireen Ban, where they spoke about copyright infringement, right? This is exactly what is addressed by Adobe's approach from a data standpoint, right? So this actually gives you output which is completely safe for commercial use. So
give us a use case as to how you're helping your clients.
So for example, we have clients in healthcare and life sciences, where a company which is involved in clinical research and others are looking at creating content. It's a heavily regulated industry, by the way, right? So they're looking at creating content where they do not have any issues from a legal standpoint. So what we even do is we go one step further and actually help them train our LLMs using their own data, which is called custom models. So these data, the output and the input is completely controlled by them, which gives them supreme control over data privacy. And the outputs are completely aligned and consistent with their brand guidelines. And there is no legal issues or anything to be worried about, right? And how do we back it up? From an Adobe standpoint, for all our enterprise customers, we put our money where our mouth is, in the sense that we actually provide what we call legal indemnification to our enterprise clients who are actually using our Gen AI solutions. Because we are supremely confident about the data that we use to train our systems on. So the output is something which is very, very heavily curated, in the sense that there is no issues with respect to copyright infringement.
All right. Okay, you spoke about the 5 pillars which had ethics as well, and we'll get to that a little later. But before that, generative AI, as we all know, is opening new frontiers by democratizing creativity. You spoke about that, and with Adobe, obviously, certainly setting benchmarks at that. How do you ensure that while driving efficiency, the soul of human creativity remains intact, and also at the same time addressing the fear of job placement?
So I would like to go to the previous session in the, when we had those chess grandmasters on stage. We heard one of the grandmasters talking about the fact that how much of our AI or how much of our technology is going to help you. At the end of the day, in a math situation, it's a human emotions which count. It's a human quotient, which is the X factor, which is going to be the difference, right? So we at Adobe truly believe that generative AI can be an augmentation, can augment human creativity, but will never replace human creativity. It will be a co-pilot. It's not going to replace human creativity, right? So we are firmly of the opinion that the human element, the human emotions, the creative quotient is something that will come to the fore from a human, right? So what generative AI will do is actually help you automate a lot of those workflows and other processes that are associated with the workflow, so that actually frees up the creator's time to focus on the core human element of ideation and creativity. Now, on the democratization part, Shruti, you mentioned about democratizing creativity, and I think that's a very key element, and that's what I think is one of the biggest achievements from a generative AI standpoint, not just Adobe, across all partners and vendors in this space. If you look at creativity in general, Adobe's view is that there has always been something what we call a creative ceiling, right? Because designers and creative professionals have always been told as how should a designer be, how should a designer work, how should a designer think, which in some sense would be constraining their creative elements, right? They're supposed to work in a certain way, they're supposed to work with certain tools, and at the same time, what we see is that there has always been something what's called a creative floor, which should typically prevent a non-creative professional from participating in this creative process. For example, I would like to classify myself as a knowledge worker. I'm not a creative person per se, I'm a knowledge worker. How would I participate in the creative process? Today, I create content. Almost every one of us in this room, whether you're a marketer or you're a knowledge worker,
absolutely,
or you
each one of us,
and that is the outcome of all this generative AI technology, where it has actually democratized creativity. And from an Adobe standpoint, our tools like Firefly, which is our flagship generative AI models, or Express, with very low learning curves, have actually opened up creativity, actually democratized it, and made a lot of non-creatives participate in this creative process. So we call this raising the creative ceiling and lowering the floor, so that many people can participate in this process.
So Girish, would you say you see generative AI as an enabler of human creativity, complementing talent, or as a disruptor that might redefine traditional roles?
So it's going to be both. It's going to complement in certain cases, it's going to be disrupting, and it will redefine traditional roles, absolutely. So like what we, all of us would have seen the Jensen Huang interview, right? AI is not going to take away your job, but somebody who knows AI is probably going to take away your job. Right? So it's going to redefine that reality.
Okay. Balancing rapid innovation with ethical practices is essential for organizations that are adopting generative AI. How does Adobe champion this cause? The responsible use of artificial intelligence help maintain the authenticity of digital content while enabling clients to harness the full potential of generative AI?
Like I said, we are super focused on what we call responsible use of AI. So that's why we have, any AI product that goes out of Adobe's door, any AI feature that gets embedded into our tool set, actually goes through what we call an AI review framework. So we even have something called an AI impact assessment, where each of these features are actually reviewed for impact, right? Now, before I elaborate further, I again go back to one of the points that Secretary Krishnan mentioned, saying that innovation should never be stifled. Just because there are risks doesn't mean that you actually put a lid on innovation and creativity. We believe that the true potential of generative AI can be realized when you encourage innovation and creativity, but have the right guardrails in place. Right? From an Adobe standpoint, what this means is we have a very clear ethical framework in place, which is built on what we call an ART framework, which is accountability, responsibility, and transparency. Right? So any AI feature that is embedded in our product goes through rigorous end-to-end review, from design to development to deployment, before it gets released. And it goes through what we call an AI impact assessment. So if there is a feature which is termed as low impact, for example, it could just be an AI feature which is going to just work on some font. Adobe is very famous for fonts. It's just going to work on some font. It will be classified as low impact, so it will get cleared through the regular channel. Okay. If there is a feature which involves, for example, neural filters, or a feature which can potentially change human characteristics or help you define human characteristics, that is going to go through a rigorous test as part of the AI ethics framework and impact assessment to ensure that biases don't creep in. Gender biases, race biases, bunch of other biases don't creep in. So we've got a lot of these safeguards in place.
And authenticity.
And of course, authenticity is super important. And Adobe, we are one of the leaders here, and we founded what we call the Content Authenticity Initiative. I don't know, many of you might have heard of what we call the CAI, Content Authenticity Initiative, which was founded 5 years back. And the participants here are typically what we see as participants from media, we have partners from technology companies, and we have policymakers as well who are part of this consortium, and which is now upwards of 4,000 members, globally led by Adobe. And this actually works to safeguard content authenticity. And not just that, it is now evolved into something more than authenticity. It's evolved into what we call provenance. So it is now called C2PA, which is Coalition for Content Provenance and Authenticity, where provenance is super important, as important as authenticity. So what I mean is, you have a piece of digital content, you actually are able to look at its provenance in the sense that you are able to see the history of that content. When was this content created? Who created it? What tools or technologies, including AI or generative AI, were used to create this piece of content? And what happened to this content through its life cycle? And then a person can make an informed decision about whether they want to consume this content or not consume this content. That is super important. Think of it like a nutrition label for digital content.
Yeah.
What did you look for when you buy something to eat, right? You look for the manufacturing date, you look for the expiry date, you see what percentage of protein, fat, and all of that. This actually gives you a nutrition label kind of a thing for a digital content, basis which the consumer can make an informed decision whether you want to consume that content, whether you want to be part of it or not.
All right, so thank you for taking us through how Adobe is championing the responsible use of AI. But what advice, Girish, would you give to ensure that your businesses or leaders leverage this technology responsibly and effectively as part of the digital transformation journey?
So the way we see it is first look at, do not look at AI or Gen AI as a threat or a challenge. This is not something which is going to take away jobs. Like you rightly said, this is something which is going to probably redefine job profiles.
Redefine roles,
It's going to redefine job profiles. But this is something which is going to help us do a lot more. We can do a lot more with what we have today. It's not about reducing cost. From an India standpoint, it's always about doing a lot more with what you have today. So embrace it as an opportunity, rather than look at it or deal with it as a challenge that you have to anyway deal with, right? So that's the way we look at it.
All right. Take us through some of the key generative AI innovations that Adobe has introduced in recent years and the kind of impact it has had.
So look, there have been many innovations. The rate at which this space is evolving, the kind of conversations that I had with customers 1 year back is very different from the conversation that I have today. Because the pace at which the portfolio is evolving is stupendous, right? It's mind-boggling. But if you had to pick a few things, last month we announced from an Adobe Firefly, which is Adobe's family of generative AI models, we announced what we call text to video. That means you can generate long format videos from text prompts, which again, completely designed to be commercially safe, right? Safe for work, right? And again, I go back to the point where in the previous conversation, they were talking about a news agency suing a technology company because they've used their content to train their LLMs. That's like absolutely what, for example, Adobe, we just don't do at all. So we ensure that our models are trained on our content so that the output is completely safe for business use for our customers. Now, coming back to this, so text to video is an amazing innovation that we have launched recently. Not just that, there have been a lot of innovations launched in the space of 3D, for example, right? So we have a huge 3D portfolio where you can actually edit 3D files within 2D workflows and actually generate 3D content within that. So plus a lot of innovations around the document management portfolio. I don't know if many of you have heard of Acrobat AI Assistant. Acrobat AI Assistant actually helps if you're a knowledge worker or a business leader who has to make decisions. And I think that's the biggest role of a leader, make decisions. right? How do you make decisions? By analyzing data and information. And that's what something like an Acrobat AI assistant can make your life so much simpler and make you so much more productive and efficient.
All right. Thank you for taking us through some of the recent innovations at Adobe. I believe we have about 3 to 4 minutes. Let me quickly throw away 3 rapid questions at you, and you need to be faster than the LLMs. All right? Okay, Girish, first up, what is your favorite Gen AI tool and why?
Nowadays, it is Acrobat AI Assistant. If you had asked me this question 6 months back, I would have said Firefly. Now it's Acrobat AI Assistant.
All right. What is the one line that comes to your mind when you think about Adobe's Gen AI offerings?
We are on brand, at scale, commercially safe for business.
Wow, I love the subtleness in that statement. Everything. Finally, what is that one superpower you would like AI to equip you with?
You really want to know that?
Yes.
Okay, I just wish AI would help me to get my kids to listen to me. I have a 16-year-old and a 10-year-old. If there's any way I can get them to listen to me, that's a superpower that I long for.
Well, I have twins and I would love to have that superpower as well.
If I get that, I'll let you know.
All right. How soon can we do this? Are you working on it?
I'm still searching for it.
All right, Girish. On that note, it's time for us to wrap up this conversation. Many thanks, ladies and gentlemen. A huge round of applause for Girish. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your time, and thank you for your time and patience.
Thank you so much for that session, Shruti and Girish. And if you get your hand on that tool, please pass it on to me, because I also have a 9-year-old and a 5-year-old, and I'd love to learn that secret. Thank you so much for that superb session. Moving on to how AI is redefining industries, we now turn to how AI is reshaping healthcare, an area where the stakes are actually very high. From early detection to personalized medicine and treatment, AI has vast potential to touch our lives, and we have a brilliant panel to take this forward. Let me first welcome the moderator for the session, CNBC-TV18's Ritu Singh. Round of applause for the moderator, please. And please join me in welcoming the speakers for this session. Dr. Sudarshan Ballal, the chairman of Manipal Hospitals. Dr. Geeta Manjunath, the founder, CEO and CTO of Niramai Health Analytics. And Laina Emmanuel, the co-founder and CEO of Brainsight AI.
Thank you, Chandra. Well, thank you very much for that. And, through the day, we've heard a lot of speakers talk about, perhaps if there's one industry where we could see the biggest impact of AI is healthcare. So I'm glad we're finally getting to the specifics of that. So, Dr. Ballal, let me kick things off with you. To start by telling us, this game changer for healthcare, AI is often touted as that. How much of that is hype? How much of that is reality in India? And, what are some of the challenges that AI is uniquely positioned to solve for a country like India that you're already seeing play out?
Thank you very much for having me here. And I would like to compliment and congratulate CNBC-TV18 and Moneycontrol for having this very wonderful session. I think the question was, what does AI do for healthcare? I think it can do a lot. But unfortunately, like many things in life, healthcare has been the last to adopt technology and AI. We need to have had a lot more AI and technology in healthcare, but we are slowly getting there. Slow and steady wins the race. Hopefully at some point we'll win the race. I think it certainly has changed many things in life as far as healthcare is concerned. One of the biggest changes I see is telemedicine and remote monitoring. We were struggling to talk to patients before the revolution of COVID happened. Believe it or not, there's something good that has happened.
The revolution of COVID.
Yes. Okay. Before, the COVID has had, of course, devastating effects on our citizens. But I think one thing good that came out of COVID has been telemedicine and remote monitoring. And it was sort of quagmired for decades under legal and regulatory affairs. In the last week of 2020, it happened like a miracle. So I think we are slowly getting there. I think remote monitoring, telemedicine, and one of the areas where technology has really helped us is imaging in radiology. I think soon we may not need radiologists, or we may not need radiologists who are not trained in AI. I mean, that's a very blanket statement. I hope there are no radiologists in the group who would throw stones at me.
Well, that's not another example of how AI can take jobs. Like someone on the previous panel said, is the people who know how to use AI can take your jobs. But anyway, with that, Dr. Geeta Manjunath, let me come to you on how you think AI is reshaping the healthcare landscape as we know it, and the key areas where it can make the most immediate impact for healthcare in India.
Yeah, thank you for that question, and it's wonderful to be on this session, also with people I value a lot and very accomplished sir here. So I'll start with the last line he said, medical imaging. I think he's absolutely right. Among all the different areas where AI is impacting clinically, medical segment is in radiology, because we all know that AI, deep learning, and all of the good stuff really can do very well in imaging and video related activities. And radiology is all about interpreting medical images, which are very, very complex. Every patient is different, etc. Having said that, if I say the same line as a founder and CEO of Niramai, where we use AI for detecting breast cancer, I'll be thrown out of my job. So I will say, just like the previous speaker said, radiologists using AI will replace radiologists not using AI. Coming back to your additional sort of generalized question, I want to classify almost all applications of healthcare into two categories. I would say maybe three, but let's see, two. One, which is more operational efficiency oriented, like improving the patient experience, like sir said, the telemedicine aspect, and also maybe figuring out how to match the right patient to the right doctor, optimizing resources in terms of beds and so on and so forth. So that's one aspect. And of course, we have the chat and all the text LLM related activities also, because hospitals also have to communicate with the customers who are the patients, right? The second category falls under the clinical decision support systems. So this area is still to be fully impacted, and definitely the last two. We've seen very, very few cases where this is going and being used, and typically almost no case where AI has completely replaced a doctor in diagnosing, except in screening, triaging in rural part. So if you actually put an application between the two domains, we know where to have complete confidence in AI, where it will still be doctor plus AI coming together. In the second part, which is very close to my heart, there are several things that AI can do. One is reduce the misdiagnosis or missed diagnosis, both aspect of it, that is overdiagnosis or missing cancers and so on and so forth, which is obviously helpful. It will also actually improve the productivity of the doctors, because it can be that simple assistant who will triage, figure out who among these 1,000 patients need faster access and so on and so forth. So that way, it will help both the rural ecosystem and the, of course, the urban, very, very busy doctors, right? So that way, I feel, AI can actually bridge the healthcare divide that exists in India today. Well, and the last bit is really, we talk about healthcare and so on, and again, I don't know how the healthcare specialists will react to this, but we know it's really not healthcare, it is really illness care or disease care right now. So how can we move from disease care to a preventive methodology, illness to wellness? There again, AI can be a great boon by predicting risks to certain diseases with maybe continuous monitoring of some of the health parameters that you can measure with wearables or any other type of continuous monitoring. And also maybe even a weekly monitoring is good enough in some of the cases. So that is another powerful area where AI can be super helpful, because it can actually crunch a lot of data coming in from different modalities, different sources, and so on and so forth. And that's the other big area which is going to be revolutionized.
Lots of food for thought there, and we'll get back to some of those issues that you raised. But Lena, let me quickly bring you into the conversation about what you've seen being the biggest impact of AI in the field that you specialize in neurological sciences.
Absolutely. First of all, it's an honor to be here. So we do a thing called brain mapping and advanced brain mapping, and that is only possible because of the use of AI. like Dr. Geeta said, right, like imaging has become a big thing, but even beyond imaging, video analysis is what we do of the brain to be able to look at connectivity patterns which enable you to understand psychiatric disorders, early diagnosis of dementia, as well as using it for neurosurgical cases to make it more safer. And I think it is these hard cases which till today did not really have much of clinical tools to help doctors. That is where I think AI has such a big role to play. And today, a lot of doctors use our products. They have shown confidence in our product, and they love it because it helps them get into the surgery room with a lot more confidence. So I think these niche areas are also some of the areas where AI can make a huge impact.
Like Dr. Geeta was saying, there are some areas where AI is completely replacing doctors. Do you see that happening in brain surgeries and in this field that you're in, or is that even desirable?
I would say that we actually add to the creativity of doctors. So a lot of doctors come to us, and when we talk to them, they're so tired of the fact that robotics, AI are touted as ways to replace them. But when we are giving them information about the brain which they did not have access to before, they actually enjoy and get back to that medical challenge which they used to love, the idea of being able to, as a detective, figure out what's going on with their patients. So I think we enhance their creativity. Yeah.
Dr. Balal, if you'd like to add to that, and also your experience of using AI at Manipal hospitals. You've used it across a variety of functions, whether that is nurse rostering, whether that is discharge summaries. How has been the experience using this, and what kind of efficiencies is brought in for the hospital?
Thank you for asking me. I wanted to actually take your permission to answer some of the things that you asked.
Please feel free, no permissions needed. You have a mic.
I do believe AI, I'm a great proponent of AI, but I do believe that AI with a human touch is needed. I mean, there is a very elegant study recently where they looked at some 50 doctors and they gave them some 7 cases, real cases, to be diagnosed. And they divided them into 3 groups, one which didn't use AI at all, one that used AI, like ChatGPT, and one where only the ChatGPT was fed with the data. And they looked at the differential diagnosis. And what do you think the guesses would be? Who was the most accurate? ChatGPT.
Oh, I was going to say otherwise.
Next came ChatGPT with doctors, and last came doctors like me.
You're not giving very comforting views to some of the doctors or medical practitioners in the room.
But it's interesting. The question is, why did doctors using ChatGPT fare worse than ChatGPT alone? That's because our bias overcame the recommendations of ChatGPT, and we went down the wrong path. And this is a real study on real people, case sheets of real people, real patients. So I think we have to adapt to AI, but I still see a lot of patients who I tell them, if you come on a video consult, I'll talk to them. No, they say, I want to see you in person, I want to see you smile, I want to see you examine me, I want you to talk to me about my family. So that cannot be taken away from AI or any other technology that comes. So I think we have to amalgamate technology with the human angle, and that's when the world will go forward.
So that's the scientific aspect of it. What about bringing efficiencies into your everyday functioning as a hospital?
No, I think it would have, it certainly has brought in a lot of efficiency in getting patient appointments, the pharmacy. By the time the patient walks out of my pharmacy, the prescription would have gone to the pharmacy. It's ready. The next appointment, reminders to patients to come back for their tests like MRI or whatever tests we have ordered. Streamlining of discharge summaries, admissions, so on, appointments, so on and so forth. I think what discharges would take about 4 to 8 hours in the good olden days. And I don't think you'll ever check into a hotel where they'll take 8 hours to discharge you or let you out of the hotel. But now it's been streamlined. Within an hour, we send most of the patients unless they have insurance problems. So a lot of efficiency has crept in. And I think with the augmentation of AI, I can do a lot more work as an individual than without that help. Of course, people in my age group surround ourselves with a lot of youngsters who are tech savvy. So what we cannot do, they help us doing it.
Well, I hope some of the audience are listening. We'll come back to you on that. But Dr. Geeta, at Niramai, you're solving the problem of early cancer detection. Using AI, so far, to what extent has it made these screenings more accessible to people, and not just in the metros that probably are over-serviced, but perhaps to the far-flung areas of India where the infrastructure is not as developed?
Absolutely. Thanks for that question. At Niramai, we have developed a new method of detecting breast cancer, those of you who are not aware, where we just measure the temperature variations on the chest using a thermal sensor which looks like these cameras around, and we convert the temperature map to a cancer health report automatically using AI, and about 20 different AI algorithms work on it. So using this, of course, this can be used in hospitals, diagnostic centers as a breast cancer screening device. The best part is we don't even touch the person. There's complete safety because there's no X-ray radiation. It's just measuring temperature of the body, and it's extremely accurate, sensitive, I would say. It's able to pick up stage 0, stage 1 cancer as well.
What are the accuracy levels?
Yeah.
Of,
we talk about sensitivity, specificity. We have more than 95% sensitivity and false positive rate of less than 10%, which is pretty top-notch, especially when you consider AI-based analysis. And we've compared with mammography, ultrasound, and biopsy as a complementary sort of, reference test, and it's performing super well. Actually, I'm very proud of that. Having said that, in a hospital which cannot afford to have these big diagnostic machines, because we see big hospitals also having these hub and spoke kind of model, right? Smaller centers where people have to come in. This is access in an urban city scenario where you cannot have all the imaging equipment, and definitely, it's an affordable way. You can definitely screen people. Only people who are coming out as red or high scores, then they need to be sent. Now, when we take it to the rural areas, which is what you were mentioning, what we have done is we made this so simple, the reporting so simple, that it automatically gives a red, yellow, green, which even a health worker can understand. Instead of doing hand-based examination, or sometimes just mimicking, do you have a lump, and just bringing the people who seem to think they have a lump, which is very, very dangerous. So we are replacing that completely with a proper, accurately kind of proven method of screening. And we've been able to impact more than 2.5 lakh women so far, done several studies in the rural areas, and proven that we've been able to detect 3 times more cancer than their previous record of screening same number of people. Especially in Punjab, we have done in all the districts. And even in Karnataka, we've done in Gulbarga district a large number of cases, etc. So definitely, I think we've been able to bring in high quality screening services at a very, very affordable manner and rate, being operated by low-skilled workers. I think that's very, very important to get to the scale, right? If you need doctors for even operating the machine, or a highly skilled imaging technician, then it doesn't scale at all. And the most important part we addressed at Niramai is the privacy angle. Nobody wants to remove clothes in front of somebody else just to sort of get a test done. Trust me, unless there is a problem, they don't go to the hospital for that reason. So we have made it completely privacy aware, like a changing room. It's like a booth. The lady enters in it. Nobody is inside. The technician is also outside. She, of course, has to remove clothes, but there is only this device in front of it. Remaining things are controlled by the technician. So this no see, no touch, no pain, no radiation technique has made even rural people want to take this test. And it's very fulfilling to see it. Now we are beyond India. Now many of the developing countries have come forward, and it's going well. Thank you.
All right, so that's as far as cancer is concerned. But, brain health, Laina, that's been an underserved segment of, the healthcare industry in India. Give us a sense of what you are doing at BrainSight AI, for instance, to solve for some of the complex diseases, whether you talk about Parkinson's, epilepsy, or worse.
Sure. Absolutely. So let me start with saying that we are one of 2 worldwide companies doing the kind of advanced brain mapping that we do, which is called connectomic mapping for those who are interested. And now this has implications at different stages for disorders like Parkinson's, where it can help in motor rehabilitation. In epilepsy, there are research papers which say about how connectomics can be used to get to the epileptic foci in the brain, which allows surgeons to be able to with more confidence come to the point which needs to be removed. Basically, they use it for their disconnection surgeries. It was also used, in fact, my co-founder's PhD at NIMHANS was on how connectomic analysis could be used for psychiatric disorders, very serious psychiatric disorders like schizophrenia, bipolar, OCD, where you could use connectomics to figure out how to guide rehabilitation. So both neurostimulation, cognitive rehabilitation, these are all, I mean, and considering that this is such a huge problem, in fact, the burden of mental disorders to the global burden of disease is one of the highest. And there have never been many technologies which have helped here. And I think connectomics and AI-powered connectomics is one of those areas which can dramatically change how soon you come to a diagnosis and how you can help these patients who for years have never found a solution.
Well, that's wonderful work you're doing. But, quickly, just to put this thing into perspective, the success rate of these complex surgeries, to what extent is that improved with the aid of artificial intelligence?
Absolutely. So I'll talk about the very specific thing that we help in. So after surgery, there is often functional loss in the patient. So different functions like language and sensory, etc., are lost. Now, what we are able to do is use the advanced brain mapping to come to a much more nuanced map of the brain, which allows the doctors to not only look at your traditional networks of the brain, but also cognitive networks. Like the fact that you're paying attention to me is because there is a network in the brain called the attention network. The fact that you're blocking out a lot of information that's out there is because there's a salience network in your brain which is actually doing that. So till today, these kind of networks were actually available only in research and in places like Harvard, Stanford, where you usually had a bunch of neuroscientists working with the doctors. In our case, what we've done is democratized all of that, because with AI, we are able to reduce the functional loss. So we are able to provide this information to the doctor. And as I said, they love the creativity. Now they can actually think about how to reduce attention loss for patient or salience loss, all of those, and they're able to take better decisions. Yeah.
Well, kudos to all of you for doing that kind of work for us. But Dr. Balal, again, coming back to the kind of efficiency AI is bringing into healthcare, you operate a large chain of hospitals at Manipal. Just give us a sense of how you're implementing AI at scale across your various hospitals across the country, and you're able to deliver the same level of satisfaction and the similar kind of solutions, no matter the geographical location or the size of the hospital.
I think that's a very important question, especially for our chain. Now, in the last 2 or 3 years, we have probably added another close to 30 hospitals to our chain. And these are hospitals in different parts of the country, different levels of sophistication, different culturally. So I think integration has been one of the biggest issues. And in general, we have an entire team dedicated to integrating the various systems. For instance, today, if I see a patient who's come from Calcutta, I can easily access their medical records. But if they came when it was not a part of the Manipal chain, then I would have had to rely on the patient giving me the records so that I don't order the same test or make it very redundant. So integration process is slow and sometimes painful, but that's something we are working on. We have an entire team doing that, and that makes life much simpler. In my opinion, it should not only be integration of a single hospital chain. I think it should be across the country for all hospital chains, because people can come from any care of setup, maybe the government setup, corporate sector, or anyone. So I think the patients need not suffer because we are not integrated.
Well, since we've completely run out of time, Dr. Geeta, just closing comments from you as to what you think is the one breakthrough that you envision in the field of AI that will shape or really change the way we see healthcare in India today.
My favorite one is ATM machine, hopefully in every house, but at least every street, where we can get a preventive view, non-invasive view of what's going wrong with your body. So you just walk in, it'll tell you where something is going wrong, so you can actually go. So focused on preventive, focused on wellness, focused on non-invasiveness of it, I think it's feasible. And we're already trying to work towards that. But there's so many ways of looking into the body without touching the body, without harming the body. I think these kind of, kind of wavelengths, we say, right? These kind of waves can come in and can be analyzed with AI-based analysis, so that there is some quantitative information that can be taken out. So that I think is not too far away, and that will be wonderful to have at home if possible.
All right. On that note, Laina, Dr. Balal, Dr. Geeta, thank you very much for your time here today. It was a pleasure speaking with all of you, and thank you all for being an attentive audience.
Thank you so much.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for Dr. Balal, Geeta and Laina for sharing how artificial intelligence is truly touching lives. Thank you so much, Ritu. But I still hope we have physical doctors to go to in the AI-first medical world. I would also request you to please stay on stage, Ritu, or come back on stage for the next session. Now, before we get on to our next session, a show of hands for all who have used ChatGPT as an assistant at the workplace. Interesting response. Those who did not raise their hands, probably this session will inspire you to use AI. Shifting focus to how AI is changing the way we work, our professional landscape is evolving and artificial intelligence can dramatically improve productivity and decision making. To discuss this in detail, let's please call on stage with a huge round of applause, Urvish Thakkar, Vice President and General Manager, Global Commercial Strategy, Development and Transformation at Intel. We've also got Sudeep K. Goswami, Director and General Manager, Global Alliances, Service Providers and Startups, Dell Technologies. And we also have Siddharth Mukherjee, the Global Practice Head, Digital Workplace and General Manager, Wipro. We have Alok Kumar, Vice President, Information Technology, Tata Tele Business Services. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for our panelists. Ritu, the stage is all yours.
Thank you, Shruti. Well, it's more than ChatGPT. I think this session is to do with something that's relatively nascent to India, that is AI on your computers. Not yet for consumers, more for businesses. Since this is a very new industry, let me just do one thing. I'll start by asking Sudeep here from Dell Technologies to fill us in on what one-on-one AI really is, what kind of adoption India has seen so far, because it's relatively new, something that we've only had since the start of this year.
I think AI PCs are like cooking gas, but
slightly more complex than that.
But before I go say this, I'm a sales guy, so first let me put some credentials on. The last 3 months, she knows the number. I have sold personally many 10,000 plus kind of AI PCs to organizations in this country. So I know a bit about what goes in buying, and that's why I compare AI PCs to cooking gas. Remember when it came, we knew the obvious benefits, but we had those questions in our mind about, is it safe? Will it leak? Is it secure? Do we need to buy such a big thing? Can I transport it? But over a period of time, you know, you could get burners which could do 4 things at the same time. You got liquid gas, you got line gas, you got small ones and all that. That's how I see the adoption is. There are tons of pros. You get much better productivity. You become personally more intelligent because you can ask a lot of things. It personalizes your work. You can do a lot much more of collaborative things. There are certain things like perceived cost. Is it too high? It is not.
Would you want to tell us how much it would cost to buy an AI PC from Dell?
For you, we'll do a special price, but an AI PC doesn't cost anything much more than the normal PC today, if you know where to buy and what to buy. But it's not cost. Is it secure? That's a question people have. And will it lead to some kind of hallucinations? I use it at my work and something goes wrong. Yeah. There are certain things which come up as inhibitions. And I believe for that, the best thing is to transition, to learn from it. Maybe do small pilots, train your people, integrate it with your systems, and go with it. That would be, I think, my answer to more and more people adopting AI PCs and feel the best out of it.
Okay, let's get some more insights into this cooking gas that's just starting to cook in India. But Urvish, when I asked you earlier about the kind of work that Intel is doing on one-on-one AI, you said something about information to formation to creation. Just take us through what exactly that is and the size of the opportunity you really see globally and in India, the size of the market for this particular innovation.
Yeah, totally. Well, first of all, thanks for having me. Good to be in Bangalore and India for sure. Look, I think 2024 has been a transformational year for us from a client AI perspective. And by extension, that's PC. To quantify the magnitude of the size, we predict that in 2025, the global market will be roughly north of 275 million units. There is a big expansion to TAM in double digits. So here, adding on to our sales folks here, I'm a sales guy myself. We have an opportunity to convert all of them to AI PC. So the market is huge. And we have, at Intel, we have really basically focused on, a very, like, to your point about, information to formation to creation of this AI PC with a very comprehensive approach across the computing stack. So you talk from applications to models, to operating system, drivers, frameworks. They're all optimized for AI acceleration. And we do think that roughly 40–50% at the minimum will convert into both enterprises and the end user scale as well.
So 275 million pieces by 2025 of these AI PCs. How much in India?
Well,
Sudeep is already selling about 25,000 a quarter.
My friends from India are telling me the Indian market will be about 14 to 15 million of that total TAM. So that's a huge opportunity as well. And it's essentially, it's an infancy stage, right? We are basically will mature with the industry. The entire industry is essentially looking to identify the use cases, whatnot. So I do believe that as adoption kind of starts kicking off, the market naturally will expand beyond 14 million as well. So it's really upon us how fast we grow and how fast we can convert this entire new category. For us, really, this is a new category. That's how we see it versus just a next generation upgrade.
Well, one would think the most natural, industry that would adopt this would be the IT industry. So Siddharth, from Wipro, the question is to you as to how this is redefining employee sort of experiences and productivity in workplaces. And are you a user of one?
Well, of course, I'm a user. Goes without saying. But absolutely a pleasure to be here. Being a technologist, it's radically changing the way employees now are consuming data and application. AI PC is the hinge where we will now break up into use cases, which will be very, very specific to employee personas. I think we all appreciate in this room that when we look at employees, one size doesn't fit all. If you're a sales guy, you're a finance, you're marketing, your needs are very different. And lucky we are in this generation that we have solutions today which will harness the power of edge AI. Last 2 years, we've been consuming AI from data centers and cloud, which are fundamentally data centers. Today, we are now in the cusp of consuming AI right where we are sitting. So it's a boon, tremendous boon for the employees. I'm looking at an age where we will have personal assistants. We have started that. We all know this in Rome. But the maturity of that personal assistance and many, many more use cases like Copilot, which we all reading every day, will change the way employees work. And that being my research area, I also feel that the productivity you would see by leaps and bounds.
Well, I can see why an IT industry would be keen to use this. Of course, Intel is keen to sell it, and so is Dell. But let me ask you then, Alok, as Tata Telebusiness Services, are you convinced you should use it? What are the benefits that you see of using one-on-one AI, of AI PCs?
See, definitely. I mean, as everybody has a fears, of course, in terms of the use cases, but I see a positive trend. Positive in the sense AI is going to always be on the assisted side. It's going to help you solve whatever human intelligence would have taken a little longer to solve. Now, if I look specifically from a telecom market perspective, telecom specifically has various nuances in terms of the complexities which we have. Whether you call it as a quality of services or the way we engage with the huge networks. Let's assume that if we do those computing on the edges rather than doing on the data centers, we actually decouple the strengths of data centers and try to utilize on the edge as well. we will save a bit of cost, I would say, at this stage, and maybe things would be much more faster. Rightly said, one of the key driver in this case would be how do we create SLMs as per the personas. There are various personas within any enterprise, whether it could be sales, marketing, could be servicing, and so on. Maybe healthcare, somebody just talked about it. You'll be losing the jobs. No, it's not going to be about losing jobs. It's always about how do we assist the respective personas with a custom SLMs, which would have been possible only via the LLMs on the public clouds. Now that we have a data security within the ambit of your own local laptops or the PCs, whatever it is, I would see it's a boon. It's always an advantage.
Well, Alok, if it's such a boon, why don't you, for the benefit of our audience, throw some numbers out there as to what kind of cost efficiencies are you seeing because of the use of this, or, in general, productivity?
I would say traditionally, if a task that takes, let's say, maybe a few hours, order entry is typical example for a telecom. We capture the data, we take minimum 30 minutes to 15 minutes to look at the documents and fill up the order entry. With this auto scanning, I would say just few seconds, right? So that's where the efficiency is. Percentage computation, you can always think of it this way. This is one use case. There will be several of them.
Okay, well, Sudeep, what kind of partnerships are you building to bring this to businesses, given how new this is? And where does that 25,000 a quarter number go from here? How fast is it growing?
I'll go on partnerships first. AI, including Gen AI. If you are hungry for AI, then look at Dell as the world's largest food court, serving that hunger. And why I say that? Partnerships. One of the largest shops inside that food court is ours with Intel. We have been partners for decades and bringing out things together. Our first range of AI PCs with Intel, but we also have other silicon providers with whom we partner. Then we have SIs like Wipro and TCS and IBM, whose application layers or AI ML layers is what we work with. On data, for example, we work with Starburst, and Iceberg, and Snowflake, and not. So we have a concept called the Gen AI Factory, which means you want to do something at mass scale, come to us, we'll get it done. And it's in that context, I believe partnerships are very important because nobody can do it alone. Our PC that we have, for example, we run something called a Dell Optimizer in a PC, which ensures that your top 5 applications never go out of memory or top speeds, okay? And that's basis Intel's deep learning boost that we have inside that. These are examples of how you make AI work at scale at the edge.
So you didn't give us that number. How is it growing?
Oh, absolutely. See, that number that I gave was half the right number anyways. So I believe perhaps India's number roughly, if you look at the B2B space, is 8.5 or 8 million units a year that India buys, okay? And I think 20% of that next year could be AI PCs. 1/4 will convert.
Well, Siddharth, since you're one of the users of one-on-one AI, give us a sense of what best practices you recommend from what you've seen globally for organizations that are looking to deploy this.
I think Fortune 500, including very large banks in India, the very first step is the whole grounding mechanism. We can't deploy AI without grounding it in your enterprise, which fundamentally means that does the AI understand your lexicons? Do they understand your context? This happened almost 6 months back, and many organizations are at different stages of adoption. We are in the stage now where we are now taking this AI model and creating specific use cases for personas. And I know you wanted some numbers on productivity. If you look at a very well implemented solution in large Fortune 500 organizations, a typical knowledge worker is saving almost 1 hour to 1.5 hours of work time every day. If you multiply it by 5 work days, literally he's getting close to 1 day free. 8 hours. That's massive. We are now heading into a space where I do believe very soon we don't have to respond to our tactical mails, because that was a huge consumption in any knowledge worker 8 hours life cycle.
with the tonality, the contextuality of that persona, LLMs and SLMs, small language models, will become so efficient that they will now respond to your tactical mails, some of your tactical work, and thereby giving all employees chance to focus where it really matters. And that's where the value is. AI, I believe it's a great complementer to all the employees. I'm sure we all are sitting here in respective field will create that value. And that's the phase we are in. We are in that phase that it will become much, much more relevant. And it was very heartening to listen to Satya yesterday when the Microsoft Ignite happened. And he's so focused, the whole keynote was in Copilot. I think when industry stalwarts are putting their brain and might on this solution, I think there's a very, very contextual and powerful solution which we are building for employees.
Urvish, would you want to add on to that as to, what other kind of use cases you see for it?
Yeah, so look, I think from a use case perspective, few that can come to mind, content creation. We've been talking with a lot of musicians and artists to basically that will help them create the content without actually going to the cloud. So give you a little bit more context of, in our AI PC and sort of the processor in it. So, our ultra-core processor is first in the industry with a CPU, GPU, and NPU all in one. So what does that mean? Particularly the NPU accelerators, now you don't need to send your data to the cloud, which basically then leads to enhanced security that you can perform your large machine learning task right on your PC. That basically enhances the security, reduces the latency, right? The online-offline accessibility, thereby also basically helping more hyper-personalization and experimentation, right? So I think, net of it is open ecosystem approach, vast install base, software-enabled accelerations that will basically a key differentiator for the AI PCs. And this is really the wave of a transformational in the industry of compute, that how we have been used to computing or using our laptops will fundamentally shift into, it's like basically, opening up a box that does all the tasks for you on a daily basis. Yeah. Plus it learns the patterns as you use it more. That's the whole concept of AI.
Does it necessarily mean these are more sustainable as well from an environment point of view?
One word.
Does it make them more sustainable as well from an environment point of view?
Yeah, absolutely, right? Because again, the ability to use data native at the edge in your compute
versus from a data center
saves the energy. You don't have to kind of push it to the cloud, so on and so forth.
Well, Alok, a quick word from you as well. What have been some of the best use cases you found from the adoption of one-on-one AI?
It's evolving. It's always evolving. I would say things which are more of compute intensive is something which will be picked up immediately for sure. And anything which requires a cognitive workloads. So if we have to assist any of the personas, at least in our, let's say, telco world, maybe whether it could be a sales guy or a servicing guy, we can always create those particular use cases via custom SLMs within the laptops or a persona, and that can be executed with the multiple efficiencies. I'll give you one example. If let's say the product which we're trying to sell is so complex in nature that we're not able to explain that well to a customer. So the AI machine can assist in terms of explaining the nuances of the product very efficiently. That's one of the very simple use case. Many cases we see security threat vectors are growing very, very fast. So I would say this is really a boon. If we have the AI-enabled PCs, we can really, flick of a seconds, we can definitely at least detect majority of the security threats. Data privacy is also within the control of the specific laptops or the PCs for that matter. Another useful case, I would say, since I'm from the tech department, I always face a challenge with the users in terms of documenting the requirements. So one of the critical use case could be the machine itself can act like a co-pilot and be part of the discussions note down all the business requirements, convert that into a requirement specification, which is really necessary for a technical team to implement. So that's as simple, I would say, a much efficient tool in that case, right? Yeah,
okay.
Thanks.
Sudeep, just to capture all of that in terms of use cases, what has been the feedback from clients early on so far? What are they most apprehensive about when looking to adopt this, or what are they most excited about?
Do you know what an AI PC is?
Is that question to me?
Yeah, to everybody else as well.
Would someone like to take a
PC
shot?
which can do 10 trillion operations per second, tops, 10 tops. At least 10 tops is an AI PC. Today, PCs can do up to 30 tops. So think of doing 30 trillion operations per second. That's the kind of scale you can give to every employee. That's exciting. That's nerve-wracking as well for people, right? What I find similarities in organizations about this is like how they opened up internet to their employees. Remember when internet came, you will have 6 machines given to people, only email allowed, you can't do that, you can't do that. We stifled productivity for a long time in the name of God knows what will happen. And then one day, it just became so open that everybody uses it now. We are going through exactly same phase in understanding what AI PCs can go do. So my answer to your question, I think probably I lost your question in putting the perspective on it.
If the client feedback in terms of what they're most apprehensive about when adopting this technology and what they're most excited about.
What they're excited about is they see the drastic improvement in productivity. He spoke about perhaps getting 1 day free. Now you might not see 1 day, but I think half a day a week you definitely are able to optimize on people, which is like a good amount of time. It's like 15% of time that you're giving somebody to do something else. It's also reducing your operational cost. Do you know if you use an AI PC, in general, you charge it 37% less. So then you are actually saving 37% of power of what you used to go do. And not just on PCs. If you look at data centers, you actually reduce your power load by a factor of 38% too, because those run on a different concept. So apprehensions are primarily about hallucinations and I get a wrong thing in somebody's hands. But I think the benefits far outweigh the costs.
The few made up things that the PC does along the way. But, since we're running out of time, concluding comments from all of you, quickly with you, Urvish, to any of the CXOs here in the audience, what would be the one piece of advice if they're looking to integrate AI into their workspace? And then final thoughts from you after that, Siddharth.
Well, first of all, look, we are here for business. We are ready to sell. We have engineers in the room.
You want to give them your email address?
We have engineers in the room. We have salesmen in the room. And we are wanting to do workshop on AI use cases. We are wanting to help you basically build those use cases. So I think this is how the industry will move and forward. So let's do it.
Okay, Siddharth, final thoughts.
3 pointers. Focus on organizational change management. You can talk about all of this, but if change management is not done at a grassroots level, no employee will even touch it. They are very safe and secure of what they're doing. Second, take a decision between hybrid and composite AI. What will you keep local? What will you send to the cloud? Composite, what will be the combination of models? I know it's a bit technical, but what will be the composition of AI models to make it relevant for the various personas in the organization? Third, have an AI ethical organization. Start first, invest in it. It talks about personal information, it talks about data retention, local, regional nuance, and so on and so forth. So my 3 recommendations would be around these 3 vectors. Thank you.
All right. This is, I thought, a relatively complex topic, but all of you made it quite interesting. I'm quite keen to hear how this industry evolves from here. Thank you so much for candidly sharing your thoughts, Alok, Sudeep, Urvish, as well as Siddharth. It's been a pleasure speaking with all of you gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, gentlemen, for those insightful thoughts, and thank you, Ritu, for that engaging conversation. Moving on, recently Infosys founder Narayan Murthy said Indians should focus on building solutions on top of large language models, or LLMs as they are popularly called, and not build their own LLMs as they don't make any sense. A sentiment shared by his co-founder Nandan Nilekani. But is this the only approach, or should we be audacious enough to build our own LLMs? We have three of the best AI brains in the country to tell us just that. For this, please welcome on stage Moneycontrol's Bhavya Dilip Kumar to moderate this session. Also joining her on stage is Vivek Raghavan, the co-founder of Sarvam AI. We have Ganesh Ramakrishnan, lead Bharat Gen, Chair Professor Department of CSE IITB, co-founder BBSAI, and we also have Mitesh Khapra, head of AI for Bharat Research Lab, IIT Madras. Bhavya, over to you.
Thank you, Shruti. I think my panel can also be called as human intelligence truly ruling the artificial intelligence in India. That's who truly you all are. But to start off with a very intro that we made, right? There's been very divergent views on LLMs versus use cases. So my question, obviously, what school of thought do you believe in? But primarily, why is this debate coming? We don't see the same debate coming in the US or EU or anywhere else, right? But why is it coming in India? Maybe Vivek, if you want to start.
So yeah, I think the answer is, it's a little bit of a nuanced answer, right? In the end, you know, when you're looking at AI, I think you got to focus on the use cases, right? The use cases are what drive things. And the truth is that for many useful use cases, things like either, you know, make no mistake, the frontier LLMs, you know, whether you're talking about the OpenAI or the Anthropics of the world, they're amazing and they're getting better. And, you know, why should India not have something like that? Maybe we should. But the question is that for most things that people want to do, okay, an SLM may actually be able to do some of those things more efficiently. In fact, the previous panel also, people were talking about that in a different context. So therefore, I think that if you look at it from a perspective of getting a lot of value out of AI, you don't need to necessarily have the largest LLMs to do that. And so therefore, you can do very, very useful things using SLMs or using LLMs that other people have created. But on the other hand, if you look at it from a little bit of a strategic perspective, or, you know, why should, I mean, because this could become a strategic issue in the future, that's a different take. And so therefore, different people would have views on that.
Yeah, very interesting question. This question is probably being triggered by the pre-LLM era, in my opinion. The pre-LLM era, I've worked with, well, even in the LLM era, I worked with a lot of industries. Adobe, IBM Research, we actually brought out some small language model with Adobe, also with several private entities. Now, what I realized in this long journey is that while we'll end up solving some problems, getting good publications, our students get placed in the best of these places. In fact, I have my students, even at Mistral. What I realized in this entire process is we don't develop an ecosystem here. And I think this ecosystem is very important. If data is the oil, and if the LLM is the car, and the compute infra is the highway, right? Now, to create enough demand for the data and for the highways, you also need the cars. And you need to have the capability of manufacturing them. And that's what LLM manufacturing in India means. It's actually creating the ecosystem. And believe me, Bharat Jet is maybe 3 months old, and I'm happy that the Department of Science and Technology decided to fund it through a Section 8 route, so that we have the best of academia and the best of delivery possible through the Section 8. We're actually paying quite well to hire the top of the notch graduates from our own institutions. This ecosystem requires us to have sovereignty technologically, right? So I think the resolution of this debate is when we realize that without an ecosystem which fosters public-private partnership and which also creates a level playing field overall, otherwise it's just going to be the rich getting the richer. I mean, the recipes are never, I would like to qualify the use of the word IP. I think we should be IP generators, as Mr. S. Krishnan pointed out. But this IP also includes recipes. This IP also includes the ability to fine-tune even the small language models without catastrophic forgetting. How do we do that? How do we even build solutions if we don't have that ability in-house? And that also forays into data sovereignty. So if we don't have the technological sovereignty, you're going to basically have all the data be sent out to these models outside India, which are getting better and better. This is my take on it.
Yes, Mitesh, you want to add?
So I think, to the question, right, that why is this debate, right? I think one reason is that we have the advantage of hindsight now, right? We have seen what has happened in the English world. We understand what is the cost of developing these things. And after investing so much, where has the technology gone? What has it benefited and so on? I think that's why that question comes up, that what path do we want to take, because those paths are now available in hindsight. But my view would be on that, and sort of resonates with what the other two said, is that it has to be both, right? I mean, you have to focus on, you have to be grounded in use cases, right? But not just say that we'll not do anything beyond use cases, right? The use cases would just guide your development of LLMs. For example, once you start focusing on use cases, perhaps you might realize that in India, voice is what matters as opposed to text, right? And then maybe you would decide that instead of building text LLMs, I would rather focus on audio LLMs or multimodal LLMs, right? So that's where both sort of need to go hand in hand. Focus on what you need and then build for that requirement, as opposed to just blindly building and then assuming that it will somehow find use cases, right?
Understood. So what I think what basically I understand is that India is taking a prudent approach, but the ecosystem that needs to go up in order to even talk about this debate further. But coming to you, Professor Ganesh, so you also mentioned about SLMs, right? Small language models, and there's growing excitement for SLMs as well. In fact, one of Bharat Jan's tool is Udaan, which uses SLM, right? So can you tell us if India has that edge in SLM race, at least? Are we there yet?
I think, as has been pointed out several times, India is a use case capital for the world. So that really makes us a very ripe, fertile ground for SLMs. The advantage of SLMs is twofold. One is the quick turnaround time, and the other is human in the loop becomes a lot more possible. There has been a lot of angst about displacing radiologists. I happen to be the founding head of a Center for Digital Health at IIT Bombay, and I believe SLMs and language models in general are only going to get rid of quack work, right? It's going to sharpen the saw, the intellectual saw, the human in the loop saw, right? So I think SLMs are great from both these perspectives. The other important point is, even to build effective SLMs, we need data efficiency and compute efficiency, right? Unfortunately, as I said, there's a great skew in the number of players in this entire area, and largely that's because the redundancy in data is actually being compensated by throwing compute at the models. I think some sanity has to prevail very soon. I was with Jan Lekan, and we had a long discussion around the JPA, where he's trying to bring domain knowledge. If you want to predict the satellite orbit, right? I mean, you don't need zillions of images. You need 6 or 7 parameters. So better understanding of language is very important. Especially for us at Bharat Jan, the mandate is Indian languages. I think there's a lot of lexical, syntactic, phonetic similarity across Indian languages that can actually bring sanity in the way SLMs are also built. So yes, SLMs for these two reasons are important, but we need to become IP generators, IP producers in this process, because we have very, very unique use cases, and those unique cases are also opportunities for IP generation.
I think that's what even Metis Krishnan also spoke about. But Vivek, if you can add here, right? Because you built SLMs from scratch, so if you can.
So we have actually had the opportunity to actually take, build an SLM, a 2 billion parameter model called Sarvam-1, which is state of the art in English compared to any other SLM. And it's trained using 5 trillion tokens, out of which 2 trillion tokens are Indic tokens. So this can be done, and it's built from scratch. It is open source, it is available, and people can use it. So therefore, I just want to show that we can do this. And I think that, but many ways, this is a stepping stone to do bigger things. And I think that's a kind of thing. And Mitesh talked about audio models. We've also actually open sourced an audio LM, which is now available for people, for researchers, for anybody to actually use which actually, that is, that's an audio LM which allows you to speak in 10 languages, available as open source. And so I think that this is all ecosystem building, as Ganesh was saying. We have to build the ecosystem because we have to play in this game. I think India is too important a country to be far behind in some of these things. So, and I think that as somebody who has a startup here, but still we see that we are an ecosystem player, that we want to make sure that the entire ecosystem, and there are so many things that can be done with an SLM. I mean, just to give you an idea, Sarvam 1 is about 6 to 7 times more efficient than any other kind of LLM because of it was built with an Indian tokenizer, right, which actually allows Indian things to actually happen much more efficiently. So.
But do you also see what Professor Ganesh spoke about, the challenge within the data layer, right, like data sovereignty? Do you also see that as a challenge because you've built it from scratch? Did you face it yourself?
Of course, the data didn't exist, right? I mean, and I think that, but it's interesting. So there are very clever things that you can do with synthetic data. And that's one of the big benefits that we have, which 2 years ago didn't exist, that allows us to create much more diverse data that allows, and it's very clear that, it's shown that actually compared to using data from the web and doing those kinds of things, this is actually giving you superior results because you are actually much more carefully curating the data that goes into the models.
Very interesting. Nitish, I would want you to come in here. So you also spoke about voice, right? And our topic is taking Indic LLMs to billions of people. And AI one of the main focus of AI for Bharat is also that. So, but is it able to bridge the urban-rural or even urban versus tier 3 gap here? Like, are we there yet in terms of voice-led AI?
No, I don't think we are there yet, right? But there is every intention to get there. I think the best practices are being followed. What I see and what makes me happy is that even the fact that you're asking this question, that there's even enough awareness that needs to be done, right? It needs to be, AI should be accessible by all, irrespective of their language, irrespective of their accent, irrespective of their dialect, right? I think there's enough awareness in the ecosystem to do that, right? And of course, it will happen in stages, right? Of course, there'll be priority given to certain areas so that we can prove use cases, we can prove that this works, and then sort of keep going ahead, right? But no one is saying that it should be left out, or let's just focus on English, or let's just focus on the top 2-3 Indian languages by speaker population and so on, right? So efforts are being made in that direction. We ourselves have gone and collected data from, or at least are planning to finish this project by mid of next year, where we'll have data collected from 500 out of the 700 districts in the country. And this, of course, covers all the 22 scheduled languages. And since we are going to districts, naturally different accents show up, right? And naturally different demographics show up, right? So this is all a part of the sort of plan, right? And it's not just us, but I think everyone is aware of it, and everyone wants to work in that direction, and everyone understands the importance. So I'm very sort of bullish that it will organically go in that direction.
Understood. But is there any interesting anecdotes that you want to share? Bhashini's, Amitabh was here, he was talking about, he just did a live demo of how the phone call works, right? Instant translations and all that. So is there any interesting anecdote that inspires you to work on this voice-led?
I mean, I don't know about the inspiration part, but interesting anecdotes, there are several, right? And I jokingly say that now I've become an expert in all the festivals and holidays across the country. Because whenever our team goes out for a data collection drive, we get to hear, hey, this week it cannot happen because it's a festival here and so on. And one of the places where we are doing our collection, and this is a real conversation, in July we were told, oh, in August there's Ganesh Chaturthi, so we cannot do it. Next month after that, the rains will be quite heavy here, so it won't happen. After that, of course, there's Dussehra. And then there's Diwali. So I said, okay, let's just do it in the new year then. That's a good plan, right? So I was saying it jokingly, but the person said, okay, that's what will work here, right? So there are quite a few such incidents and anecdotes that I would love to share in more detail at some point. But it has been a very fulfilling and enriching journey, traveling across the country, the team traveling across the country and trying to cover as many languages and demographics as we can. Yeah.
Very interesting. So, Vivek, I know you're going to hate me for asking you this. You don't like to talk about the funding aspect a bit. But my question is, of course, it was a big milestone raising such a large round at an early stage, right? But is it also creating a sense among, there are a lot of young entrepreneurs here who want to build LLMs in the Indic space, but is it creating a sense that only if you get huge amount of funding, you will be even able to enter this race? Or like, what is your view on this?
So I think two, three things, right? I think that if you look at the costs of actually, if you want to get into an LLM, well, the costs of training an LLM have gone down by a factor of 10 for the same size. Of course, you want to train something bigger, it becomes more expensive. So therefore, it is actually getting more and more accessible. And I think that as regards funding, I think that there is a lot of funding in the world. I think if you have an idea that you can convince people about, I don't think that that's an issue at all, right? I think that, I think the question is, when you're looking at it, who's the customer, what are you going to serve, and how is that going to work is really the thing that you need to look at. So I think that I want to encourage, as many people, and I really hope more and more companies get funded to do things that are relevant to India, right? I think that's the intent, because if there are more, some of them will succeed, and that's really what we want.
Right. So I think we've run out of time, but we have professors from IIT Madras and IIT Bombay. I can't be without asking this. Arvind of Perplexity is an alumnus of IIT Madras. But how do we make sure the next Arvind stays here in India, builds for India? Like, what role do institutions play here? If both of you can share your thoughts.
Thanks for this excellent question. And that probably also builds upon what Vivek was talking about. We'll need to create mechanisms by which academia and industry work together. I mean, BharatJan is an example where we have a public-private partnership by design, where the academia is not at an arm's length from the Section 8 company. They work very closely. And that has honestly helped us retain several of our top students, right? So that's point number one. We have the proof of the pudding is in the eating. We have experienced that. It's just 3 months old. And it's with them that we've been able to build our first 2 billion parameter model. I talked about it at the India Mobile Congress. But more importantly, when we work closely with such students, we also create alternatives. The other keyword I want to give is alternative. With the speech models, we are able to, for example, build models ranging from 35 million to 350 million. I think that creates a more level playing field. For people who need more fidelity, you have the high parameter models. A third point I want to bring in is when we work closely with academia, the recipes, unfortunately, there's a lot of black art here, right? Vivek, Mitesh, you would agree with me. There's too much black art out there. I think getting academia and this kind of a for-profit or even a revenue-generating entity to work closely together ensures sanity in the entire process. Even data, we are collecting data massively. What we have realized through the UDAN project and elsewhere is provenance is very important. I mean, provenance right from the way you generate Indian language data, even if you do high fidelity translation, can you make sure that the HOCR that is actually used to render the documents gives you alignment for OCR, and also the process of translation gives you parallel data. I think provenance is very key, whether it's speech data or text data. This all comes when we have academia working very closely. So if we create more such machinery, and that's why I keep talking about ecosystem, and India AI mission is actually a great example of that, where we can retain our talent and the talent gets to work even during the degree process with cutting edge research. And honestly, that's how we can also make affordable AI, right? With all due respect to Vivek, I still feel there's a lot we need to accomplish to democratize the use of AI. And in the number of bulbs that are on here, do we need all of them? We probably don't, right? And that's how data is. We're just throwing data. We actually built out this open source platform called Decile, decile.org, which uses a lot of submodularity, which is diminishing returns of data, brings human in the loop through data programming paradigm. This happened largely the pre-LLM era because we work closely with industry. In fact, I happen to be co-founding a company as well. And we built on open source, which we contributed back here. If we can keep doing that and make open source really open source, right? Recipes open, provenance open. I think the academia will get a lot more excited. The students will get excited and see opportunities.
Right. Mitesh?
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I mean, I'm very convinced, right, that there's no lack of talent in this country. Right? And being at our vantage point as faculty in IITs, we see this on a daily basis. Right? I mean, we really interact with very smart, brilliant students who can do things which are meant to be done. I think what is important is for us to make sure that we create those pathways for. Like one sort of a pet thing for me, and I hope it gets done at some point, is that in India, it's not just that people are not capable or is there not enough funding and all. There's also a lot of social pressure, right? I mean that after you have finished BTech, you're at a certain age, where is the job? How can we have sort of institutional support to sort of encourage this? Like one idea could be, can you have an MTech in entrepreneurship, right? So after your BTech, you're there for 2 more years, right? You're not doing regular coursework, research, reading papers and all, but just building something. And that's sort of encapsulated in a degree, so you have the societal phase, okay, this is what I'm doing, I'm not just like whiling away my time. And also make sure that through that degree, you sort of get some funding and so on. And those structures are built so that more people can take this risk a bit more safely. I know it's a risk and safe in the same sentence, but yeah, I wish something like that happens, creating more structure, more pathways for the younger generation to contribute in this.
Yeah, I'd just like to add one thing. I think we've hired some of the smartest young people in India, and hopefully the next Arvind is from...
It's already here. Right. So let's end with one. I think Vivek is very good at it. Give us one prediction for 2025 within the AI world. What prediction that we should look at?
Why don't we start from
Sure.
that side?
Yeah, I would really watch out for advancements in voice tech, right? I would think that voice tech will become much more accessible, much more accurate, even for Indian languages. That's what I would bet on, yeah.
I would bet on the fact that we'll have a lot of data efficient, compute efficient learning based out of Indian languages, leveraging the commonality. And that actually creates a great exemplar for the global south.
Right. Vivek?
I think lots of things for people which they use LLMs for will start using SLMs.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. We've come to the end of this session. I think if you all have questions, you can reach out to them off stage. But thank you so much, Vivek, Ganesh, and Mitesh.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vivek, Ganesh and Mitesh. It is very rare to get all 3 of them together. And like Bhavya said, please make the most of their time off stage. Thank you so much, Bhavya, as well. We heard about Indic LLMs, but how are some of India's hottest fintech unicorns already using Gen AI? How will it change the future of engineering and product roles? Please welcome back on stage Moneycontrol's Chandra R. Srikanth, who will moderate this session. She will be in conversation with Rahul Chari, the co-founder and CTO of PhonePe, and Kailash Nath, CTO of Zerodha. Ladies and gentlemen, with a huge round of applause, please welcome on stage Rahul and Kailash.
Thank you very much, Kailash and Rahul. I think this is one of the most anticipated sessions of the day. Interestingly, the previous session had the infra layer, the LLMs, and now we have the application layer. I also have to share something with you that I learned just today. Both of them have been based in Bangalore for the longest time. Both of them are CTOs of, 2 of the hottest fintechs in town, but they've never met in person. So I'm going to take full credit for this.
That's because Kailash is a recluse. He's the difficult guy to get.
No, he lives in Bangalore. You live in the outskirts of Bangalore.
outskirts,
He lives in
okay.
JP Nagar. I think that's why. But thank you both very much for joining us at the Global AI Conclave. I'm glad we could make this meetup happen. Take us through how both of you are using or looking at Gen AI internally, externally. What kind of experiments are you doing? How are you using it within PhonePe and Zerodha? Rahul, Kailash.
Okay, I'll go first. Thanks, Chandra, for having us here. Great panel, by the way. Loved the previous panel. Really good conversation. I must say that I'm actually, and I've been vocal about it, I've been generally cautious about the use of Gen AI in PhonePe as a whole. So I haven't really leaned in fully on trying to actually leverage it across the board. It's been much more of a learning exercise, and it's moved pretty fast also in terms of capabilities, the models themselves, and how to actually use that model in a manner that the data is kind of protected, all of that, and we are going with the regulations. That's what's kind of held me back. So our use has primarily been one on evaluating the use within the company on a lot of the processes in the SDLC process itself, while we don't use it for code generation at all. That's a big no-no for us. We do see it whether in the SDLC process there are areas that we can actually leverage it more. In testing, obviously, we are trying to actually leverage it much more. Some of the internal processes within the companies to simplify it, we started using some of the LLM tools. On production and from a use case perspective, we are exploring a bunch of use cases that are, I would say, on the periphery of our core use cases, not in core payments or in lending or any of that. But there are cases where there's fair amount of unstructured data, and creating a conversational experience on top of that helps. One such example is insurance, health insurance, and to be able to say that if there are policies associated with it, there's a lot of fine print. Can we actually create domain-specific models that allow you to have a conversation to actually question the policy itself to get answers? I think that's a great use case to actually enable users to understand the policies more. Those are the kind of things that we are exploring as POCs at this point, but beyond that, haven't really leaned in on the Gen AI part of it. Purely on the content creation, of course, there are a lot of teams that are using it on the creative side of it. A lot of the campaigns that we do, using that effectively to automate. We actually had automation for campaigns even before Gen AI, but obviously it's got significantly better both in quality and capability. So that's one area. Content creation for share.market in terms of regular content that they create to put out there about trading, we use that. So on the core use case of Gen AI, which is content creation, we obviously do use it quite a bit.
Right. Kailash, how much of that is similar to what Zerodha does? I mean, Rahul said he's cautious, and I'm sure you will agree with that. But which areas do you use Gen AI in? He said he doesn't use it for code generation, for instance.
We use it heavily for code generation. I think I can't write code without LLMs anymore. It's gotten to that point. In fact, I've been learning a new language altogether, personally, in a whole new manner, which wasn't possible before. So it's picked up heavily in the developer world, and many of us in the tech team, we use these LLMs for code generation, not massive amounts of code generation, but topical focus generation, debugging. These things save a lot of time. But we haven't really found any use cases for deploying some of these technologies, especially Gen AI models in consumer-facing products or features. But internally, from an organizational efficiency perspective, we've made some massive strides with simple workflows built out of open source models. I was citing this example in a conversation outside earlier. We have a 100-member team, close to 100 people, and their jobs are to listen to hundreds of thousands of calls, customer calls that we're supposed to record and keep for like 7 years.
Right.
To randomly sample them and listen to calls. Calls may range from 2 minutes, could be 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 50 minutes. So it's a really soul-sucking kind of job. And we've had a 100-member team doing this for forever. And this is how we do quality assurance for our support team. So there's this open source Whisper model, an improved version of it. Now we've cobbled together an open source system, stitched together a pipeline where recorded calls are transcribed, all on our own infra, using locally hosted models. Voice becomes text, high quality, and wasn't possible, let's say, a few years ago. Then we use an LLM to analyze the text that is generated. And the voice transcription also works pretty well. Person A says this, person B says this, pause. It's all there, annotated. And we use these language models to understand what's going on in the text that is generated. And we're doing this to hundreds of thousands of recorded calls. For the 100-member team, they don't have to randomly sample and listen to, I mean, it's like I said, it's soul-sucking. They don't have to do that anymore. The system will tell them, why don't you look at this call? Because some of our quality parameters seem to be a little off here. So their lives have become easier, better, and they can finally do their job of assuring quality. And from an organizational efficiency perspective, that's a massive stride. And that's just one thing. So similarly, around the periphery of our core business, a lot of internal organizational processes, we are experimenting with things like this. All using open source stuff, self-hosted.
Do you still need a 100-member team?
Those roles technically are redundant, but they've transformed into doing quality assurance now. So honestly, we don't really need a 100-member team, but we also have an AI policy. So we've transformed the roles to, doing different things.
I mean, as in AI policy, you will not let go of anyone because of AI.
Sorry, that was the policy. 2-3 years ago, when the big LLM breakthroughs happened, there was a lot of fear, uncertainty, hype, and a lot of people in the organization they were all afraid for their jobs. And 2-3 years ago. So we came up with an AI policy that says that introduction of AI or any automation or technology will not really directly lead to job losses in the team. And there'll always be opportunities, there'll always be new roles. So we wanted to pacify and assure our folks, our people that, a piece of technology wouldn't come displace them overnight.
Huge round of applause for that. Many organizations don't do it. But Rahul, has Kailash managed to change your mind on using AI for code generation? Why are you skeptical?
So I think my experience has been that functional code generation is actually pretty good. It's excellent. There is no problem in that. When you have a fairly complex distributed systems operating at a significantly large scale, to be able to actually be confident that right now, and this could be just me, that the functional code generation that is excellent in a purely distributed system where there's a fair amount of back pressure, callback cycles, and we are a glue really between banks, between the PSPs and the NPCI and the consumers. I'm not very confident that it will operate at the same level of performance and reliability. The second one, I think we need a little bit more time as an organization to gain confidence that when there is issues and we are troubleshooting, and we actually build a lot of our code that is tied deeply to our hardware. So we actually have made code extremely vertically performant, that my engineers and my team is able to actually, when shit hits the fan, are able to debug, troubleshoot, and do better. There is a certain amount of paranoia around that has actually prevented me from leaning all in on code generation. That's just the way we think about it. In terms of the operational use cases, like Kailash has said, I think it is phenomenal. And customer support and average handling time, even outside of efficiency, bringing a significantly higher level of consistency in how you operate, right? Today there are a bunch of channels. There's voice, there's email, there is ticketing systems, etc. all that are coming in. Responses across those being consistent, being able to auto-generate based on all the data that we have of the tickets, try and generate a consistent script for responding, auto-respond to a lot of the tickets. I think the opportunities on the operations side to actually automate, which we've been doing actually for a very long period of time, even well before the LLM cycle started, purely using machine learning and in some cases just about using data more efficiently for self-healing and proactive ticket generation and resolution. Because in our case, most of the tickets are tied basically to the last transaction that happened. We pretty much know what went wrong and we can actually self-heal easily. So we've been very high on automation. But for the trickle that lies outside the automation, where it does hit ultimately a customer support agent, I think huge amount of opportunity to actually, if not automate it completely, bring a higher level of consistency, better prioritization, and to actually ensure that maybe we move more and more into a cycle of 100% resolution through tech. I think that's definitely there.
Right.
Similarly, all the ops processes, I think there's huge opportunity to automate through this.
Do you guys have an estimate internally that, I saved this much because I deployed AI? I mean, is there some way to measure that? Or I saved this much time, it doesn't have to be money. I saved this much time, this much resources.
Very difficult.
How do you kind of quantify that when you say, boost efficiency and all
Look,
that?
I think dev productivity, right? Dev productivity is very, very difficult to measure. There are papers around this also. There are different measures that you can actually take, whether it is mean time to merge, what is your code review cycles, etc. But all of them kind of create unfortunate self-fulfilling cycles where you can gamify it, or it's not the true reflection. Ultimately, what most papers have suggested is that a true survey of your developer organization in terms of whether they are doing value-added work versus just activity that is keeping them busy is the best measure. So frankly, I don't have a metric that I can actually put in terms of whether it's driving significantly higher value, and if so, how much. But in pockets, like I mentioned, it's much easier to measure, where you are actually automating stuff. Let's take merchant onboarding, right? And if in merchant onboarding, outside of, so we had computer visioning to actually look at the store photos, to extract information like OCR names, to kind of classify them. Same thing with the KYC documents. But in the ones that we couldn't actually automate, there was manual work. But putting those through a pipeline that is significantly better or more efficient because of these models has a clear jump that could be 25, 30, 40%. So I think in pockets there are clearly use case by use case or operational processes you can measure it. As a whole, I still don't have a view of whether how much improvement in productivity or frankly any reduction, if at all. We also have, I don't think we've even leaned in as much as Kailash has leaned in on the technology in our company, but whether it will, if at all, reduce headcount, we've never thought about that, and we don't really have a measure on that.
Right. Kailash, your AI policy is very interesting, but is that also easier to execute? Because, Zerodha hires very sparingly. I mean, I think your tech team has stayed at, I don't know, that 30, 35 for the last 3 years. People, are happy there. So is it easier to have, when the headcount itself is low, how does this work in larger organizations as organizations scale?
We have a fairly large team, although that number also has stayed reasonably constant. There's 1,200 plus people. The support team is massive. There's ops, KYC, documents, forms. So these are all large teams. And if you think about it, many of these, let's say form processing or KYC handling, these are kind of the things that can be easily automated away. So the policy wasn't really meant for the tech team. It's a tiny team. And it was meant for the rest of the organization where there's a lot of human processes involved.
Right.
So that's a reasonable number, 1,200, and this policy is meant for everyone and not really for tech. So, but what if you had, let's say, 20,000 people or 10,000 people, right? If the headcount is a reflection of, let's say, suboptimal management, then automation with AI, etc., will immediately amplify and exacerbate, the issues with those numbers. If an organization has ended up overhiring, then it is going to be a problem. It's going to be very difficult to implement a policy like this. But we are fairly confident that all our departments and teams are at, running at optimum numbers.
Right. I want to throw the floor open for questions because I know there are a lot of people who want to ask questions. I think we have 5-10 minutes tops, but if anyone has a question for Kailash or Rahul, please let me know now and we can pass the mic around. Okay. We'll go to the next question, Kailash. Kailash and Rahul, to both of you, is there a real risk with AI not just taking over, but humans indiscriminately adding these in things that require critical decision making? Do you think automating decision making is a risky thing, and how do you solve for this?
Oh, absolutely. So organizational efficiency and automation is one thing. But imagine the simplest example to understand is, let's say, an insurance claim. And if a black box AI system denies a claim and it can't really truly explain, then who's accountable? So over a period of time, if you have such a system, the people who work around the system will lose agency. And when you reach out to customer support, they'll only be able to say, sorry, that's what the system says. So there is absolutely a very critical problem with the introduction of black box automation, which is what these AI models are, in places of critical human-related decision-making, life and death, finances, etc., etc. There has to be accountability. There has to be clear explainability. So at Zerodha, we are very clear about this. We are very cautious of this, just like Rahul was saying. In places of critical decision making, there's always going to be humans. Even if you end up using some of these tools as an aid, the accountability has to lie with a human.
Rahul?
100%. I think explainability is the biggest one. Using some of the large language models as a black box model for a result that you automatically act upon. Taking a broader picture of financial inclusion, not having explainability and having a fair amount of false positives or false negatives, whichever way we look at it, can be a genuine issue because this also scales very fast.
Yeah.
It kind of becomes a way of life for a lot of companies, especially if this becomes the right way to do it and there is a bias and the bias continues to become something that feeds into the system without correction, it can become a huge problem. So I think without explainability, kind of taking it end to end as a model that the system can act upon as a decision is a problem. Having it as one of the parameters that goes into a managed model or a managed operations, like a score, I think is still extremely good because you can actually test that score, you can use it as part of it, and you can actually start having a higher level of boost for that score over time. But using it blindly as a black box model right now, I think does have a negative effect to it and should not be done. We also don't do it. What we do though is try to actually look at cases where we can actually have some of the lighter open source models, train it for our specific use cases and keep it as one of the inputs to a typical model that we have been using. Machine learning models are there. We use a lot of machine learning on our risk and fraud detection. It's always been there. In terms of being able to actually create the right whitelist from a lending perspective in terms of both some sort of a score around potential abuse, the intent to pay, the ability to pay. We again use this as one of the scores. We use it in a shadow mode to look at it, but we never actually rely on it as a decision-making source. I think there's a long way to go before that.
Right. In terms of the types of engineers you hire today, how has that changed? Do you look for AI skills? I mean, how has the recruitment process changed?
Hasn't
changed. I don't think there's any. Sorry. I think there's no AI engineer. That's a myth. I mean, there are good software engineers. In fact, you could have somebody out of school being significantly better than me or Kailash in AI right now. I mean, we are all learning. I tell people this has been probably the sharpest learning curve I've had in a long period of time, and it's great. It's challenging. So I think it's a myth that there are some sort of special AI engineers or talent out there that you need to hire and build a team for. I don't know what's...
Exactly the same. Nothing's changed. And most of these code, dev, tech-related AI models and tools, they've all become commodity. It's available to everyone, everywhere. So if you have developers and engineers who are smart and curious, they'll just use these tools as an aid to improve their workflows. That's about it.
So does this also mean a lot of things that programmers had to know before are now pretty much redundant?
There's no black and white answer, but from my personal experience, the way I've been using these models for code generation, debugging, etc., I think certain kinds of programming work, a lot of boilerplate work now can be automated away very easily and simply. Like Rahul was saying, none of these models can produce well-engineered, future-proof systems, let's say distributed systems today, but they can do focused parts really well. 100 lines of code that you'd have to write yourself because it has to be written anyway and there's no great innovation happening there. These things will generate in a second so that you can move on to the next 50 lines of code which require a lot of thought. So a lot of entry-level work, boilerplate work, etc. are being automated away very easily. People don't have to write those lines anymore.
Yeah, I think the smartest engineers are the laziest ones, always. well before we had AI tools in our toolkit. They've been automating it, they've been writing scripts, they've been writing boilerplate code that actually spins up an entire service with clearly defined interfaces where you can just plug in code. So smart engineers always are trying to actually make their life easier. This basically becomes another tool that they can use to do the same thing. I think as long as, from an org perspective, if what we think it should be used for and should not be used, what it should not be used for is not breached, I think every engineer should be actually using it to make their life easier, just that they've been doing it in the past. right? So I don't think things change. It makes life much easier, but it's a new tool, albeit a much more powerful one, but that's how it is, yeah.
Right. I think we're out of time, so one last question to the two of you. Is there an AI tool that you think is very reliable, something that you keep going back to? Maybe Rahul can go first and Kailash can.
Nothing. I've been exploring with a bunch of stuff, nothing specifically that...
You're reading white papers and all.
I do read quite a bit. I'm just realizing that I'm not as smart as I thought I was when I read those papers, yeah.
Your commodity LLMs that are available out there for tech, for summarization, or your language models, they're exceptionally useful. Even services like Claude and GPT-4 are great. And I've been using, for instance, Claude for learning a new language, Rust. I'm trying to build a project, a reasonably complex project, while learning the language at the same time. And I've never learned or built a project in this manner before. So these are all amazing tools.
Great. On that note, thank you very much, Kailash and Rahul. And we hope this is the first of many meetings that you have in person in Bangalore. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Rahul and Kailash, and of course, Chandra, for that insightful session. Chandra requests you to kindly remain on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a huge round of applause for Rahul and Kailash. Now, after that power-packed conversation, brace yourself for another one. What's common between Canva, Hugging Face, Hippocratic, Poolside, Galileo, apart from the fact that they are among the hottest startups in Silicon Valley? They also have a common backer who is sitting right here in Bengaluru. Premji Invest has a world-beating AI portfolio. Please welcome on stage with a round of applause TK Kurian, Chief Executive Officer, Premji Invest, who will be in conversation with Chandra.
Thank you very much, TK. TK now CEO of Premji Invest, former CEO of Wipro, so he's worn many hats. But TK, first of all, thank you very much for making it. I know you're frequently traveling between India, US and other countries. We're glad we got you here. But as someone who's run a large software company and is today running this huge fund, take us through what you make of the current, phase of technology we're living in terms of the pace of disruption and change. How does one keep up? You heard the PhonePe co-founder saying that, the pace of learning has gone up. The Zerodha CTO says that he's learning a language and learning to build a project at the same time. How have things changed according to you?
So it's kind of funny, when you sit, when I moved from Wipro to this particular role, it was kind of interesting because Wipro is a very hard, and all IT services, they're very hard operational businesses.
You can keep the mic close.
And I have a lot of respect for people who kind of run that business because every day it's a grind. And you're exhausted at the end of the day and you hope you've achieved something. And it's really a hope because at the end of every quarter, every analyst across the world judges your performance. So that's the way it works. Luckily, in this business, what's happened is it's been more about the creative side, understanding what's going on, and really trying to figure out, because when we are making a bet today, we really have to see that bet play itself out over the next 10 years. It's not something that we can kind of invest today and run out tomorrow. Which means that your ability to take bets and quantify the bets that you would take depending upon the probability of outcomes that you would like to get in the spaces that you believe are critical. So a perception of what the world is going to look like in the future is very important for us. And it can't be, with things changing so much, it's very difficult to get a point of view which is kind of deterministic.
Yeah.
So you have to work on probabilistic outcomes right across. So that's been the beauty of this job. More than anything else, I think, it's
and the fact that you don't have to take earnings calls every quarter.
And meet the press
10 basis points below estimates.
And meet the press every quarter because this is the first time I've done an event like this ever after I moved out of Wipro.
Wow. Thank you so much for doing it with us.
So if you go back and see right now, we've seen change across years. It's not something that we're sitting some unique period where we're seeing change. We're seeing, and change is really dependent upon the background in which you see change. I'll give you a very interesting example, and this goes back, I'm just going back a little bit into the past. If you look at history, the GDP of the world from 180 to 1830, which is where the Industrial Revolution really started, moved from something like 105 billion to something like 1.2 trillion in 1990 terms. From there on, it moved to 1950, it moved to 5.1 trillion. From there on till now, it's moved to 105 trillion. That's been the pace of change. And that's really come up to a large extent. The first part of it was driven by the energy revolution, which in turn spurred the industrial revolution. The second part of it was really spurred by the fact that technology came in. And technology has been a massive productivity gainer. And also add to that open boundaries and lack of conflict have really you've seen change happening. So if you ask me, AI is the next paradigm. Now, is it mainstream yet? Because what happens is that when you look at most absorption by organizations and by the larger community, the network effect is very critical. Yeah. And right now, the network effect is not yet there across. There is impedance in that. It's only when that gets removed will we really get adoption at scale. And I think that's the challenge that we are looking forward to.
Right. Just a quick follow-up question on, the network effects and impedance. Is that specific to India? Because in a previous panel, someone said that, Indian enterprises seem to be more resistant to it. Even consumer-facing businesses. Is that different in the US? Is it easier to get people to adopt AI, or is it an industry-wide, country-agnostic, geography-agnostic issue that people haven't found critical use cases?
It's actually quite surprising that we haven't seen more of it here. But having said that, let me just put that in context. Every natural system in the world, be it bureaucracy, be it people, be it society, they operate under the principle that they have to, number one, every natural system has got two objectives. How do I save myself from getting destroyed? And number two is, how do I propagate? That's why you'd find bureaucracy starts small and suddenly they become very big. Because they keep propagating. And their sense of survival is very strong. In India, traditionally, we have had a lot of bureaucracy. And I don't mean government bureaucracy, that's one part of it, even in organizations. So there has been a little bit of impedance. But having said that, I think it's really a question of, should we focus on applications or should we focus on models?
This is something we've been debating all day, and different people have different perspectives.
And I have a different, our view has been, as a firm, has been that as far as India is concerned, there is going to be a massive opportunity that's going to come up when it comes down to services. This is the place, India is really the global capital of services for the world. Most of the people who work in service industries, be it in BPOs, be it in industry-specific areas, all of them have detailed knowledge of what's going on a day-to-day basis and how they work for customers in the West. What has surprised me is that very few people out of that particular industry have come out and taken the initiative to do something. And the reason behind that is very simple. There are people who understand domain very well, who understand the problem very well, but they really don't have the technical chops to solve the problem. And I think in India, if we can get these two groups together to work together, there's a massive opportunity which can kind of come down the pike at us. And I think we can really do well in that space. So that's the one piece that we've been focused on as a firm, on how do we get these two teams to kind of start talking to each other. I must say our success has not been very great in India till now, but I'm hopeful. Because this is an early motion. This is not going to go away in a hurry. And to that extent, if we start something now, we'll see the rewards of that in the next couple of years. In the US, we've been very successful with this. Because the great thing about US is that, every entrepreneur once he sees a target or an objective, will just chase it. And that's been something that we've seen quite a bit. And they're fearless. Fear of failure doesn't exist. So to that extent, we've had more luck in the US than here. But I'm very hopeful given what I've seen till now.
So more on the use case side, essentially India's opportunity. You know, talking about US, I mean, you have an amazing AI portfolio, right? From Canva to Hugging Face to Hippocratic to Poolside to Galileo, where you've invested with some of the top marquee Silicon Valley funds. How did you sort of, manage to build this deal sourcing pipeline in terms of identifying these bets, getting a seat at the cap table? Has it been easier to do this where there are secondary transactions? How did you go about it, TK? Because it is something amazing, right? Fund based in Bangalore that's on the cap table of pretty much every top AI firm in the world.
So we are not, again, these are some names that we have. There are quite a few others which haven't worked out.
You can tell me off stage once a session.
Which haven't worked out,
yeah.
Which we don't necessarily talk about. But the reality is this, that if you look at it, we have a team on the ground in the US. Today we have 17 people.
17?
17.
17. And
17
this is
people.
in San Francisco?
In Palo Alto.
Palo Alto. Okay.
So we sit there. We are very connected to the ecosystem. Each one of our guys are technically very strong. To the extent that we have people who have written, initial white papers in specific areas. And so it's a technically very, very strong team. So we built it with that in mind. We said we'll first get people in the firm who are respected by the larger community. Because once they're respected by the larger community, the ability for the community to call them and get their opinion on deals is much better. So it's been a really hard work over the past few years. I mean, we've been at it from over the past 8 years intensely. And it's now that we are seeing signs of success. And again, we've made bets. We don't know whether all these bets will play out. Right now, the valuations that you see may not be the valuations 2 years out or 3 years out. But these are bets which have been taken in a thoughtful manner because we believe that some of these companies will really break out and do well. To answer your question on secondary and primary, we typically go for primary deals if we can. We'd like to be on the cap table. We'd like to understand the technology. We'd like to get access to the boardroom. So in many cases, nearly all the cases, even though we may not be on the board physically, we are still an observer on the board. So we know what's going on in the company. Second is we are able to help them with a bunch of real world issues. The great thing about a lot of AI companies is that they have snazzy technology. There's a customer sitting on the other side that they can't completely relate to. So managing that interface is something that we do fairly well. And that's been one reason a lot of people have wanted us as part of their cap table.
Right. How did you convince Azim Premji that, we have to build this 17-member team in Palo Alto?
The funny thing is that Mr. Premji really is not... I don't know if you know how the structure of the fund is. The fund basically is money given to us by the foundation.
Yeah.
The only thing Mr. Premji keeps telling me is, if you end up losing money, think of the thousands of children in India who are not going to have money in the future.
No
pressure. Which is the only pressure that I have. But besides that, it's been pretty easy because he doesn't interfere on a day-to-day basis on anything. And Mr. Premji by himself as an individual is a risk taker. But he takes risks on people and not necessarily on technology. So that's the way he looks at it. And to that extent, I think, he's really been extremely supportive of all this. But he's also the first one to admit that he doesn't understand what the hell is going on in the space. So that's why it's a kind of an interesting mix.
Right. The other thing, TK, is it also easier to, take these risky bets in the US? Because the exits, the fact that, there's such a deep pool of capital. So even if you come in Series A, Series B, there will be someone down the road in, D, E, some investor with huge pockets of capital. So you can sort of take some money off the table. Is that also one of the factors?
Not necessarily. Not necessarily, because I think, as investors, we are risk takers. And I don't like investors who typically come in and say, give me a structured note so that I can have my downside risk protected. That's not investment in this game. Investment is having a view, a thesis, a prepared mind, and taking a bet. The only thing is that in India, we don't have the muscle today to do it. We haven't developed that yet. But that's work in progress right now, because we have right now recruited a team on the ground to do exactly that. So I think it will take us a year or two to kind of get it to scale. The good thing is we don't have to establish a reputation here. We have a reputation here already. And to that extent, inbound is far better for us to handle. In the US, we had that problem in the initial stages. So with that in place, I think I'm pretty confident in the next 2 years, we'll be in the same position here as we were in the US.
Right. In fact, that brings me to my next question. If I look at Premji Invest, you've been really active in the public market space, in the private market space in India. You're an investor in some of India's biggest unicorns. Why are we not seeing that appetite when it comes to AI startups? Are you not seeing?
Because there aren't those startups in India. I wish I could say, because I think what happens is that if you look at the companies that are coming out of India, there are very, very few who've got...
We have a couple of startups that are trying to build LLMs.
Yeah, now, would I invest in something that's a company that's building an LLM? I don't know. I don't think so. The reason behind this is pretty simple. See, if you look at most of the large models that are out there, they've pretty much taken all the data on the internet and absorbed it into the model. So the training part is all over. And, it's Jan LeCun has got this wonderful statistic, which is that if you look at the amount of data on the internet and if you equalize that to tokens, it's 10 to the power of 13 tokens. So theoretically, it's 2 into 10 to the power of 13. If you look at a baby that's born, after 4 years, and assuming that the baby's optic nerve works at roughly about 20 megabits, then the baby has at the end of 4 years 10 to the power of 15 tokens. So the LLM models have absorbed everything. I think the biggest change that's going to come now is that post-training is going to become an area of focus, and inference is going to become an area of focus. And that particular trend we have not yet seen at scale, and that's going to happen. So to that extent, I think if you ask me, inference has already opened up a whole bunch of areas, and we have done a lot of work in that area right now, and including investments that are not yet announced, which are basically in the semiconductor side. So we are actually building it semiconductor up, because we don't think that the current GPU architecture, given the amount of power that consumes, can actually work and scale for inference. So it needs a completely different architecture. And the architecture exists. Companies that are able to tape this out and bring out effective chips into the market is the key here.
Right. So when will you sort of have conviction to invest in AI startups in India? I mean, what are the 1 or 2 things that will convince you?
I think we already have conviction. There's no doubt about it. We believe that, like I said, India is the services capital of the world. I think it's really finding those 1 or 2 founders who can build scale businesses behind it, who come from the services side. And that, I think, is something that we have not yet found. We have found 1 or 2, but scaling them is the problem that we are right now kind of contending with.
Right. TK, in the last week, one other major talking point, at least in the US, has been about, whether LLMs, AI scaling laws have hit a wall. And there were multiple reports that, it's led to a slowdown in, I think, OpenAI's model. And then there were subsequent reports about Google and Anthropic facing similar issues as well. Are we in a phase where, AI investments will perhaps slow down to some extent because of this? Because the gold rush in the valley has been huge, right, in the last few years.
So, any process, any model evolution will never be exponential, right? And unfortunately, what happens is a lot of our colleagues in the investing game have believed that all outcomes are going to be exponential. It's never going to be exponential. It's always going to be an S-curve. So for those of you who are interested in mathematics, if you can look at natural system, there's something called inverse Gaussian distribution. Fundamentally, there will be decay after some time. And that's something that we have to plan into all these models. I think there'll be a change in the way models work. The large language models in the way they're working today, I think that with chain of thought coming in, and I think, really if you look at what OpenAI has come with, the O1 piece, that's a completely different model because that leads you to reasoning.
Yeah.
And I think there's going to be reasoning and inference is going to be the next big thing. My own prediction is that in the next 5 to 10 years, maybe not 10 years, 5 years, you would have workloads that are probably going to be about 80% are built around reasoning and not necessarily around core LLMs. My prediction is that in the next 10 years, core LLMs will get relegated into labs.
Wow.
So I don't think they will remain at scale.
Right. Last couple of questions, TK. I have to ask you this. As someone, who's run a large IT services company, which is a huge job provider. I mean, the IT, the software services industry in India continues to be the biggest job creator in the private sector. What impact is this going to have on engineering jobs going forward? We heard, the Zerodha person saying that 100 people, they're trying to kind of transform their roles because the work that they were earlier doing, they're able to do with AI, which is analyzing customer calls and, getting it in a neat transcript and so on. What should we prepare for? Because India has one of the largest number of engineering graduates who pass out every year.
So I think there are 2-3 things there. There's no easy answer to that. But things like, call centers and anything to do with customer support will get disrupted over a period of time. I'll give an example. We have a company in our portfolio called Navan. Navan is basically a corporate travel portal that's going against Concur. It's a $600 million company which is growing at the rate of 40% per annum. So when we invested in that business, their gross margin was running at around close to about 56%. And our plan was that we will take it to about 65, 68 and then take the company IPO. They had 4,000 people in customer support. Today they have about 140. Okay, so that's the kind of change that you've seen there. Completely different example. There was a company called Hippocratic.
Yeah.
That we invested in. Hippocratic was actually started, they started in our office. And Hippocratic itself was going after the nursing shortage in the US. So the US market is a very funny market when it comes to nurses. There are 900,000 out of about 4 million nurses who are retiring in the next 2 years. There are 100,000 nurses who never came back to work after COVID. So there's a 1 million nurse shortage. If you look at the protocols a lot of the nurses do today, it's calling up patients and asking about medication, asking about their condition. All that today Hippocratic does. And it's got so much of demand that they don't know how to fulfill it. They build their own models grounds up and they've been scaling like crazy. So if you look at that model, there's a need. The fact that there was shortage of healthcare professionals, these guys went and fulfilled it. So to that extent, those kind of opportunities are what we think are going to happen in terms of scale. But around customer support, Hippocratic is a different version of customer support. I think there's a huge opportunity. Code generation, I think the problem with code generation is that bits and pieces you can do very quickly. But when you look at the ultimate process and the amount of engineering debt that most companies have, I don't think that's going to come down in a hurry. So from that, if you look at that, I think the companies have to clearly refactor themselves. Their pricing models have to change. The models of passing inefficiency on to customers and making more money out of that, which is essentially what the T&M model was, that will get completely disrupted. It has to. It's a wrong economic model. And to that extent, I think companies that make the change will succeed. Companies that don't, will not.
Do you talk to Wipro about this?
Look, I have a Chinese wall with Wipro. So I stay out of Wipro completely. The reason behind that is very simple, because we play in the public markets, we play in the private markets. Information leakage is the worst thing that can happen. So we stay out of it.
Final question. I think we're out of time, but TK, what are you enjoying more, Wipro CEO or Premji Invest CEO?
So I think, if you ask me, by far Premji Invest. Because the reason is very simple. Like I said earlier, I don't have to meet the press every quarter. I don't have to stand up and make excuses for good performance or bad performance. And even better, I don't have to wake up every morning. Every morning in Wipro, my scary piece was when I open up my email, there'll be 2 alerts out there. At least 2 customer escalations, 1 compliance issue, and you're like, man, it's a great day to begin the day. So that used to be my day in Wipro. All that is gone now. Now when I wake up in the morning, I read white papers, I read articles, keeps my brain alive. I think to that extent, this is much better.
Great. On that note, thank you very much, TK. Huge round of applause. And as he rightly said, he hasn't done any media appearance like this in a very long time. So thank you very much for making an exception for us.
Thanks, Chandra.
Thank you, Mr. TK Kurian, for that candid and insightful conversation. Thank you, Chandra. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a huge round of applause for Mr. TK Kurian. Moving on. Technology touches everyone, but not everyone benefits from it. AI has the potential to impact lives and empower people from all walks of life. From delivering citizen services to addressing social challenges in education, healthcare and skilling. To discuss how we can build an inclusive AI, we have with us Nand Kumaram, President and CEO, National E-Governance Division, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. We also have Manish Gupta, Research Director, Google DeepMind. We have Kalika Bali, Senior Principal Researcher, Microsoft Research India, and Manu Chopra, Founder Karya, who will be moderating this session. Ladies and gentlemen, with a huge round of applause, can we have all the panelists on this session, please? Request all the panelists to kindly come on stage. Manu, it's over to you.
Amazing. Let's get started. Super excited to be here and really looking forward to what will be a fun discussion, I hope, I'm sure. Manish, let's start with you. DeepMind is truly committed to building AI that serves all of us equally. Could you start by telling us a little bit more about Project Vani, which is your collaboration with IISc, and the impact that you hope it will have on AI development in India, and how do you in general see Vani and all the work you're doing at DeepMind contributing to AI models that have the linguistic diversity that we need for these things?
Yeah, so it really started with, again, our quest to democratize access to information, because I consider you and I, all of us in this room, to be the privileged ones who have information at our fingertips because we speak, we understand English. I wanted to see, look, I mean, what about that laborer's daughter in Chhattisgarh? How do we empower her with access to that same level of information that you and I have? And ultimately the same power of AI, as you get all of these very powerful LLMs, how do you make sure they handle all of these languages of the world, not just those like English, right, which are spoken by the more advanced sections. And also to researchers, it's a delightful thing, because I mean, it's such a fascinating challenge, the diversity of languages that we have, and also the diversity of ways in which the same language is spoken. So we have this saying called "Kos kos pe badle pani, char kos par vani," which inspired this Project Vani, that let's really try to capture the diversity of spoken language in India. And we started with this goal. The project is going in 3 phases. By the end of phase 3, our goal is to collect speech data from each and every one of the 773 districts of India and capture, hopefully, through that, the full diversity of languages dialects, accents that we speak. And so far what we have done is we have completed phase 1 in collaboration with ISC and made data from 80 districts, over 14,000 hours of speech data that has been collected covering 59 languages. And of these 59 languages, 15 are what used to be zero corpus languages. That means there was zero known digital data for those languages. So by the way, I mean, we are on our quest to build multilingual models that cover every language in India, at least, which is spoken by over 1 lakh people. And guess what? There are over 125 such languages. And I was told 72 out of those 125 languages were zero corpus languages. Languages spoken by lakhs of people, millions of people, and no known digital data on those languages. So very kind of a sad state of affairs. And this is just a humble attempt to start making a dent. And one of the companies that's been an amazing partner in that journey is a company called Karya. Manu, you may have heard of. It has an amazing CEO called Manu, who's been, again, doing this fantastic work. So very, very excited to work with partners like that in that journey.
Thank you so much, Manish. That was not the hope with that question, but I appreciate it. I think it's been genuinely the most incredible joy for us. We actually work with all three. We work with METI, we work with Microsoft Research, we work with DeepMind. And one of the things we actually remember from our work we're doing with you in Karnataka is someone saying, I have the same respect for Kannada as I have for my parents, right? And there is this just deep love for languages in this country. And I think that's really exciting. Kalika, we'll come to you. Your work at MSR has been transformative to the AI ecosystem in India. And you've often spoken about how modern speech technology supports only a fraction of world's languages. How are you approaching this at Microsoft through Project Vellum? And how are you thinking about empowering the intermediaries as you launch Vellum?
So before I do that, can I say I am so jealous of the Vani project as a researcher, only as a researcher.
Come join. I mean, this is an open project. All of the data is openly made available to the entire world. Come join.
I think I'm a great fan of the Vani project, truly. So coming back to your question, so, Vellum is a project that we've been working on for a little over a when we looked at Vellum, why would it be different from, say, the technology that's available to everybody in this room to do that? And we kind of narrowed it down to some of the things that are very well known to people who are working in this area. Language. We do not have robust language technology in all the languages of this country that we might want to address. The second was the kind of resource constraints that might, stop us from building applications in certain ways. Another thing was the user interfaces. We cannot have, out of cultural context, out of context kind of interfaces, etc. What kind of cultural knowledge is required by the application developers and deployers to make this speak to the people on the ground. And then we kind of looked at the fact that this is such a diverse country and such a huge population, to how is it possible to go and touch as many, if not all, people in the country. People have no access right now. And then we looked at the ecosystem around it, and what we thought was that here are so many intermediaries who have access to some technology, right? And if we enable those intermediaries, then they in turn can enable all the people that they touch. The outreach of these intermediaries is immense. We still have to solve all those problems for language, resource, etc., but we don't have to solve it at an individual level. So what do I mean by intermediaries? If we are, enabling teachers, we already enable students. Right? If we are enabling frontline health workers, we are enabling all the people that they are serving. Right? If we are enabling farmer entrepreneurs, hopefully that will go out to all the farmers that they are in touch with. So that has been our model with Vellum. There's just one thing that I will say only half in jest. A lot of the AI thinking, like, AI application thinking is around empowering an individual. Our culture in this country is not individualistic, whatever we might think in this room, right? It is very community based, right? And it is not a culture of DIY, do it yourself. And I'm borrowing this from my colleague Saikat Guha. He says we are a DIFM, do it for me culture, right? Because in a community, I'm not going to do my taxes as well as like go and do my shopping as well as do my banking. I'm not an individual. I will have someone in my community, oh, this cousin is very good at doing taxes, that cousin is going to do everybody's taxes. This person is very good at doing, he has knowledge of investment, this person is going to be everybody's investment consultant. So we have to, think what works in our culture, and therefore this whole intermediary approach is what we felt would be much better.
That's amazing. Thank you so much for that, Kalika. Nankumaram, sir, the India AI mission, of course, represents a significant commitment to building AI infrastructure in the country. Could you please tell us your vision about the India AI datasets platform, and how do you think that will reshape AI development in India for so many startups and researchers who may be in the audience today?
Yeah, thank you. So the India AI dataset platform, there are many components in India AI mission, and the dataset platform is largely, it is carrying 3-4 things with itself. One is we are trying to bring data of government, private, and otherwise available data sets. So when we say take example of voice. Now, as you know, most of the states have helplines. So helplines can be for an ambulance, it can be for a police vehicle, or it can be a, say, citizen grievance helpline. So there is a annotated data set for various districts that originate from there and lands in a server of that helplines ecosystem. Now that data set can be brought in after due diligence and PII protection, DPDP compliance into this system and made available to larger startup ecosystem or academia so that they can try something. The conversation around AI, I'm not a technical person, but what I see is when you say 2 to the power something, 10 to the power something, the problems that people face or they want to be solved is not so many. If say, for example, maybe my problem is just traffic maybe today, how I return to the place and I meet my friend. I don't have 1,000 problems in my mind today, hardly 10 or 100. So is life of an individual. So if you try to zero in on a problem and solve that, and with that intent, if you start thinking and solving the problem, say somebody is applying for a service or say a problem set. So then there are a finite set of problem sets. So finite set of data sets may be able to solve the problem. The academically and research-wise and futuristic approach, this generalist and general AI and that kind of GPT kind of approach or say LLM approach is very good. Please pursue that, and we'll be very happy to have something great coming from this ecosystem. But as far as day-to-day life of a person is concerned, it is very small, finite problem sets. So the way I see is that we run 2 products. One is DigiLocker. I mean, a few of you might have seen it. And another is API Setu. So what we see is that this API economy, so API economy is something which we want to catalyze through this data set platform. So suppose there are 36 states and union territories, and there is a congregation of APIs at different states and union territories, and federated system there is a API Setu which has say today 6,000 plus APIs. So this N by N is happening in a state UT, and then at a bigger subset at union level, and this is available for the market to perform or say build some application. Say, let me give you an example, scholarship application. If I want to build a scholarship application, so you have 4 inputs, say 10th mark sheet or 12th mark sheet from CBSE, 12th from some another board, college, another board, and like this you will have 3-4 certificates coming in. Somebody will say attendance, somebody will say merit performance. So there are so many documents coming in, and then you have an algorithm. Purely speaking, even SQL can handle it. You don't need AI, but this is a problem for people, right? And there is a premium, there is a market which can be served. So the previous speaker, I was just listening that if the reasoning part, reasoning might not be necessarily in LLM route. Reasoning can be, if you can reason it beforehand, maybe you can structure the problem set and solve the problem and get paid in return, and that money gives you an opportunity to expand your R&D envelope. So what I will think is, it's a bit of an incremental approach, not very, I will say, very futuristic thinking. But if somebody is trying to place a product at this place, it will give them some cash. So in AI mission, what we are trying to do is, we are trying to put some models in place, put some data sets in place, put some researchers in place. We want some to catalyze the writing, report writing, and it is not always case study or a 50 top journal paper, but the problem statements, use case, solutions, some good papers. So we will incentivize those people who want to build on top of that. So these 4 or 5 components we'll try to build, and we are hopeful that in 2025, by March, it will be up and running. The first MVP will be up and running, and it will be available for people to use.
Fantastic. Thank you for that. Manish, I have been dreaming about Project Extra since I saw the demo, and this idea of a universal agent that can solve all the information asymmetry problems we see in our day-to-day. Could you tell me a little bit more about what you're doing there and the larger vision that DeepMind has on how we will use AI in our day-to-day lives?
Yeah, so Astra is part of this, is a great research technology that's been built. Because, I mean, if you look at the natural evolution of these conversational agents, right? I mean, typing is not right now, right? When we are communicating, you're not typing your question, messaging your question to me. You're directly giving it to me. And I'm not like closing my eyes and simply hearing what you're saying. I'm actually looking at you and so on. So these are the natural interactions, right, that we are used to. So if you truly want an AI agent to help, it has to support that natural form of communication through all modalities, and where this agent is also able to understand the context that you are in, where am I sitting, and so on. So Astra is such an agent, right, that the Google DeepMind team has built. There have been various demos. I would encourage you to check out some of those demos. And to us, again, even that is just the beginning, right, of really amazing capabilities that ultimately will be in some sense, right, behind each and every individual. So earlier, I used to dream about, let's say, that girl in Chhattisgarh, to have her get access to the same level of information as you and I. Now I dream about her being able to do, empowered with such agents, right, work that is equivalent to, let's say, what might be Nobel Prize winning equivalent work in today's terms, maybe into the future. Because when you have that power, right, of a universal agent that's armed with the entire world's knowledge, you can use that power to support learning. You can use that power to support, let's say, a particular scientific exploration. You can use that power to keep you healthier, and so many different ways. So again, I think sky's the limit in terms of the potential for humans to achieve things when supported by really, really powerful universal agents.
Fascinating. Thank you for that. Kalika, like all good people in the AI ecosystem, I read everything that you put out and MSR puts out. I want to talk about specifically the DOSA paper that you put out. It's truly fascinating, in this call for community-centered research participation in the NLP space being crucial in a country as diverse as ours. When we think about building truly representative AI, what sort of research practices do you think we should all be following, and what are general wisdoms you may have there?
Oh, that's how much time have you got? So that's like a question that I can go on and on and on. But there are a couple of things that I have learned over my, last however many decades of research career in this space. And one is, I cannot stress this enough, be very humble. Humility goes a long way. If you go out there and say, I am this AI scientist, big shot, I am a technologist, I know everything. I will build this amazing technology for you which will solve everything for you. I'm going to change your life. I'm God. You're not going to get. You have to get to the level where you are willing and actually looking forward to the people who are your users, potential users, customers, are telling you, this is what I need, this is my problem, yeah, this is what I need to solve, need you to solve. And sometimes it can be like really something really non-exciting as a technologist. And I have said this example before, working with low resource language communities, we tend to put them all in a single bag. And this is like, I have a little bit of a problem with even population scale, because when you say population scale, you assume a very homogeneous population, right? Whereas it's a very diverse population. We say low resource language communities as if they are all the same, right? If you're talking about Gondi, which is a low resource language community, right? The needs of the people of that community are very different from one of the northeastern languages that from Arunachal that we worked on, which was Idumishimi, right? The people there actually at the end of it wanted a dictionary, a digital dictionary. That's what they wanted help with. As an NLP researcher, as a technologist, why should I make a dictionary? This is not like worth my time, right? I am this big shot person. Why will I do a dictionary? But that's what they need. So, think about what is it that you're trying to solve for. So that's one of my, utmost learnings from here, that you have to solve for a problem that is really there, that pinches the people, not some imagined problem of your own. And we were having this discussion in the room earlier. I was in Bihar talking to some women farmers, and there was this whole bunch of developers who were developing apps for them, right? And the women farmers, they were very astute. They all have, smartphones and everything. And they were sitting there, and this one particular person was saying, he's gamified the app, right? Gamification is such a cool thing to do. Let's make everything a game. And he's telling these women, wouldn't you like to play this amazing game, and then you'll win this star and something which will lead you to win, some nugget of information that will be useful to them. I cannot even replicate the expression on those women's faces. They were like, we are so, we are hardworking people. One of them finally said, do you think we have time to play these games? Really? So, listen to the people. That's the most important thing.
I really appreciate that. And I think that's just amazing, absolutely. Nandakumar, sir, the last question for you. NEGD has, of course, done a phenomenal job with initiatives like Umang, My Scheme, DigiLocker. And you briefly touched on this, but how do you see AI accelerating the delivery of these customer-centric, like government services to our people, and how do you think AI can help just improve that experience further?
So, what we are seeing is that the agents that people are building, or any model, say voice or something that is coming, that will start becoming part of our applications by and by. For example, simple bot. Say today, if somebody wants to know the rule position or a law related to some item held on, say, in an airport, that where should I go to? Very simple problem. I was coming and this was not duty paid or something happened on the airport. You need somebody to go to and some action, something. So these applications will start featuring all this. For example, on my scheme and this, we have put some bot. And this starts getting converted into actions. So as you are seeing, say, for example, SAP will have its own bot or Oracle ERP will have its own bot. And these bots will start getting more and more powerful. So what we see is that the conventional applications that we have, they will start going to background and these bots will start coming to forefront, as we have in case of UPI. Nobody goes to a bank application for payment or utility payment. So we see that in government applications, though they will continue to exist, but gradually these interfaces will be replaced by these smart bots, multilingual and all action oriented. And they will start delivering services to people, and people will be largely pulling documents in these ecosystem and getting services.
Love that. I'll take one final question for everyone on the panel, which is, what is one thing you hope to see in the Indian AI ecosystem in the coming year? And maybe we can take 15 seconds each or something like that. Manish, we'll start with you.
To me, acceleration of science. I think what holds back India often is not lack of talent, nor lack of money. It's really lack of ambition. And again, last month's Nobel Prizes, right, ought to be like that signal that today AI can accelerate scientific discovery at a scale, right, that you could not even imagine. Take any large problem today, right, be it clean energy, material design, drug discovery, and so on, AI is being used, right, to really dramatically accelerate scientific discovery. I hope people in India, our researchers in India, wake up to that potential and start pursuing that.
We are in Bangalore. Bangalore has solved problem for India, for abroad. I believe problem solution will come from you. I have only one advice for all of you. Talk to each other with humility. There is a lot to learn from each other. Please keep your eyes open and speak to each other.
Yeah, I think for me it would be some kind of a consolidation. Right now I feel that we have such talent, but there's such a frittering of talent. You know, like everybody, there are 30 people trying the same thing, or like 30,000 people trying the same thing, which is great when you're just starting off, but then at some point there has to be some consolidation. So I hope like that kind of a thing happens.
With that, all four of us are hiring, I'm sure. But thank you so much for this evening. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Kalika. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Manish.
Thank you so much, Manish, Kalika, Mr. Nand, and Manu for this insightful session. Moving on, I'm sure we all braved Bengaluru's traffic today, but hold on, the city has AI cops on the anvil. Let's call on stage Moneycontrol's Chandra Shrikant once again, who will discuss the fine prints of how Bengaluru's planning to ease the traffic conditions using AI. And joining her is Bengaluru's techie-turned-traffic chief, who is betting big on AI to ease congestion. Please welcome on stage with a huge round of applause, Bengaluru's Traffic's Joint Commissioner of Police, M.N. Anuchet. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Shruti. I've never interviewed a police commissioner before, so I'm a little scared now. But
come on.
But you have a very interesting background.
Yeah.
You are a chip engineer, if I'm not mistaken. Tell us about how you went from being a techie to, the traffic chief of the city.
I'm an electronics engineer by qualification. Got into VLSI design.
You can keep the
After engineering, I was studying in Delhi, working in Delhi as well. So my father was an IPS officer. I always wanted to do this. So the shift was natural. Wrote the exam and qualified. So, but it has helped. I mean, the qualification does help you to infuse technology. I think like every other field in the world, even policing is not immune to the progress of technology, and the background has helped us infuse the latest cutting-edge technologies into policing.
Right. A few days ago we were seeing some videos on your timeline and the Bangalore Police's timeline, and we thought it was actually you, but it was your AI avatar which was, giving updates on traffic and movement and so on.
Yeah.
Tell us a little about how you're using AI for all this.
Yeah, so basically we wanted to use AI to create these videos, these avatars, which, speak just the way I do and look the way I do, and we thought we can save some time as well as leverage social media and create content in a format which is palatable or more attractive to the viewers by way of, instead of giving a draft press note, if you can convert that text into a AI based video and with some content which is about 30 seconds, I think that will send a better message across than just the plain presser.
But what are the risks to that? How are you ensuring that, it's not misused? An avatar of yours says something else which is not true.
So there are a lot of checks and balances. There are a lot of approvals that need to be given. The final cut which is done is obviously it takes our approval, and only once we give our approval it is used. Like any new thing, there'll be misuse of that. So we have to be guarded against that, and we are trying a lot of checks and balances in place to ensure that doesn't get misused.
Right. So in what other areas are you using AI? Because I remember my colleague, I think Kristen, had done a story some months ago on, some Japanese technology that you're using for all the traffic signals in the city. How much has that helped? Because whoever came today from other cities still complained about slow-moving traffic. I'm sure it's the #1 complaint you get on a daily basis. But how many of these signals are AI-powered, and how has it helped so far?
So in terms of signaling, we have two kinds of AI systems at play. One is quasi-cost signaling, which is right now at 72 junctions. By end of February, it will be at about 165. We have the Japanese Moderato system in about 28 junctions. So in a couple of months, we'll have roughly about 200 junctions in AI-based signals. So basically, the AI-based signal does, what it does is like what any commonsensical thing would be. If there's more vehicles at a particular arm of a junction, give it more preference, right? And if there's no vehicle there, then don't turn on the signal to green at all, right? So that's the basic funda behind this. Now, it has helped where these AI signals have been installed. Anywhere between 17 to 22% is the reduction in travel times. And this we have monitored through third party. So we got a GPS installed on a car or multiple cars and had them travel along these lanes. So along these corridors, yes, it has helped. So, but in 2013, the vehicle population of Bangalore is 56 lakhs. In 2023 is 1.12 crore. We exactly doubled in 10 years. Right? This year we have added 12 lakhs in 10 months. I don't know what it's going to be at the end of December. So we have reached 1.24 crores. We have the largest number of private vehicles in India. We overtook Delhi. So if I'm not if the congestion doesn't get worse, I'll be very happy. Right?
We'll also be very happy. But with Bangalore's infrastructure, it has a long way to go. What role do you see AI playing in resolving traffic issues? Because it's a huge productivity killer. It's the #1 thing that founders talk about, that employees talk about.
Well, if you're talking about traffic police per se, I think AI management, traffic management will completely shift towards AI based in a couple of years. I think we're
completely.
It is going to go. I think we are on that path now. I think it's irreversible. Not only the traffic management, it's going to be congestion management, congestion monitoring, which we have already built into this thing. It's just having those access to those latest technologies and having those homegrown solutions to homegrown problems. I think we are there. I think in terms of traffic management. But if you're talking about AI in general, I think level 4, level 5 cars might come in shortly, and I think driverless cars will help you use that much time of yours doing something more productive.
Right. Around 96%, this is a statistic I read, that 96% of traffic violations in Bangalore are being detected using AI-powered cameras. So what type of violations are monitored? How is this improved? So let's all be careful, because there's always some camera watching you.
Yeah, so we started off with a project called ITMS, where at 50 junctions we had AI-based cameras which were detecting 7 types of violations, like no helmet, no seat belt, using a mobile phone, not stopping at a red light.
What's the most common type of violation?
Not wearing a helmet. It's about 70%.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So because of this, the enforcement due to AI, our contactless enforcement became 96%. And the physical enforcement reduced automatically. Because at one junction, one AI camera is able to detect about, say, 3 to 4,000 challans, violations, as opposed to having 10 constables work in 4 shifts. They are also not able to catch or detect that many. But now we have gone to a system where all the 9,000 safe city cameras also are being used now. So we are building an AI platform at the back end which uses existing infrastructure and detects 19 types of violation, not just 7. So the beta testing is going on. Probably, I think Jan 1st we'll be able to release that as well. So that will be at initially at phase is 250 more junctions, and probably we'll go to about 1,000 junctions in a year or so.
Right. Also, the traffic police uses multiple data sets, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you get data from Google Maps, cab aggregators,
Yeah.
delivery platforms, and so on for real-time congestion management. How is this data used in other ways? Are there plans to perhaps open this up to the public?
Oh, so we have a platform called Astram. Astram stands for Actionable Intelligence for Sustainable Traffic Management. It is a internal tool that we're using to monitor congestion real time by using all these multiple data sources. We have our own CCTV cameras. We are taking from map-based services, from aggregators, from travel aggregators, school buses. All that data is being fed, and we are able to understand what is the congestion, and we are able to do congestion prediction also. To the extent that a couple of months back, we started getting data from the case NMDC, the rainfall data. So we're able to predict where waterlogging will happen also in the next 24 hours. So that's where we are giving out advisories also regarding certain travel movements which might happen in the next 24 hours. Shortly, we'll be launching an app called Astram app also for citizens also, which will help them plan or their routes for the next, say, 6 to 12 hours to 24 hours, depending on how accurate data we are able to ingest, right? For example, sometimes it says it's going to rain and doesn't rain, and sometimes we are not even aware that it's going to rain and we have a terrible downpour, right? So it might help plan that travel. That's what we are hoping. It's not a replacement to all these Google, TomTom, Mapples. We don't expect it to be. But certainly we are going to open up, and one thing we are able to give is live road conditions, which we are already sharing to these map-based services, these aggregators, like vehicle off-road, accident, and other things. In real time, we are able to share to them. So their routing algorithms are already incorporating that and first giving advisories to those users, as well as rerouting in certain places where road closures are required, which is already happening. So that we can give it to the public through this app.
Right. Do you share learnings with the traffic police in other cities? The fact that you've deployed tech in so many areas.
Yeah.
How is it different from what Mumbai does? Pune, I hear, is also very infamous for its traffic.
Yeah.
Delhi and so on.
Yeah. So I'm lucky because the Joint Commissioner of Traffic for Mumbai, Delhi, and Chennai all are my batchmates. Right.
How did this happen?
It's
That's an
fortuitous, I
amazing
Yeah.
coincidence.
So a lot of learning and sharing
So you'll have a
happens.
common WhatsApp group that, this is the road congested here, this is the road
I think nobody talks on WhatsApp groups, all these things. I think it's more on professional basis. No, we're just lucky, so we are able to share and we are able to get the best practices in there as well.
Right. If I look at, one incident that kind of put Bangalore traffic on the global map, it would have been the Trevor Noah concert that, the Trevor Noah show that did not happen, right?
Yeah.
What were your own learnings from that? Because I'm sure you kind of faced maximum pressure in the aftermath of that.
Yeah, that was like a perfect storm that day. I think we had a long weekend coming up, we had rainfall, we had 6 vehicles breaking down on the ORR and people stuck for hours together. And the learning was that in Bangalore, monsoon management is a very, very important thing for traffic. I think otherwise, if there's no rains, there is congestion, but vehicles move, right? Even if they crawl, but they move. The problem is there's no gridlock as such. So that day we faced a gridlock on the ORR. So which led to the development of Astram. So we monitor congestion to the extent that we monitor at the tech park level, what is the vehicle at a particular instant in that particular tech park. We are able to monitor today and take decisions based on if the vehicle go beyond a baseline, what is going to be if it's a long weekend coming up, there'll be huge outflow of vehicles. We're able to stagger buses, like we are able to get data from private bus aggregators. We're able to stagger their timings, stagger the pickup and drop-offs. So we're able to do that now. So that was the learning from that. But most important learning was it's a monsoon management thing. What happens if a particular road is blocked otherwise? if a vehicle is off-road, till the vehicle gets off-road, we can divert, right? But what happens with monsoon in Bangalore? All the roads get flooded, even your alternate roads. So there's nowhere we can send anybody. So AI doesn't help much there. But otherwise, the learnings has been really good. So we are able to monitor at a very micro level what is going to be the congestion for the next couple of hours.
Right. Your background in engineering, has that kind of made you more determined in how to leverage tech in traffic management? Does it have to do with your academic background, the fact that you are an engineer turned IPS officer?
I don't think so. I think what happens is, like any other field, especially policing, we'll be left behind if we don't adopt technology. I think anybody in my place would have adopted technology. Maybe I've adopted it faster because of my background, but it's inevitable. I think like how motor cars replaced horse-driven this thing, I think AI is going to replace a lot of things, including the way we police and do traffic management.
Have you ever been stuck in a traffic jam, and where?
Since joining this? Yeah, of course. I mean, it happens, right?
Any junction?
Hebbal.
No, people say Silkboard Junction, by the time it clears, you can create a delivery app and also deliver groceries.
Yeah, there is one nice 10-minute movie on YouTube on Hebbal. He starts at Silkboard. He starts from Silkboard. He falls in love, marries, and divorces also by the time he gets out of Silkboard.
They also have a child by the time they reach.
Yeah, but I think Bangalore gets a very unfair and disproportionate, backlash for the traffic. I think it's been unfair. I feel we are not that bad, right? We can do far better, no doubt about it. I think all of us are working hard towards that. But I think it's very unfair that Bangalore gets such kind of backlash.
Right. Final couple of minutes, sir.
Yeah.
Which is the busiest day of the week in Bangalore and why?
Wednesday. Don't ask me why. I don't know. I mean, if we monitor travel times, congestion lengths, these are the two parameters to monitor how congested a city is. Or
is it because people generally work from office on Wednesday?
I think so.
Chill on Monday, chill on Friday, go.
I think business as usual is on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and you get Friday to Monday off. So generally the thing that weekend rush on a Monday morning, I think it's totally, disproved in Bangalore city. I think for some particular reason, Wednesday it's very high, to the extent that I would say it is at between 6:30 to 7:30 in the evening. I think we have the maximum congestion on Wednesday.
Right. One or two tricks or tips that you would like to give us towards the end to avoid being stuck in traffic?
Use public transport. No, I'm a Bangalorean, born and brought up here. Been here 40 years, and it's been an honor to serve in Bangalore. But the point is, if you want a nice, livable, resilient city, we need to adopt public transport. Otherwise, it's not going to work out. No amount of AI, no amount of infrastructure, no amount of widening of roads, no amount of additional roads is going to help unless we adopt public transport in our daily lives. Yeah.
Great. Yeah. On that note, thank you very much. Please give it up for the Police Commissioner, Traffic of Bangalore. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Commissioner, for that candid and insightful conversation. Now we know that AI has the potential to solve Bangaluru's traffic woes and perhaps Mumbai and Delhi as well. Moving on, I'm sure we all have seen those sci-fi movies where robots are doing all the mundane and the advanced tasks. Our next set of guests do something similar by experimenting with industrial and agro robots as well as autonomous vehicles. Art Park is one such facility under the aegis of Indian Institute of Science, which is at the forefront of innovation in AI and robotics. And to find out what's inside Art Park, let's call on stage first Moneycontrol's Debangana Ghosh and Ohik Sur to moderate this session. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause. Joining them on stage are Professor Bhardwaj Amrutur, the Executive Director of Art Park and Professor at IISc, Umakant Soni, Chairman of AI Foundry and Co-Founder of Art Park. Ladies and gentlemen, continue with the applause. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us here.
I think this is going to be a fascinating discussion because we finally have Bengaluru's very own IISc. And just to give a quick brief on what Art Park is, so this was a hub where research meets entrepreneurship. It started in 2020, and they also have a startup incubator called Art Garage, and they have been incubating some really interesting robotics as well as autonomous systems and AI startups. So just to begin with, Professor Bhardwaj, I would like to start with you. Art Park started in 2020, and the whole Gen AI and AI explosion sort of happened by the end of 2022. So just wanted to get a sense, has the kind of startups that has been approaching you sort of changed in the past couple of years? How are the cost structures as well as the funding scenarios shaping up at this point?
See, in Art Park, when we started it, we were very conscious of having that connect with the physical world. That's where the robotics really comes in, right? If you take pure AI, it is just living in the data world. But we felt that it's kind of important for Art Park, and also I think it's important for India to be in touch with the physical world, whether it's chemical processes, biological systems, other kinds of systems, also eventually leading to manufacturing of hardware, right? So that was, and that has continued to be our kind of flavor also, that we really want to encourage and support innovation teams which have that connect with hardware, right? I mean, connect with physical world through hardware, right? Having said that, over the last 2 years, of course, Gen AI has really shaken up every industry and even academia. And certainly, I think there is a lot of scope for using, large models, even in these kinds of hardware type startups. We have not yet seen, we have had quite a few innovators approach us, but because we have been kind of consciously asking for startups focusing on hardware, we have not really called out pure AI startups. But I do believe that going forward, these kinds of large models will also have a big role to play, even for hardware startups.
I think I'll start with you, Mr. Soni. Deep tech startup ecosystem in generally has been having the problem of attracting funds, and you are at the front seat over here. You're mentoring a lot of deep tech robotic startups, right? And you're also fostering them and giving them a space to grow. Like, what is your view in terms of like the funding challenges? If you could talk about that and in general.
Sure. Spent almost like 15 years in the CI space. First as an entrepreneur, so we started a chatbot company in 2009-10, and nobody funded us at that time. People did not even know what chatbots were. Because in India, most of the VCs at that time, they were primarily financial investors. So they would look at what is your revenue. So revenue is a lagging indicator. Leading indicator is the product, or what's the technology that you're building on. So that was a sad state of system. In fact, that's the only reason why I thought that when I came back, I wanted to set up a venture fund, and we set up Pi. Funded in it was of course 32 million early stage venture fund, and it supported around 13-14 AI companies. We realized that there is a big challenge from two perspectives. One is that investors don't understand the risk, right? So they have to be able to quantify the risk. If they're coming from financial background, they can understand if it's there on the Excel sheet, but they can't understand the product risk, they can't understand the technology risk, they can't quantify whether this risk is going to be solved by putting in this amount of money or this amount of time. So if they can't do that, they can't invest. Unfortunately, if you look at Valley has had VC investors who actually built products or done these things themselves, so they understand the risk. And so in India, one challenge is to how do we get more such people into the VC ecosystem, and I'm trying to now mentor a few funds as well. How do we get more and more people who have done, companies who have built startups to get onto the fund side and, support entrepreneurs. The second big challenge is that, as you said, deep tech, right? So deep tech implies that you're actually making some kind of a deep technology leap. Now, that means that you are spending, it might be starting in science, and then you are, creating or converting it into some kind of a, technology, and then you are proofing the technology within the realm of a product, right? So that whole journey takes 3 to 4 years. And unfortunately, it is too risky for any investor who's not able to understand that risk to come in and invest, right? So what would used to happen was that all of those companies would typically either the founders have to go to Valley and do that company there, because there they might get people who would understand them. And of course in US, they have invested in this ecosystem, right? So this post World War II, they built SRI and all of that, right? So they built that ecosystem. In India, we have to build that ecosystem. And in fact, the other day we were just discussing that before coming in, that we have not really understood this strategic autonomy part of critical technologies like AI and robotics, right? And of course, there was this popular discussion going around that should we be only doing, use cases and all, right? Not build the foundation things underneath it. And I find that very challenging because, if you don't, build that foundational layer in India, tomorrow imagine you have, level 3, level 4 cars, moving 1.4 billion people around, and we don't understand why some cars are going rogue, or some of them are getting corrupted, or somebody could actually, use that to, do mischief over there, or other things could happen, right? So if you don't build our own ecosystem, and by building that ecosystem means supporting startups at all the edges, right? Like supporting them in research, when it's in the research phase in ISC, we should be able to give them grant. When they take that research, convert that into an early prototype, we are able to fund them or support them with grants, which may be non-dilutive in nature, right? Because most of the time, even the deep tech startups which have come out, and we have supported some of them, what we realized was that by the time they get to Series B, the founders are very diluted out. Right. Because the investors took more risk and then they had to dilute. So as a result, building a deep tech, unicorn or decacorn is almost impossible out of India. So imagine if you have these critical technologies and all of those companies may not belong to India, right? And that's a crazy future to think about.
Right. So, yeah, a quick follow-up question. We're talking mostly from the investor side of things, right? We had Mr. Krishnan, Secretary, IT Ministry over here. He also talked about how, IPR is mostly happening in the Valley and how he would like it to be happening more from India. So what is the role of the government over here? You're talking about grants, right? I mean, if you could talk about your experience, Art Park's experience, and, what's the way forward in terms of like government support?
Sure. I think Art Park got started because DST seed funded it to the tune of 170 crores over 5 years. And of course, government of Karnataka, they really helped us, and they also funded 60 crores, of course, over 5 years. And then later on, the Ministry of Heavy Industries also, give us 78 crores. And these are critical grants, because without these kind of seed grants, you can't get, something like Art Park get started. Having said that, the real challenge is that while these grants are great to start, and maybe we can support a few of the companies, the capital requirement for companies in AI and robotics is huge. There's a junior of ours who started a company out of CMU. He just, raised $300 million, right? And there's a company called Skilled. And that kind of capital pool depth, we don't have it in India today. And that's a big challenge, right? We don't have a fund of fund or a guidance fund focused on that area. And of course, I think a lot of things might change with India AI mission. Secretary Meety has been, at the forefront of that. And I think creating, some kind of a guidance fund to the tune of 10,000 crores or more is going to create that kind of trickle-down effect for all of these startups. Because one, you support them with, like at Art Park, some of these startups, robotic startups, they've taken 3 to 4 crores in grants to get to a stage where they can actually have product market fit. So these startups are of that kind of a nature where early capex requirement is fairly high.
Just to add on to what he asked, and this is an open question to both of you, Art Park has some private sector partnerships like Google, Nvidia, AWS, WhatsApp. So wanted to understand what kind of work is happening there, and how can the private sector also come in and support the startups? What would you suggest there? And also you mentioned that India needs to build foundational level LLMs. How can that be built in a cost-effective way?
Yeah, maybe I'll start with the second question. And we had this discussion earlier in one of the earlier panels, and also outside we were talking about whether India should be building LLMs or not, right? And I think firstly there is a huge unexplored opportunity for building applications on existing LLMs. Okay, so I think that is still untapped, and one can do amazing things. With the kind of data, for example, the traffic police commissioner was saying, I can imagine all kinds of really interesting applications which can be built. So that is there. So, and we should have people exploring that. Having said that, I think if you look at an LLM is actually a repository of knowledge. It is taking all the data and putting it in a form which is actionable. Now, if you don't have control over that, and if you start using that for your applications to take decisions, you're relying on someone else having curated that knowledge, which might be okay for a bulk of things, but there could be a lot of specific strategic use cases where you don't want to lose that control. And that is, and I know there are also, of course, issues of bias and all that which comes in, and then you're relying on someone else to make sure, kind of provide you with that kind of honesty, which you probably, for strategic reasons, you might want to go away from and build your own foundational models. So that there is definitely a strong case for building your own foundational models. Now, one of the interesting things which is happening is that when and I mentioned about the physical world, right? Which is related to physical intelligence, the way we handle physical things, we manipulate things. We are able to kind of, you look at a gymnast or how we do stitching or whatever it is. We are amazingly skilled, and the robots are not there yet. But they will get there. And the way they will get there is just the way robots have been able, I mean, AI has cracked the chess problem and the Go problem, which is to use lots of data, lots of self-playing and so on. And so creating foundational models, what are called LQMs, that is kind of the new buzzword coming in, large quantitative models, based on physics or chemistry or physical data, right? So that is something which is a huge opportunity, which we should kind of not get left behind. And it's also tied to kind of what Manish was talking about, which is AI for science, because you can have, a lot of this data will also come from simulations and computations. So what is called scientific AI. So you'll have high performance computers running, say, CFD calculations, giving data, which then gets used to train these kinds of models, along with some physical measurements and so on. So I think there is a huge opportunity coming up with this large quantitative models. And some people are also talking of large action models, which is really crazy and scary. Action models are models which will allow you to take actions. And,
I'm sorry to cut you short. We are running a little short on time.
So I'll just hand it over.
I have a last question for both of you, and I would request you to keep it a little short. We have the India AI mission. There's also the talk of, the AI Innovation Fund as such, and I'm guessing not just Art Park, but others also would be interested in tapping into that, right? So my question would be, what would be your vision for the future in terms of getting more funds, and would you be tapping into the India AI mission, and there's also the non-personal data sets platform that's going to come up. How is that going to help your, the startups that are in IT Art Park, and
I think one is that like the opportunity is massive, right? And often I see that a lot of people talk about that, hey, whether the AI robotics is going to take away jobs. And of course, it is going to displace a few jobs, but it's going to create many, many more jobs. And I think it's very important that we somehow latch on to that jobs. I mean, we are going to have 900 million people in the demographic potential, right? 15 to 64, right? I mean, we are graduating 1.5 million engineers each year, right? And it's a massive number. I mean, imagine if we are able to leverage that along with data and compute and capital put together. We could not just create massive changes in the way we do things in India, but also globally. So I think the market is very wide open, and I see startups coming up. And in fact, today morning I was talking to one of the startups that I had invested a long time back, Sigtuple. They were just telling me that they have now gone live in 200 plus locations. So they, applying AI to pathology, and they are able to, quickly turn around samples if you have dengue and other things. And out of those 200 locations, 15 are outside India. So we are already seeing that these startups are growing in India and they're going global. So the opportunity on that perspective is massive. I mean, 1.5 million engineers being added each year is almost like building a new city, and imagine all of these engineers are capable in AI and robotics. I mean, we would be building a massive AI innovation city, and maybe that's what we need to do. We need to build these kind of new cities, new future. I mean, that's the only way we will get to Viksit Bharat or any of those dreams we may have.
Okay, we are out of time. Anyone who wants to connect with Professor Bharadwaj and Mr. Soni, please feel free to have a conversation. That's it from our side. Thank you, Professor Bharadwaj and Mr. Soni. Please give a big
And I'm
round of
sure
applause.
the LQM method is going to definitely drive more demand for GPUs going in.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a huge round of applause. Thank you so much for that insightful and engaging conversation. Moving on, when digital transformation swept the world in the 1990s and early 2000s, software was the new gold. Cut to 2024, some in the tech circle believe it's just a matter of time. Services around software may soon be out of business. To know if that is really the case, let's jump to our next session, which will be moderated by Moneycontrol's Bhavya Dilip Kumar. Please put your hands together for our next set of guests, India AI Missions Advisor Akrit Vesh, Amagi co-founder and Chief Customer Success Officer Srividya Srinivasan, Whatfix's Chief Executive Khadim Bhatti, and Arvind Parthaban, who's the CEO and co-founder of SuperOps AI. Bhavya, stage is all yours.
Thank you so much, Shruti. So this looks like a beautiful mini reunion, right? Arvind from Chennai, Khadim from Bangalore, Akrit from Mumbai, and Vidya stays so far away from the chaos in Bangalore, so I'm going to say that's also like away from Bangalore. But who's who of SAS is here? I'm going to jump right in, right? So to begin with, I want all four of you, I'm going to come to Akrit in the end, all three of you to be brutally honest, right? Point to one function, one process, even your revenue stream that's getting killed because of Gen AI. Not transformed, not like, it's getting modified. No, it's getting killed. Yes, Arvind, you want to start?
So I am in the customer service business, like. And I think Kurian also spoke recently. Like every time I go speak to an investor, they're like, "Oh, customer support. Do you really have people to take the calls?" And it goes without saying. Service management, we have to evolve. I think that is the first thing which gets killed.
Vidya?
We are a media company. We work with media customers. Many of our customers used to use our solution for creating highlights. Now with AI, you can do automatic highlights. Within 5 minutes of the match getting over, the highlight will be published in, say, YouTube or probably in Hotstar or somewhere, and it's done by AI. That is one thing that I have seen, where AI completely replaced human.
Right. Khadim?
We are in an adoption business, as you know that, right? So
So there are like thousands of software for every large enterprise, and we're actually helping them to ensure that they're getting utilized. So as long as they are there, I think we are there. Nothing is getting killed so far. And I think we are going to, as we move forward, I think we are going to evolve where we're going to surface the capabilities of agents or AI.
Right. So maybe the title is right. Should we like conclude it? But Akrit, you have a very good outside-inside view as well, right? So which function do you think is getting killed?
I think every function is now being rebranded as agents. So I don't see anything, okay, on a very serious note, even customer service for that matter, we are not seeing anything that's getting killed at the moment. I think it's all being adapted, rebranded, AI first, agent first, and I think, of course, in India, which is the title of this panel, there's this massive opportunity for services-led AI, which we are seeing a fair bit of.
Got it. I want to come to you, Vidya. So media tech, right? I'm sure you would have seen multiple waves of innovation coming in and you've managed to stay relevant. But Gen AI is not like that, right? Like we see business getting consolidated, getting acquired, even shutting down. So how do you stay relevant in this time and age?
For a media company, we look at for a media-based solutions. We provide media-based solution and we are a glass-to-glass company. Right from the time where something is captured in a camera till the time where it reaches consumers, they are using Amagi's flows. So the way in which we look at it for media companies is basically for our customers is that either it should result in cost optimization or it should result in bringing additional revenue. How best you can monetize the content that they have using AI. Right? For example, when an ad is going to get played, can we predict whether the ad will be watched by these many humans or not? Those are all the things that where AI can come around with. The second case is basically automating some of their workflows, which media companies use, is the main thing that we will do. For example, can you automate scheduling in a linear channel, which they produce? So that's one of our products actually that we built. So these are some of the opportunities where we can either automate their workflows or we can bring better monetization.
Got it. Yeah. And that's what also keeps you motivated to kind of get up work even in this Gen AI age, right? Kadam, I want to come to you. I think we've spoken about this before, how Whatfix is building its own vision model in the digital adoption space. But instead of giving us details on that, but tell us how hard or easy is it for a fairly large company like Whatfix to adapt to a technology that's fairly new, right? So how hard is it? Like what kind of investments, what kind of cost goes into it? What kind of time goes into it?
So I think even before this whole AI movement became mainstream, which was when OpenAI launched ChatGPT, I think a couple of years back. I think even before that, actually, we were investing in creating vision-based over some of our technologies using the very old YOLO models. I don't know how many of you remember that. So the investment started from that because there was a clear need for us to invest. Now, if you look at how, as a company, today we are adapting with this fast-moving AI trend, I'll bucket into two, right? All of our current software stack or whatever R&D or engineering we are doing, how we can actually involve AI in all those of our pods or engineering. So I think one of the panels, I think they did speak about, like, smart engineers will be able to pick up very quickly, right? So we did create 24 months back a training stack, a training modules for all our key engineers to actually understand AI and how it can be incorporated in every pod in their features and other stuff, right? So that was done, and because of that, all of our software releases or new product or new modules, what we are coming up with, they are AI enabled. The second piece is like, how do we actually take advantage of this AI tailwind? Right? So that's where I think everybody has to work on the moonshots. So again, a couple of years back, we as a company were transitioning from a single product to multi-product because that's one of the journey most of the startups, when they scale, they need to. So we figured out that the innovation is only possible if we create a separate environment, separate labs, software labs, what we created internally. And that helped us to create with the new product innovations and all. So that same lab, actually, we created a AI team, which actually started working on some moonshots, actually, which we can try and which can help us take advantage of the tailwind. So one just to summarize, one was existing engineers actually make them comfortable with AI so they can actually make all the products AI enabled. And second, have a dedicated team which can actually work on a long-term moonshot. So that helps us to adapt actually and get into this.
So talent is key. Like that's what is
No other
helping
way.
you be up to date with AI. Got it. Arvind, I want to come to you. I think we've spoken about this as well off stage. One of the biggest edge that SuperOps has is also its pricing, right? In the US markets, compared to all the big giants, I think people want to choose SuperOps because it has a very competitive pricing. But with AI, there's also cost for you. So how do you manage with that? Like, will your pricing change now? Will even your go-to market, will it change? Will you not be able to service small businesses? How does it work?
Actually, it's a really good question. So, see, we cater to SMB, right? Like, I just want to share an analogy. One of our competitors did this mistake. The moment ChatGPT came in, one of the things is they had to write scripts, and they said we launched an AI feature and started marketing it. Everybody bought it, and then there was a big backlash on the price increase. So what we are doing is we are not talking AI. Definitely there is a cost for us to provide that service. We are rather focusing on positioning it in value. This is how we are going to provide value. We will help you make more money, or we will help you get efficient. Like that is how, instead of positioning it as an AI cost, we are saying that, hey, you can do more. We will show you the value. And then when we charge them, they're happy to pay. And also the industry, tech industry, they're understanding that, okay, this is going to cost more, and they will be okay for the premium price. You should have different slab of pricing with those value, without those value. If they want more, that's the cost they have to pay. And I think the market is understanding.
Okay, so you're able to win the monetization game with AI. I think I want all of you to chip in here. So is it easier to monetize your AI, or are we still not there yet?
So I will say it's two-part. One is to make sure they get the taste of it. They should get the taste of what they are going, because you're also educating. So you should be okay to leave some money at the early stage, but eventually you should be able to make money for those value you bring.
Okay, Vidya?
In media, it's a little complicated. For example, let's say I provide an AI solution for one set of problems, maybe for sports content, for news content, on others. So it's extremely important, in media it is extremely important to have SLA guarantees of whatever you're providing. So it's a little bit of challenge, but we educate our customers saying this is where you can go with this solution right now, and the rest of it we'll chip in and we'll fill it. And once the solution matures, then we'll hand it over to you. So that's how we go ahead with it.
Okay, okay. Kadam, are you able to kind of monetize your AI? Because it's like weaved into your product, right? How do you...
See, everybody is buying software for solving some of the problems or bringing in efficiency in their processes in the systems, right? So currently also everybody is selling for the same. Now there are AI features. Now will you going to charge more for that? So I think specifically if I talk about Whatfix case, we have different bundles actually, like premium and all. So many of the AI features are put in the premium ones, where actually we are able to monetize to some extent, I would say, not specifically that we are selling AI separately. But if I have to talk in for a broader, broader way, I think the real benefit in terms of AI pricing would come when I think as an industry, will move from seat-based pricing to outcome-based. Like today, even if you look, I think the pioneers, like whether it's a ChatGPT or Perplexity or Copilots, everybody is charging still they're charging based on seat. I think there is going to be a transition in the next few years where outcome would be guaranteed, and actually the better the outcome you show, and I think there will be a lot of leverage in terms of price.
But won't it affect your recurring customers? Like, will they, if it's outcome based, if they don't like it in a year, they're going to move, right?
That's the competition, right? Like
Okay.
if whoever actually moves to that faster, I think they would win. But there will definitely some players would emerge.
Right. Coming to you, Akrit, I want you to wear the investor hat here. You also run Peer Check, right? So the SaaS startups that are coming to you to pitch, would you invest in them? Like, are you pushing them to become an AI SaaS company now?
On average, we do about, let's say, 10 to 12 deals a year. This year, we'll probably end up doing one SaaS investment. The reason for that is, I think companies starting out today, all SaaS is now AI. So it's incredibly hard I believe, for in this day and age, and this could be slightly controversial, I believe it's becoming increasingly harder for Indian originated companies to build global AI companies starting from today. I think people who are already there and have some bit of scale is different. And I have a long winded thesis on this. But the primary reason I believe is that for the past 20 to 30, maybe 50 years, if you looked at the people building SaaS in the valley, it was not the cool kids. Right? Yeah. The cooler kids were doing the consumer companies. So they left SaaS for the rest of us, which is great. And which was amazing, and we thank them deeply. In the last 2 years, since ChatGPT moment, that's changed. Every new AI company predominantly is a B2B business model, whether it's prosumer or they're ultimately moving enterprise. So now you have the hackers, the coolest kids from these places, which have very deep network effects within the valley, similar to consumer internet, to get to the first few customers. So as a result, we find the newer companies starting today that are born here will be harder. So we encourage founders who are trying to build AI companies to move a lot sooner today. Again, I want to repeat that the companies that are at scale is different, but starting out is difficult. And where I want to complete this entire kind of rant with is, parallelly, what I think is becoming very exciting is actually the India market software opportunity. We actually think that Haptic, which I still sit on the board of and still involved with, is multi-million-dollar ARR company, which is public, crossed about 35 million. And there are multiple companies now that have built very interesting emerging market software businesses, which is India, east of us, west of us, a little bit, right? So back to your question, as an investor, we believe deeply in that thesis now. And how you can build $50, $75 million businesses here. And the markets locally are going to be very kind to that.
Got it. I think Akrit said we encourage, but is it more like a push, like a force? I think Arvind and Kadam can chip in here because you both raised funds recently, even though at different stages. But Arvind, do you see that also happening? Like, let's compare last year to this year's conversation with your investors. Like, what is it like? Is it more of an AI that's taking away your conversation, or?
No, I think definitely 30 to 40% of our conversations is, okay, how is this industry going to be disrupted with AI? It's not all. See, end of the day, for this panel question, is SaaS is going to be dead? No, it's going to be evolving with AI. It's going to go hand in hand. A lot of things going to be outcome-based, value-based. It will be recurring. So our discussion with investors or new investors when you're pitching, AI is definitely a topic that is center of the topic, but it's not feature or how this industry is going to evolve, and is there an opportunity for a new player to take the market share? That's how it is. Yeah,
that's valid. I mean, yes. They're putting money, they want to know about it. But Kadam, was it the same for you?
See, I'll take an analogy, right? Like 20 years prior, when things were moving from on-premise to cloud or desktop to cloud, right? Whatever. I think it was implicit that every company which is going to pitch will be cloud company. So I think AI is similar. It's a technology stack, right? Like, it doesn't matter whether it's a new startup or a legacy company. I think AI is now a table stake. Everybody has to have it part of the roadmap. Now, how investors are looking at it, actually, if I put myself in their shoes or whatever discussions we had, I would say 3 typical questions, actually, right? First, I think when ChatGPT also was launched, we thought, okay, how many jobs will go, or what will happen to search, and so on, right? So first thing is like whether, I think what Arvind mentioned, or Akrit also mentioned, like, is this company going to get disrupted? Or is this industry going to get disrupted, or category going to get disrupted? So that's number 1. The number 2, okay, what are you doing with AI today, right? And number 3, everybody believes there's going to be tailwind because of AI. Yeah. How are you going to take advantage of that in the future? So I think these are the broad level buckets, I would say, how these VCs are looking at it and how they're evaluating.
Got it,
Sir,
got it.
I need to leave.
Okay, one last question to you, okay. Like, so you're an advisor.
If I miss my flight, I'm going to send an official complaint.
So you're part of India AI mission, right?
Yes.
So in terms of regulations, right, you also deal with a lot of startups through India AI mission as well.
Of course.
But how do you tell newer startups that are coming in to be ethical, to build, ethically even in the very beginning, so that it won't stifle innovation when they grow?
I think what I have been hugely impressed by being on the other side and now being a part of, let's say, the government's think tank of building AI is how pro-innovation this current set of people are. And I'll give you the best way to quantify is this the following, right? And I'm using this just as an analogy for everything else where we are as a country on AI. Meta as a company individually has a pending order book of 600,000 GPUs, one company. India's total number of GPUs today is about 7,000. So what I mean by that is that if that's the base of the stack, just think about how far behind we are in truly building AI in India, right? And for India even more. It could be software, could be anything. So if you just put that lens on, right, we are not so concerned at this point about regulating. We're not so concerned at this point about, oh my God, like let's make sure everything is being, we can't let this through because you have to have 5 checks and balances. Right now, at India AI or in general, the mental mind frame is just encourage more innovation, get more startups out, get more people to do POCs, get more people to go live, see how we can support them, how we can fund them. And through that process, we'll obviously have checks and balances, but right now it's all just thinking about how do we seed the ecosystem.
Okay, so just, it's time's up, but one last rapid fire, it's literally rapid fire,
Great.
not just with respect to AI, but everything else as well. But Kadam, one question for you, when are you turning a unicorn? When is that bridge round happening?
So
Give us some headlines.
I can tell when I'll be centaur. Let market define when I'll be unicorn.
Well answered.
Right, Akrit, to you, which city is winning the AI race? Mumbai, Bangalore, which is it? Chennai? Arvind will be upset if I don't.
Okay. So that's why you asked me to stay back. So look, I can't help it if Mumbai in the name itself has AI.
Oh.
Chennai has to.
Yeah.
So, but here's a fun fact, which is, it's a fact, right? And in all seriousness, AI native companies, above $10 million in revenue, the highest number in Mumbai.
Right, we'll have off-stage debate about it.
I will not have time for that, for sure.
But Arvind, to you, right? So, which school of thought do you believe in? Even with AI innovation, let's not lay off, or we will lay off if AI can do that job. Which side do you?
I always believe in people. Technology comes and goes, people comes first, so no layoffs.
Right. Vidya, to you, so you've already crossed 100 million. So what's next? When is the IPO happening? Give us a date.
I can't comment on it, but as he described, very, very soon.
Amazing.
All right. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much for coming in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, panelists, and thank you, Bhavya, for that engaging discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, after all the high-powered sessions so far, let's take a pause and witness an impactful demo of a personal AI server. I would like to invite on stage Sasank Chilamkurti, founder and CEO of Von Neumann AI. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for him. Do you need the mic?
Can you hear me? Okay, awesome. Yeah. I'm not going to take long. Going to keep it real quick. Not more than 5 minutes, hopefully. So really lightning, right? Let me turn this on. Yeah. Okay, awesome. So can I get next slide, please? I'll quickly intro myself. Next slide. Yes. Awesome. Thanks. So hi, my name is Shashank. So I'm founder of Von Neumann AI. I was co-author of PyTorch. I'm sure people have heard of PyTorch here. And I was also like CTO of Cure.ai, one of the world's most adopted healthcare AI, right? So, So we deployed everywhere, right? So healthcare deployments are really hard, and like for numerous reasons, like honestly, like they are complex, they require complex burden of proof and whatnot, right? So, but we ended up deploying everywhere. You know, these are the photos you can see. That's on top of Mount Everest. That's in Nigeria. That's in Assam, and that's in UK. So we process 25,000 patients every day, right? And like it's in 50 plus countries. You know, 2,500 plus centers. So a lot of impact, right? And how did we end up doing it? You know, because healthcare is really hard. So we ended up actually shipping compute. You see, our customers care a lot about privacy. They don't want, in the end, like who would want your chest X-ray or your CT scan to be, you know, given to some third party, right? It's something that you and your doctor's property, sort of like it's your trust that you trusted with doctor. You don't want your doctor to give your data to some third party. God knows what he will do with it, right? So that's why we ended up you know, bringing cloud to the customers as opposed to, you know, what most SaaS companies do, which is bringing customers to the cloud. You know, their data bringing to the cloud. In a sense, you know, the last panel was about RIP SaaS. You know, this might actually end up happening now because of in the AI world, privacy becomes like very important. And many of these layoff sort of discussions happens, in a sense, go back to privacy, right? So we ended up basically shipping this compute, and this was much cheaper and profitable way of doing AI, right? So now I'm going to expand this sort of reach to multiple companies, right? Across startups, finance, rural, and government, right? So to basically have faster, cheaper, and private AI. So that's why I'm so unveiling Jonek. It's your own personal AI server. So this is, see, it's plug and play, like it's literally running on a stage. I mean, I usually do it to make a point that it actually runs anywhere. Like on a stage, you don't need like crazy data center, whatever. Like you don't need any of that. Like throw it in a corner, it'll work, right? You can keep it anywhere, and it's small footprint. It's not particularly big thing, and the best part is the software of it make it work like cloud in a box. It makes it work like a cloud. So you can access this from wherever you want, run SaaS apps in it, in fact, right? So it comes with its own operating system. It comes with like many open source, you know, SaaS applications. For example, ERP Next. So Kailash Nath from Zerodha spoke about this, right? Where a lot of things like our self-hosted open source applications. ERP Next is one of those applications that he uses, like I spoke to him, he uses as a CRM, right? And they say, like, I'm sure many of you guys have used Jira. There's an equivalent version of thing called as Plain right out of the box, right? And then, of course, we are an AI conference, so it also has LLM built right into it, Llama 3, right? Llama, which is an open source model from Meta, right? So, you know, how does it compare to actual cloud, right? How does it compare? So if you see, it's super competitive. The reasons being, number one, like the AI speed is much faster because you're not sending your data anywhere, right? It sits right there, and your data is, and your AI is also running right there. And it's far more secure because no third party is seeing your data. Right? Although you are using third-party applications and third-party employees are not seeing your data, which is a big win for many of the organizations. It's easy to use. I mean, well, like people, as much as I used to love cloud, like people find it complex. You need to hire like heck ton of DevOps engineers to do the job, right? And Kubernetes cluster crashing, whatever, like downtime because of that. there's no such thing. Like you just have to ensure it's powered on, right? That's all you need to do, right? And it's going to cost like a fraction, like real fraction compared to cloud, right? So how is that? So here's cost dynamics versus public cloud. I have taken a instance from very favorite, everyone's favorite public cloud, like very similar spec as what I have here, right? And here, like what happens in public cloud is that your cost goes up in a linear fashion, like over the time, as like because you pay per hour, right? As opposed to what you're normally used to paying for hardware, which is like paying one time, right? So this is an on-prem hardware, so you pay it one time. So you pay it 2.5 lakhs one time. Where in cloud you keep on paying every month about 80,000 for the same instance, which means that in 3 months you are break even, right? So that's how costly cloud is, and that's how costly SaaS is, right? So so of course, like compute is useless without applications, right? What are those applications that my computer is going to run? That's what matters, whether they are in AWS, Amazon cloud, or whether they are on-prem, right? What are those applications those are going to run? So I have taken some of the most common applications that I used to personally use in my previous company, right? When I run the company, I had this different SaaS. So I have noted down, the price per user per month in different places, and you can see that over the time. So for example, I have taken, it's usually the pricing is per user per month. That's generally the pricing that these SaaS applications go with, which these folks have, the folks in the previous panel has talked about. And I have just compared, so suppose you are 15 user organization, right? And you used all these different applications, Slack, Notion, Jira, right? You will have spent 26 lakhs in just year 1. And by year 3, you would have spent 77 lakhs. And if you are a 50-member organization, you will have spent 2.6 crores. 2.6 crores in 3 years. And so, but you buy my server, right? So you will have open source alternatives for all these SaaS applications that makes your organization productive, right? For example, coming from Mattermost, which is open source version of Slack that Zerodha uses as their internal communication tool, to NoCodeDB, which allows you to build like no-code applications, right? And many other CRM, every other tool you have right out of the box, and you just pay 2.5 lakhs. So versus, and it can support 50 users just fine. So you are in the end saving almost 100 times, right? By basically using this sort of on-premise server, right? 2.6 crores versus 2.5 lakhs. That's how crazy this is. And this is why, I do consider, RIP SaaS as a good title. So this is ours in news. So, so been covered for different people, and, connect with me on WhatsApp. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Shashank, for that insightful demo. It's time now to find out whether the Silicon Valley of India, which is already the IT hub of the country, has what it takes to be an AI powerhouse. To welcome our next set of guests, I request Moneycontrol's Bodhisattva Ganguly to kindly come on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for him. Let's also put our hands together for our esteemed guest, Minister of Industries and Commerce, M.B. Patil, and Commissioner for Industrial Development and Director of Industries and Commerce, Gunjan Krishna IS. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for our esteemed panelists this evening. So over to you.
Thank you for that, Shruti. We've saved the best for last. We have the Industries Minister who's joined us in the middle of a very hectic schedule. So where were you earlier in the day?
I was just telling Gunjan ma'am that it's very refreshing to see women take the charge in Karnataka. Last time around we had the IT secretary and the IT minister, and this time we have the industry secretary and the industries commissioner. So welcome to the CNBC TV18 and Money Control Global AI Conclave. Mr. Patil, one can say that Bangalore is the IT capital, the startup capital, though some people from Delhi, Mumbai might have a different point of view. And, also the GCC capital with the very ambitious GCC policy. Do you think it can also become the AI capital of India, and how?
Definitely, Bangalore has all the potentials, and if you take up all the startups, you take up all the unicorns in artificial intelligence also, Bangalore plays a very important role, and definitely with the ecosystem here, with the IT backing over here, naturally Bangalore will be a preferred place, for all this one. And we lead.
Right.
We lead the country.
I would actually say that we are already the AI capital of India. And in fact, if you look at the number of people who are involved in the AI sector and working in AI, machine learning, robotics, and quantum computing, all put together, we have around 1.2 million people who are working in this sector.
1.2 million out of Karnataka.
Yeah, in Karnataka. And we are the second largest when it comes to number of people who are working in AI in the world. I'm talking in the world.
Right.
So which is why any company which is looking at doing something interesting, they come for their product development here in Karnataka and Bangalore.
So is there any policy that you have in mind to attract the AI intensive investments to Bangalore? Is there an AI sectoral policy at the state level that you...
So the So AI becomes, AI per se, it actually informs every sector. So if we are looking at aerospace and defense, then it becomes an integral part of that. If we are looking at machine tool industry, it becomes an integral part of that as well. So per se, we do not have, but when it comes to having a global capability center policy, most of the R&D that has been happening from the time, when Texas Instrument first came in 1985, they were like, at that time we were looking at back office. From that we became front office, and now we are actually doing the cutting edge. So most of the company, be it in the semiconductor, telecom, health, drug discovery, are using AI to basically better their research and using the talent pool available in Karnataka.
Right. Sir, the competitive intensity has gone up among the southern states to attract investments. A few days ago, we saw Andhra Pradesh make a whole host of announcements on the tens of thousands of crores they are attracting. They want to make Amaravati the next Cyberabad. You also have competition from Tamil Nadu, Hyderabad, and so on. So how is Karnataka going to stand out? And of course, you have a lot of investments flowing into Gujarat. So how are you navigating this competitive landscape?
One thing, Bangalore, Karnataka, we are a global city. We compete globally. So, and with all due respect to various states, the ecosystem here, the talent here is totally into a different level. So I agree when I see a competition in manufacturing, particularly in Tamil Nadu and some part of Maharashtra, Pune particularly, in automotive. But when it comes to IT, biotechnology, aerospace and defense, if you take 60% of the share is from Karnataka, the national share. Yeah, ESDM, then you have machine tools. So we are in a total different, we compete with the world.
Right.
So I think just taking off from Chandra's question, so she asked about some investments going to other states. Now in the semiconductor sector, there have been some big investments have been announced. None of them have come to Karnataka so far. I mean, many of them have gone to any sense of
See, semiconductor thing is one thing. It is driven by the government of India. This one, and I don't want to politicize here. Many companies, they have come and met us. They came here, they met us, they went to Delhi, they didn't come back to us. What's the reason? Because you take Micron, 50% of the incentive comes from the government of India. then 30% from Gujarat. The Micron, this one is only 20%. It's like more like a PSU. Similar way, Murgappa, other people had all approached us. And there are many more. I don't want to name it now.
So is
because this is happening and it's not right. I have spoken to our industries minister also, heavy industries minister, Mr. Kumaraswamy also last time. Thank you, nothing. So that, now you have to see that semiconductor industry, you have to promote, you cannot say when they go to Delhi cannot direct them to the state they want. It should not happen. It's ultimately the country has to develop and on merit wherever whose interest is into their state, they have to promote that.
So the double engine is affecting you?
Definitely.
But can I add something?
Lack of double engine.
The lack of a double engine is affecting you, Radha.
Can I add something?
Yes.
When you talk about semiconductor, if you're just talking about if you look at ATMP, the packaging, Tatas have done their first POC for the ATMP here in Karnataka. And if you look at again, either applied material, Lam Research, or you look at AMD, they are all working in the semiconductor sector and they have actually put a large sum of money in Karnataka. So you cannot say that investments have not been coming in this area in Karnataka. I would differ.
Right. So one can also look at a couple of other companies like, if the minister can perhaps, like Ather and Ola, which are based in Bengaluru, but they chose to set up their factories in Tamil Nadu. There may have been considerations like cost of land, etc. But ultimately it is some kind of a loss to the state because Ola is now a very large electric two-wheel manufacturer, quite a it's become quite a famous this thing.
See, in this competitive world, what is happening, there's a cutthroat competition with various states and all this. When I say this, there are certain reasons. The other day, one of the company, they approached us and their asking was too much. And Bangalore is not that desperate to offer that one. We have other companies, like we have River, we have other people who have been in this one.
River, both of them have set up their manufacturing.
The people are there, but something we have lost. Okay, I agree.
Okay. So one complaint for people like, many people come from outside Bengaluru, is about, I know that's not your portfolio, but it's about the traffic. I mean, one has to ask this because I come here to this city very frequently and there is always this tension when you, especially when you go to the airport.
So we should understand Bangalore, it's not only Bangalore people staying here. The entire country comes here.
Right.
Whether it's UP, Northern India, whether it's Tamil Nadu, whether it's Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, all the youngsters, they come to Bangalore either for studies or for work.
Right.
And of course, expats now from various countries. So when this is happening, the reverse is hardly minimal. When 100 people come to us, the people who go out is almost 5 people. This has been loaded. And we are doing it, particularly the Deputy Chief Minister now is doing a tunnel, this one for this one. We're coming for the large flyovers and all this. We are doing it. But when I say any global city, because we're one of the top 25 dynamic cities in the world, Bangalore, it's a global city. So entire India comes here, they reside here. Bangalore is half of the people from outsiders. So naturally there has to be a pressure on the infrastructure, the traffic, the number of cars. Even if you take in Bangalore, a medium class person, family has 2 cars, not 1. So things are improving. And when I say this, last time when we had been to San Francisco, I asked our IT minister, coming to the Consul General's residence for dinner, it took 1 hour 45 minutes.
Yeah.
You don't complain there.
So I just have a follow-up question. You mentioned that, Bangalore is a global city, half of the population, are outsiders who come from other states, other cities perhaps to work. Given that context, why is there so much of rhetoric around Kannada signboards, job reservations for locals? And I know for a fact that you were not in favor of this. It came from perhaps another minister, but in the same cabinet. So how are you going to sort of reassure people? Because even if you look at all the unicorn founders in who've chosen Bangalore as their home, they're not necessarily, Kannada speaking, but they are setting up businesses and creating jobs. How are you going to assure them?
See, as far as Kannada job reservation, I have clarified. I have told when it came, all of them are up. See, naturally there is a feeling. What about America?
Yeah.
What about America? The Native Americans are feeling they want natives job there.
Right.
So here also the feeling will be there. So Karnataka people, they'll be having, see, okay, we need job for our children. That's but natural. And but one thing I'm telling you, they are complying with. Last time I told my chief minister, when some organizations, some people are pressing for reservation into all these industries, particularly one or two categories, C and D. Naturally, the companies are offering us a job more than what we are asking for. In both A, B, C, D, all the four categories. There's no need for asking for a Kannada reservation. Already we are getting that. Of course, there is in the industrial policy, those who take incentives from us, they are bound to, because we are giving them incentives.
Right.
For the, particularly in the category D and C, they're asking for 80 and 50%. This one there.
Right.
Ma'am, I have a specific question on the upcoming industrial policy. In terms of, what can you share about the roadmap? Will there be a specific focus on AI?
So the industrial policy that we would be announcing in the Global Investors Meet next year, which is scheduled to be held,
Which is in January.
February 12th to 14th, and 11th evening we'll be having the inauguration. The idea in the industrial policy is to create the whole landscape for the future growth of Karnataka, and we are going to put it on the three basic pillars. The first pillar is essentially looking at all those industries where the gross value addition is maximum, because that is how the economy will grow. So we are looking at electronic components, because end assembly is only contributing around 4% or 4 to 10% of the value addition that is happening. So that is our pillar one. The pillar two that we are looking at is that employment generation. So that is the focus number two. So which are those industries that look after the employment generation? So that would be your EMS players, like we have Foxconn.
You missed to say even women in employment in that. In the industrial policy, apart from the employment, we are having more this one for women employment also. The commissioner is a woman. She is very much particular to get it.
Yes, sir. So second is that pillar where we are looking at how we can get more employment. So textile, your leather industries, the footwear industries, and EMS. And the third is definitely the emerging technologies. And all these cut across, because they can future become employment generator, or they can be the higher gross value addition. So this would include your AI, I feel, cuts across.
Yeah, it's more of a horizontal...
Semiconductors are there, then you are looking at EV, you're looking at hydrogen, all of these newer technologies. So that is the three pillars. We are looking at the 12% growth in manufacturing. We are currently growing around at a 9%. We are looking at around getting investments of 700,000 crore worth of investment to come in and have 25 lakh worth of employment generated. So that's a broader theme that we are looking at. And as sir has mentioned, we would be providing something very interesting. So we would be ensuring that women participation in the workforce, if we see in India, is very low.
It's very low.
And manufacturing is
Pakistan and Bangladesh. Right?
Much lower in manufacturing. So we would be giving top up to every industry that employ more women. We would be giving top up for all manufacturing which have more employment, because at the periphery, if you are not using machines, then you get more employment. So we are looking at that, and those who are setting up an R&D, that was sir's idea, that those who are setting up their R&Ds, if they set up their manufacturing, will give them more incentives.
Great.
Just wanted to ask the minister. So Mumbai is now having a second airport is being under construction. Delhi also second airport will be operational in 2 years. What is the status? There have been news reports, but what is the actual status about a second airport for Bengaluru?
Probably we'll be sounding our proposal to Airport of Authority of India in this week.
So actually the
This
second...
week. This week, but I can't say about tell about the location now.
No, but I'll give you
I'll
3...
tell you. I'll tell you the. But
Huh.
it is going to be on merit. It will be in the interest of Bangalore. It is the interest of the people of Bangalore. It will be in the interest of industries in Bangalore. It will be in the interest of growth of Bangalore. A well calculated airport which benefits. It has a holistic development of Bangalore is being planned, and probably this week we'll be sending the proposal. Not probably, we'll be sending the proposal this week.
So I'll give you 3 options. So Harohali, Dobuspet, Bidadi. Bidadi.
See, I said
Which one?
I can't
No, no,
talk
you
about the
can say
location.
either of these
See, there
have
are demands. See, there are demands from north. See, we have a already airport now present, Bail Airport. That's a Kempegowda International Airport on the north. There has been demand towards Dabaspet. There has been towards Tumkuru. There has been in Harohali, Biddi. There has been a demand. South MLAs have a demand. North MLAs have a demand. But we'll not decide it on anybody's pressure or political. It will be a pure decision on merit.
But it's not...
Pure decision on merit. It will be in the interest of Bangalore, well calculated and well thought, considering the holistic development of Bangalore and the people of Bangalore and industries, everyone. We are having this airport.
So what if Tamil Nadu sets up an airport in Hosur?
See, I can't say that's their right. It is their right. I can't comment upon what Hosur does, what the Tamil Nadu does in Hosur and all this. We are coming with the airport in Bangalore, which is going to be one of the best. We have already an airport which is one of the best now.
Yeah, in fact, T2
and this
is
also will be an airport which will be improvisation on that, and we have certain yardsticks for that, why we have to have the location, everything is being well thought. And I am personally supervising the entire thing.
Does BIL have a right of first refusal to the new airport?
Pardon?
Does BIL, do they...
Yeah, BIL, when it was set up, there was a preferential clause. There was a preferential clause that no airport in... because to promote BIL, to make it viable, this 150 kilometers, this one was there, and that will end up in 2033.
So you'll exercise that clause? So you
This 25 years, the clause will expire on in 2033.
Got it. Ma'am mentioned about the upcoming global investor meet. Now, you've had a very ambitious target for Karnataka. I think I read somewhere that Karnataka wants to become a $1 trillion economy by 2032 and create 25 lakh jobs. So in terms of investment targets for GIM 2025, what do you have in mind?
There are so many things. This global investors meet is going to be a totally different global investors. It's not a routine global investors meet. And when I made it a point to my commissioner, my principal secretary, and my department, if you are going to have a global investors meet routine like now all the states. Earlier it was only Karnataka, Maharashtra, Gujarat.
Yeah.
3-4 states should do global. Now every state does a global investors meet. This global investors meet will taking it to a different level, and lot of global investors meet what are happening have announcements of this one which is very far from the reality. And now we are going, this time I'm telling you, the whatever agreements we sign and all this, almost 80% will be realized. Last time it happened with us also. It was, I think, 4.5 lakh crores of green hydrogen, I think, 1.5 lakh. 1.5 lakh of green hydrogen thing was. Nothing happened in that front. So whenever I face some media, this one, they ask this question, so what happened this one? Because green hydrogen, there were certain restrictions for us, so that we cannot have this one. So when we say, this was the amount commitmented, project commitment, and this was the commitment, and this didn't happen and all this like. So we have assured investments in this one, so it is going to be a realistic investment. And as I said, 2032, we will be a $1 trillion economy, no doubt. And job employment is also concerned. Our industrial policy, which will be unveiled now, during the Global Investors Meet. We have even restructured the entire Invest Karnataka Forum. We'll be having a dedicated CEO, and for each vertical, for if you take aerospace and defense, there will be a person from industry as a CEO.
Right.
So everyone will be having various people from industry, and we're paying them with the industry standards, who will make the market analysis, who will follow up the things and all this. So we're going to make it more professional, number one. And second thing was the single window clearance. So the single window clearance, we are not happy even today. So we have, with the help of Microsoft, now we have this one to come up with a new single window clearance, which will make all the industries more comfortable. We'll be cutting short half the period of what it is taking now. Maybe by 100 days, things would be cleared. And we'll be having a deemed provision. We do have now also. And we're bringing all the approvals in one roof and one, so that we're going to make it the best of the things in the country.
Right.
So, if I can ask a minister a slightly political question, these five, the 5 guarantees which were given when the Congress came to power, there is a strong perception which is sought to be created, whether it is correct or not, that because of the spending on the guarantees, spending on infrastructure is going down. How would you respond or comment on that?
So it is not so. My chief minister has presented 15 budgets. So he knows how the finance honest tips. So we are going to see that guarantees also are carried. The guarantee money also comes back to the system.
Yeah.
It empowers people. So there will be no, there will be funds which will, for infrastructure and other things, will be provided. Maybe first year we had a little problem. When I say guarantees, you all talk about Karnataka guarantees. Our Prime Minister himself is announcing guarantees everywhere. Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra. You take Maharashtra, that Ladli Behna scheme was our copy of our scheme here in Karnataka, Grah Lakshmi. We are providing 2,500 crores. When we do a guarantee, and we stood by the guarantee, in the first cabinet only my chief minister saw to that all the guarantees are announced, and within 6 months we delivered whatever we have promised. And we will see that there won't be any shortfall for any developmental because of the guarantees.
Right. Ma'am, I also wanted to ask you, I remember, I think 2-3 years ago, there was a lot of buzz that, Tesla is going to set up. I don't know if it's R&D, some marketing office, but something in Bangalore. What happened after that?
So now that Trump has won, I think it's more relevant to ask this question.
See, Tesla will come on its own whenever the time comes. We cannot talk about Tesla in an open forum like that. But we have our own. See, the electric vehicle ecosystem in India is growing. And Karnataka has been a pioneer in this area. In fact, we were the first one to come out with the EV policy, and now we'll be the first one to come with the clean mobility policy, which is agnostic to the technology that you're using, be it electric, be it hydrogen, be it, this mixed blended fuels that we are looking at it. So what we are interested in creating these ecosystem where the industry thrives, and we have our own. See, Mahindra is doing very well. We are having Tata's doing very well in the two-wheeler space. So many companies are coming. So the ecosystem is growing, and I'm sure Tesla one day will definitely come when they see the market. And you know what happened? He was supposed to be coming to India for a visit, and that was called off, and he went to China. So let's hope next time he comes to India.
And this time the clean mobility policy, we were the first in EV, we bought in EV policy in the country. Now we are coming up with the clean mobility policy, where the entire supply chain, including batteries and all this, will be addressed in that, including the strong hybrids.
Right. Bodhi asked you about the second airport. I also have to ask you about an update on Bangalore suburban rail project. We believe it's lagging behind schedule, and this is also because K-Ride lacks a full-time MD.
No,
what are you doing to speed it up?
Suburban railway now, when I took over, We have now bringing brought everything under control. We are now, except this one which is not going to be almost doable probably. All the four, this one R and 2 7, we had a meeting with the Railway Minister Somana also, the State Minister also from Karnataka, is a member of Parliament of Karnataka. So suburban rail is on track.
I just have one political question and then I'm done. So you've been campaigning, for the Maharashtra elections, specifically in the border areas, which has, I believe, a large Lingayat population. In the morning, we had Rajiv Chandrasekhar from the BJP at the event. And he said Karnataka is now a beacon of chaos and the Maharashtra voters have seen that and they will, vote for his party. What is your prediction for Maharashtra if you have to tell us what the results will be tomorrow or day after?
With respect to Rajiv Chandrasekhar, see, nothing to do with the Karnataka, this one in Maharashtra. I come from Bijapur district, which was part of old Mumbai state, Belgaum, Dharwar, Karwar and Bijapur. Of course, now they have been divided into two again, Bagalkot, Haveri, Gadag, like this. So we are in the border, I am in the border. One side is Sholapur, the other side is Jatan Sangli. So, Western Maharashtra. I was a senior observer for Western Maharashtra also.
Right.
So, the politics in Maharashtra is totally different, Now we have Mahavikas Agadi and Mahayukti there. So, that election has nothing. Only thing, this is not a political forum, BJP stooped to the lowest level to put an advertisement that Karnataka is not guarantees are not being this one. I said, you come back, come to the neighboring. Belgaum is also bordering district. Bijapur is a bordering district. And of course, Bidar is also there, the other side. You please come this side and you see whether the guarantees are being delivered or not. They went to an extent of putting an ad in the newspaper. So this type of, this one was done there, but this is not a forum to discuss that. So Maharashtra, I'm confident that, of course, we do not have the resources to match the BJP. But still, I am hopeful that with Rahul Gandhi, Khageji and Sharad Pawar's experience, Uddhav Thackeray, we are hopeful that we come to power in Maharashtra.
So one last question, just to go back to some of the non-political questions of this thing. So any specific thoughts, at a countrywide level also, India is benefiting from China +1, but at the statewide level, do you have any thoughts on how Karnataka can become part of a non-China supply chain, this thing?
There's a strong feeling when we went to Japan, when we went to Korea. Now again we're going to Europe, there's a strong feeling and strong this one that a lot of industry they want to have the setup, the China +1, this one. But we brought it to the notice of the finance minister also. We had some discussion when we went into US. So there are certain things which has to be done by government of India. And I think the finance minister was very, this one, she asked some of the details, some of the details when you said, because China +1, we are not getting greatly benefited. Because if it happened in manufacturing, is happening at $100 in Vietnam, it comes to $150 in India. So naturally, a lot of other countries like Vietnam, Indonesia, they are getting benefited, and there are reasons. When we went to, I think, Texas and so many other people in the US, they said, Dell and all of them in the US, they said, and we made it a list and we have now provided to the finance minister also. If we have that advantage, competitive advantage in the PLI and all other, India will be definitely benefited, and still it's not too late. Of course, it's a little late, but it's not too late, so that we can still target this one, but it depends upon government of India.
Actually, we are seeing very good response. In fact, as sir was mentioning, when we went to Korea, we went to Japan, and immediately we have seen investments. So IOMA came, we have High Vision, which is actually it is a supplier to both Apple and Tesla and many other companies. That's a Korean company that came, DNS Solutions. So many investments, and the investments are coming. Earlier, if you go to Korea, they were not that they were interested in India, but now everybody, and they're getting some kind of directions even from their governments. Like, so we are getting very strong, and there is in Japanese, in fact, they are looking at Japanese park is now full. Of our Japanese park in Tumkuru. We have a Taiwanese specific park here in Karnataka in Bangalore. So that is already, getting fully booked. So you can imagine the number of companies that are coming in. We are seeing very good response again from Germany, from France. Aerospace and defense, if you see, that is a growing area. Electronics is a growing area. EV, battery manufacturing, lot of, So definitely China plus one is a reality. India is definitely going to benefit because nowhere else they will find the kind of, consumer base that we have. We have 330 million middle class population. So when the companies come, they look at, what is the consumption that they can cater to and what they can export outside. In both, we are doing very well. What we need to now do is, of course, have more ease of doing business and, have more plug and play facilities and more kind of a red carpet that we can put for these industries. But we see a very positive response everywhere we go.
The very strong sentiments. We could guess they used to come and they do talk openly about it. There's no hide and seek. So all these companies want to come to India, and there are companies coming to India in spite of this one. But if Government of India makes certain modifications and comparison with all other this one, I think we will benefit huge.
Right. On that note, thank you.
Yeah, no.
On that note, thank you both very much for joining us. Thank you, sir, and all the very best for the election outcome tomorrow. Thank you, ma'am, and here's wishing you the best for the upcoming Global Investors Meet. Thank you.
Okay, and be assured when I move the proposal for the second international airport, you will be the first to be informed about it. Okay, thank you.
So ladies, promised an exclusive in front of so many witnesses, so we'll hold you to that.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, give it up for our esteemed panelists. Thank you, sir, and thank you, ma'am, for joining us this evening. Thank you, Bodhisattva. Thank you, Chandra, for such an informative and engaging session. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of the second edition of the CNBC-TV18 and Moneycontrol Global AI Conclave. We take the opportunity to thank our partners, co-powered by Intel.ai, associate partners, Adobe, Reliance Industries Limited, and event technology partner, Town Hall. We hope you enjoyed what we put together. Please keep the feedback coming, and we hope to see you again in 2025. The floor is now open for dinner and networking. Thank you.